Chapter 1 The School Beauty and Senior Sister Came to the Door. The host was speaking passionately on the stage at the welcome party for new students at Suhai University, while everyone else at the bottom of the stage was playing with their phones with their heads bowed. This is so boring. When is this host going to finish talking? I heard that there is a program today where the school beauty and senior sister will dance for the new students. Originally, the leader was Chen Shuqi, the flower and school beauty of the foreign language department, but for some reason she suddenly said she wasn't feeling well and wouldn't be dancing. Holy shit, is that true? I came here just to see Chen Shuqi. Are you telling me she's not dancing today? Hey, speak of the devil, isn't that Chen Shuqi? Holy shit, it's true. Damn, she's beautiful. Look at that waist, those legs, that ass, and those tits. If only she were my girlfriend. Whoever gets her would be so damn lucky. Hey, Li Shuaijie, you said she doesn't perform anymore, so why did she come to our department? Li Shuaijie pushed his big black framed glasses, scratched his greasy hair that hadn't been washed in 3 days, and looked impatient. He called his girlfriend today, and she hasn't answered all day. How would I know? She can come if she wants to. Hey, she's walking over to us. She seems to be looking at me. What are you daydreaming about? I said she was looking at me. While everyone was talking about the legendary school and department flower, Li Shuaijie kept bowing his head and talking on the phone. He had no interest in flowers. Finally, the phone connected and someone answered. Hello? Can you stop calling? It's annoying. Li Shuaijie was ecstatic to hear his girlfriend's voice. Hello, Lily, why haven't you answered my calls all day? I'm busy. Li Shuaijie heard that his girlfriend's voice on the other end of the line didn't sound quite right. Are you not feeling well? Do you want me to come and see you? Well, no, I told you I'm busy. Are you annoying? Sorry, Lily, don't be angry. You go ahead, I'm just a little worried about you. Li Shuaijie was about to hang up when he heard a man's voice on the other end of the line. Baby, are you done yet? Can we try a different position? Li Shuaijie's mind felt like it had exploded. Lily, hello? Who are you with? The phone hung up. He frantically called back, but the phone was turned off. Li Shuaijie swore that he had heard it right. The man's voice on the phone was Lily's ex-boyfriend. He had chased after Lily for 2 whole years, working every day as soon as he woke up, just to buy Lily all kinds of bags, gifts, and cosmetics. It wasn't until 2 months ago that she agreed to be his girlfriend. But he wasn't allowed to make it public, and even in these 2 months, except for the last time when the two of them got drunk and had sex, and the next day when they woke up, she was gone. Since then, he hasn't even touched her hand a few times. He thought it was because he got drunk last time and did that kind of thing, which made Lily angry. As a result, it's really fucked up. Li Shuaijie sat on a stool scratching his head, looking at the hung-up phone, just wanting to vent. He hated to throw his phone out, but he couldn't bear to part with it. If it broke, he'd have to buy a new one, and he didn't have the money for a new phone right now. He still hadn't paid off the new Fruit 14 he'd bought with a loan from Silly Lee. Just then, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded in Li Shuaijie's ears. It was a warm and gentle female voice like spring water. Come with me for a moment, I need to talk to you. Li Shuaijie looked up, and what caught his eye were a pair of pretty, perky bunnies. Then there was that beautiful face, which was both cold and elegant. The girl in front of him was the legendary flower and school beauty of the foreign language department, Chen Shuqi, a proper rich beauty. Me? Li Shuaijie looked around to make sure he was being spoken to. Well, follow me. Chen Shuqi didn't say much, just turned around and left. Li Shuaijie froze in place. His roommate next to him pushed him hard. Li Shuaijie, what are you waiting for? The school flower is looking for you, go quickly. Oh. Li Shuaijie quickly got up from his chair and followed Chen Shuqi. Once Li Shuaijie left, a commotion broke out in the auditorium, and everyone was talking about it. Holy shit, what's the story with that loser? Why would the goddess talk to him? Ah, my goddess. Li Shuaijie followed the school flower out of the auditorium of the welcome party and arrived at the corner of a dark little forest. Well, senior, there's no one here anymore, what do you want with me? Chen Shuqi stopped walking, but did not turn around. Because the central air conditioning was on in the auditorium, it was not cold at all, so Li Shuaijie took off his jacket. He had been in such a hurry when he came out that he did not have time to put it on, and now he was shivering in just a short-sleeved shirt. I'm pregnant. Sorry, sister, the wind is a bit strong. I didn't hear you clearly. What did you say? Li Shuijie doubted if he had heard it wrong. I said I'm pregnant. Chen Shuqi suddenly turned around and looked at Li Shuijie with a proud face. Li Shuijie was once again confused. The school flower is pregnant. This is shocking news. But what does this have to do with him? He's not that narcissistic. Even if the school flower wants to find someone to take over, she won't look at a poor guy like him. Senior, but I just met you today. After hearing Li Shuijie's words, Chen Shuqi handed over an ultrasound sheet. Don't you remember? 2 months ago, Jinwan Cigarette and Liquor Store, room 3008. Li Shuijie took the ultrasound report with trembling hands. 2 months ago, Jinwan Cigarette and Liquor Store, room 3008. Of course he remembered. That was the first day C. Lily had agreed to be his girlfriend. Jinwan Cigarette and Liquor Store was very expensive, and there was a minimum spending requirement of 5,000 yuan. But C. Lily said that her friend had gone there on their first date, and she absolutely had to go there too, or else they would break up. Li Shuijie gritted his teeth and swiped his credit card. After the two of them had drunk a bottle of wine, C. Lily told him to go back to the room first, and he went back after buying the bill in a daze. He didn't turn on the light when he went back to the room, and he only knew that C. Lily was very enthusiastic and stripped naked. Next, needless to say, they applauded directly for love. Wasn't it him and C. Lily that night? How could it be Chen Shuqi? But when he woke up the next morning, Silly was indeed not in bed, and there was a splash of bright red on the white sheets. At the time, he was so happy and moved that he was like a fool, and the thought that Silly had given him her virginity made him all the more determined to be good to her. But when he called Silly to talk about last night, Silly mocked him, saying he was dreaming. At the time, he thought that C. Lily was embarrassed to admit it because he was convinced that he was definitely not dreaming, because that night was also his first time, and that place also hurt. So that night it really wasn't C. Lily, but Chen Shuqi. The crucial thing is that he hit the mark. Chen Shuqi is also pregnant. Ding dong, the godly daddy system has detected a matching host identity. The mission gift package is 900 billion parenting funds. Reading notes: 1. Brain storage location. 2. The male protagonist is actually very handsome, but he hasn't taken care of himself. He will become super handsome after chapter 20. 3. The male protagonist was adopted by a person in a poor mountain village, so his name is very common. After he is reunited with his ancestors, his real name is Lu Yiming. 4. Single female protagonist. Chapter 2. Obtaining the 900 trillion parenting fund. Suddenly, something like a display screen appeared in front of Li Shuijie's eyes. Chen Shuqi, who was standing in front of him, seemed to have been frozen in place. What the hell? Is there really a system in this world? Or is it the godly system he loves in his novels? Oh. No, there's also a nanny. Who cares? 900 billion. My God. Isn't he richer than the richest man in the world? Would the host please accept the task? Please make your choice within 10 seconds. Option 1, accept, mission reward, receive 900 billion dad funds. Option 2, do not accept, mission reward infertility. What the hell? Infertility. So harsh? Does he still have a choice? 10, 9, 8, 7. I accept. Ding dong, the godly daddy system has received the host's consent and is being bound. Please wait. Binding in progress 10%. Binding in progress 30%. Binding in progress 70%. Binding in progress 100%. Congratulations, host, the godlike daddy system has been bound. You have received a gift package of 900 billion gold coins. So it's bound successfully? Yes, host. So you mean to say that I now have 900 billion to spend as I please? No, the 900 billion is the daddy fund, which can only be spent on the child. What? What kind of system is this? Does that mean I'm still a poor man? Do I have to wait 10 months for the baby to be born before I can spend any money? No, host, you can spend it on the mother now. And it's not a one-off payment. You'll get 10 million points before the baby is born, and as the baby grows up, and with the future inflation of the world, it will gradually increase every year, and finally total 900 trillion. And for every dollar you spend on your child or the pregnant woman, 1% will be transferred to your personal account and become your private property. Only 1%? How stingy. I've seen others double or at least give 10%. Never mind, 1% of 900 trillion is still 90 trillion, which is more than the world's richest man. Of course, this is only if the child remains unharmed until the age of 18. After the child turns 18, the money will become your permanent fixed asset. Please note that before the child turns 18, every injury will deduct a portion of your personal assets from your personal account. And the percentage deducted will vary depending on the severity of the child's injury. Li Shuaijie didn't understand. How was he supposed to know how serious the injury was? Regarding the degree of injury, the system will classify the degree of injury into 4 levels: S, A, B, and C. For level C, minor injury, bleeding but not much, 1,000th of the current host's personal property will be deducted, that is, 1,000 yuan, deducting 1 yuan. For level B, moderate injury, bleeding but not more than 10% of the body's blood, 1% of the current host's personal property will be deducted, that is, 100 yuan deducting 1 yuan. Grade A, serious injury, bleeding in more than 10% of the body's blood, deduct 50% of the current host's personal property, i.e. 100 yuan minus 50 yuan. Finally, Grade S, in the event of a major accident, such as disability or death, the current host's personal property will be deducted by 100%, all the Shenhao Daddy Fund will be confiscated, and the ultimate punishment of infertility will be obtained. Of course, the injuries referred to here are external factors, such as being beaten up or encountering violence. However, if the above situation occurs because of the child's own mistakes, such as accidentally falling while learning to walk or accidentally scraping while learning to drive, or getting injured while being naughty, then the host will not be punished. So the host must become strong and protect their child. Of course, the system will also provide help to the host. Li Shuaijie finally understood. Come on, you're just saying that this child is like a porcelain doll, that they can't be dropped, touched, beaten, or scolded? Then won't they just be spoiled? Host, that's not it. You just need to teach the child in a suitable way. And after the child is born, the host will receive a random reward for every successful skill learned. What kind of rewards are there? Li Shuaijie was curious. For example, the host's lifespan is extended by 5 years. Holy shit! For example, the host's body will be extended by 3 centimeters, anywhere. Li Shuaijie subconsciously looked down. Is this okay? For example, the host's body will be strengthened by 10 points in any area, and the host can choose to strengthen any one of the following: strength, intelligence, speed, endurance, charm, etc. There are also a series of random rewards for the host to experience. If the host has any questions, please feel free to ask me. No more for now. Good host. Li Shuaijie's screen disappeared, and in its place was Chen Shuqi, who looked like a stuck bug. Li Shuaijie asked, "Why isn't she moving?" "It will automatically be released in 1 minute." Li Shuaijie looked at the beautiful girl in front of him and swallowed. No wonder he always felt that Silly looked smaller than the other night. At first he thought it was his imagination, but it really was the case. You mean to say that within 1 minute, she won't even know what I've done to her? Yes, host. Li Shuaijie suddenly had an unhealthy thought. To be honest, after that night, it was like an addiction. It's fine if you haven't experienced it before, just watching and adding to it, but the feeling is always just a little bit off. No matter what, you have to really experience it to know. As the old saying goes, there is a difference between theory and practice. This also led to the fact that ever since then, every night he has had dreams. Even the frequency of washing the sheets has greatly increased. To be honest, he still wants to try that feeling again, but he simply dares not tell Silly, because every time he holds her hand, she is reluctant, so how dare he ask for anything else? He can only coax and pamper her like a precious heirloom. As a result, she went directly to a great harmony with her ex-boyfriend. What the fuck? Looking at the stunning beauty in front of him, and thinking about Chen Shuqi's passionate fire that night, Li Shuaijie was inevitably moved. He looked at the plump and soft cherry lips that looked like jelly, and swallowed. She's pregnant with my child, and she'll be my wife in the future, so it's okay to kiss her, right? Li Shuaijie edged closer to Chen Shuqi. A minute later. Chen Shuqi touched her lips, which were a little sore, and didn't care too much. She looked at Li Shuaijie and saw that he didn't dare to look at her at all, so she lowered her beautiful eyes. Li Shuaijie, on the other hand, was just guilty because of the bad deed he had done, and his eyes were wandering. At this time, the two almost spoke at the same time. "Senior, don't worry, I will take responsibility. Find some time and go to the hospital with me for the operation." Chapter 3, Beauty Saves Loser. Li Shuaijie was dumbfounded once again. Hit the baby. No way. He finally had a chance to become the richest man in the world, so how could he let the opportunity slip away? He quickly reached out and grabbed Chen Shuqi's hand. No way. You can't hit the baby. If it's born, I'll raise it. Don't worry, I'll take responsibility. When Chen Shuqi heard Li Shuaijie say that he would raise it, she was undeniably relieved. Really? Li Shuaijie looked at Chen Shuqi and said, yes, I will definitely take responsibility for you. It's too late today, but I'll pick you up in the morning to go to the hospital for a checkup. A checkup? Yes, it's my first time too, so I don't know what to do. I'll look it up later. From the beginning, Chen Shuqi had never thought that Li Shuaijie would want her to keep the baby. After all, he was still a sophomore in college, and she was a year older than him. She just didn't dare to tell anyone about it, and she was afraid to get an abortion alone, so she had no choice but to come to Li Shuaijie. Moreover, at the time, both of them were at fault for what happened. She had originally wanted to go out to dinner with someone else that day, but ended up drinking too much. She had originally thought that he would be willing to pay and accompany her to the hospital at most, and she had had no previous interactions with him. To put it bluntly, if she met a scumbag, she would have no proof that she was pregnant, and he might not believe her. Aren't you afraid? Of what? Li Shuaijie took out her phone and looked up what to prepare for the prenatal checkup. I could lie to you and say that I'm not pregnant with your child. No, besides, what would I lie about? Hey, senior, remember to bring your ID card, household registration book, and whatever other documents you have with you tomorrow. You might need them at the hospital. Chen Shuqi had imagined many scenarios, and before coming, she had also asked around about Li Shuaijie. She heard that he still had a girlfriend. What about your girlfriend? Li Shuaijie felt sick at the thought of the woman who was probably now making love with another man. They broke up. They broke up? When did they break up? Chen Shuqi couldn't believe it. Didn't someone say that the day before, Li Shuaijie had been seen taking breakfast to his girlfriend? How could they have broken up so quickly? If they didn't break up soon, the cuckold would be pointing at the sky. Eh? Just then, a cool breeze blew, and Chen Shuqi shivered. Li Shuaijie happened to see it. He asked the system, if a pregnant woman catches a cold, will it harm the baby? Report to the host, before the child is born, the pregnant woman and the child are considered one, and the 4 levels just mentioned also apply to the pregnant woman. Damn, you should have said so earlier. Well, it's quite cold, so I'll walk you home first, in case you catch a cold. I don't have any classes tomorrow morning, so I'll come back for you. Chen Shuqi thought to herself, I didn't expect this person to be quite considerate. Even looking at Li Shuaijie made him seem a little more handsome. Okay. Then, senior, wait for me here for a moment, I'll go to the auditorium and get a jacket, and I'll be right back. Okay, Chen Shuqi replied. Li Shuaijie quickly ran towards the auditorium. The moment he entered, he felt everyone staring at him. There was no shortage of jealousy, envy, and hatred. Everyone was curious as to what the beautiful goddess of the school was doing with this loser. Li Shuaijie ran to his seat and realized that his jacket, which he had placed on the chair, was gone. So he asked his roommate next to him. Hey, Zhang Yong, where's my jacket? Well, Zhang Tan took it. Zhang Yong, his roommate, looked a little embarrassed. Li Shuaijie was puzzled. Who is he and what does he want with my jacket? Looking for your jacket? I have it. Li Shuaijie looked at Zhang Tan, who was waving his jacket in his hand, which he had bought at a street stall for 100 yuan. Zhang Tan was wearing a trendy brand. Although Li Shuaijie didn't know many trendy brands, he knew a little bit because C. Lily liked them before. The plain-looking short-sleeved shirt he was wearing was from Amer. This single short-sleeved shirt was worth more than 10 times his entire body's worth. I guess this loser is in trouble. Who doesn't know that Zhang Tan likes Chen Shuqi and has been chasing after her for years without success? Who is Zhang Tan? A freshman asked. You don't know Zhang Tan? He is the son of our school's principal, the nephew of the director of the Education Bureau, and a member of the Iron Nail family. A proper second-generation rich man. Just imagine a woman of this status who can't be wooed, but who has a date with a loser alone. Can Zhang Tan not be angry? Li Shuaijie pushed his glasses and said to Zhang Tan, give me back my jacket. Your girlfriend is still waiting for you outside. What did Chen Shuqi want with you? Zhang Tan didn't give him his jacket, but walked up to Li Shuaijie and tapped him on the chest with his finger. It's nothing. Li Shuijie frowned and opened his hand to get rid of the finger. Li Shuijie knew that Chen Shuqi's pregnancy could not be made public for the time being, or it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Tell me or not. Zhang Tan grabbed Li Shuijie by the collar. Li Shuijie once again pulled away the pair of hands that were clutching the short-sleeved shirt he had bought at PDD for 9.9 and let go. I told you, it's nothing, just looking for someone to chat with. You're full of shit. Look at yourself, a poor loser, who else would Shuqi want to chat with but you? Zhang Tan pushed Li Shuijie hard. It was fine, but then Zhang Tan's brother tripped him, and his glasses fell to the ground. Zhang Tan is shorter and not as strong as Li Shuijie. If they really fought, it's hard to say who would win. But Li Shuijie's glasses fell to the ground. He is 800 degrees myopic, and without his glasses he is as blind as a bat. He couldn't even recognize his own mother. So he desperately felt around on the ground for his glasses. To an outsider, he looked as pathetic as he could be, as humiliated as he could be. A gentleman takes his revenge 10 years later. Li Shuijie decided that if he ever got any skill points for an upgrade, he would definitely upgrade his eyesight first. He wanted 2.0 vision. Everyone was laughing at Li Shuijie's embarrassing appearance. His roommate Zhang Yon wanted to go over and help, but was stopped by another roommate. Zhang Yon, don't go, Zhang Tan, you can't afford to provoke him. When Li Shuijie finally managed to feel for his glasses and was about to pick them up, Zhang Tan kicked his glasses away again, then stepped on them, and the sound of broken glass could be heard. Zhang Tan looked down condescendingly at Li Shuijie, who was crawling on the ground looking for his glasses, smug and warning, I'm warning you. Stay away from Chen Shuqi, she's mine. Li Shuijie didn't say anything. He grabbed Zhang Tan's ankle, and was about to give him a surprise attack and make him fall on his face. But then a female voice rang out. Zhang Tan. What are you doing? Chapter 4, I thought this was a romantic comedy. Chen Shuqi had been waiting outside for a long time, but when she didn't see Li Shuijie return, she went back in to check, only to find this scene. This Li Shuijie was now, after all, the father of her unborn child. As the saying goes, you have to deal with the master when you hit a dog, even though that's not a nice way to put it. Chen Shuqi ran up to push Zhang Tan away, picked up the glasses on the ground and handed them to Li Shuijie. Are you okay? Chen Shuqi's voice was very pleasant and gentle. Li Shuijie quickly put the glasses on, and there were cracks in the lens that made it look broken. Thanks, I'm fine. What the hell? A hero saves, or rather, a beauty saves a hero. What hero? Look at him, what a loser. Everyone's gaze on Li Shuijie carried a hint of curiosity and envy. Zhang Tan walked up to Chen Shuqi and handed her a small gift box. Shuqi, I saw in your circle of friends that you wanted this Xiang Nai Nai necklace, so I got it for you. Holy shit, isn't that necklace a limited edition? It seems to cost tens of thousands of yuan, and you can't buy it even if you have the money. You're really something, Zhang. Chen Shuqi just glanced at the necklace and coldly replied, I don't want it, thank you. By the way, when did you add me to your circle of friends? How come I didn't know about it? The year before last, when we first entered university, we added each other on the student union's WeChat group, remember? Oh, I remember now. Zhang Tan's face lit up at Chen Shuqi's words. But Chen Shuqi's next words made Zhang Tan's smile fade. But you're right, I should really clean up my friends list. Then she took Li Shuijie's arm and said gently, Shuijie, let's go. This is a huge difference in treatment. Zhang Tan's necklace on his hand was also thrown on the ground in anger. Holy cow, a necklace worth tens of thousands of dollars just thrown away? Don't give it to me, I want it. Ah, Zhang Xiao, look at me, I'm willing to be your lapdog. A girl was screaming frantically. A guy next to her looked disgusted. If you're willing to lick, you have to see if Zhang Xiao is willing to be licked by an ugly freak like you. Who are you calling ugly? Look at you, from head to toe, how can you compare with a goddess? What's so great about her? She's just a little fairer than me, her face is slightly prettier, and her figure is better than mine? What's so great about her? She's always acting superior, thinking she's so great just because her father is on the school board. She's just jealous. There's a world of difference. There are also some other Zhang Tan's little fans who are outraged by Zhang Tan's injustice. Zhang Xiao is probably going to be so angry. Yes, Zhang Xiao is handsome and rich, I don't understand what Chen Shuqi is thinking. You don't understand, people call this fishing, that's just how men are, the more you can't get something, the more you want it. But I'm really curious, What is the school beauty's relationship with that loser? How would I know? It's impossible that they're a couple, unless the school beauty is blind. Could they be related? It's not impossible. To be related to the school beauty, how awesome! That loser guy has some lucky charm. Jiang Tan thought about it after hearing the discussion, and it wasn't impossible. His anger also subsided a lot. After all, he was so rich and handsome, and Chen Shuqi didn't even look at him, so he didn't believe she would look at a loser like that. It seems that in the future, he will have to ingratiate himself with that loser. But then, what was that loser's name? It seemed to be something like Li Shuai, and, hey, those over there were his roommates. Jiang Tan walked up to Zhang Yang and said, "You are the loser from earlier, haha, what was your name?" Zhang Yang hurriedly answered, "His name is Li Shuai, he is my roommate. Give me his contact information." Chen Shuqi took Li Shuai out of the auditorium. Chen Shuqi realized after walking for a while that she was holding Li Shuai's hand, so she quickly let go. Then she rubbed her hands together a little shyly. Along the way, Li Shuai only had one reaction. Damn, the school flower is worthy of being the school flower. Not only is she beautiful, her hands are so soft too. It's just too cold. Of course, Li Shuai didn't dare to expose such lewd thoughts. He scratched his head and said, "Senior, thank you just now." "No need," Achoo. Chen Shuqi sneezed. Li Shuai quickly draped his jacket over Chen Shuqi. "Senior, be careful not to catch a cold." Chen Shuqi was a little embarrassed and said, "Thank you." Unexpectedly, this Li Shuai is quite gentle. But what Li Shuai was thinking was that he was still a poor guy, and if he caught a cold and got a system deduction, wouldn't he become negative equity? "Senior, if you're pregnant, you should get plenty of rest. Let me walk you back to your dormitory." Li Shuai's teeth were chattering from the wind. "Okay." Li Shuai walked Chen Shuqi to the bottom of the dormitory building. People were talking about them along the way, and they had never seen Chen Shuqi walk with a guy before. Everyone knew that Chen Shuqi was picky, and even Jiang Tan, the rich school hunk, had been after her for 2 years without success. When they reached the bottom of Chen Shuqi's dormitory building, Chen Shuqi returned the jacket she had borrowed from Li Shuai. Li Shuai felt a little warmer after putting it on. "Senior, I'll pick you up tomorrow," he said. "Oh, okay." Chen Shuqi replied, then entered the girls' dormitory. Li Shuai watched Chen Shuqi enter the dormitory building and was about to turn around and leave when he suddenly heard Chen Shuqi call out to him again. "Li Shuai. Wait." Li Shuai turned around. "What is it, senior?" Chen Shuqi lowered her head. "Well, about me being pregnant, for the time being." "I know, don't worry, I'll keep it a secret." "Well, I'll go first, bye." This time, Li Shuai watched Chen Shuqi go upstairs before leaving. Back in the dormitory, Li Shuai was still in a daze. This day had been like a roller coaster ride, with too many ups and downs. He sat there without turning on the lights. After staring blankly for an unknown period of time, he heard a commotion outside the dormitory. The party was over. Hey, this party was really boring. The quality of the new girls this year is not good at all. Look at those few dancers today, it's hard to describe. Seriously, are there no pretty girls at school? They actually found a fat girl who weighs nearly 200 pounds to dance. Did you see the fat on her when she was dancing? It really disgusted me. Tongqing doesn't mean to offend fat girls. Who says not? I was sick of watching. I don't know what kind of shit luck Li Shuai had today, getting picked up by the school beauty. When he comes back, I'll definitely ask him what's going on. After a long time, Li Shuai's roommates also returned, and when they turned on the lights, they were startled by Li Shuai. "Shit. When did you come back, you scared ghost? You didn't even turn on the lights." Then a group of people gathered around Li Shuai. "Hey, good boy, you actually know the school flower, and you hid it well, for more than a year. Do you not consider us your roommates? Why didn't you tell us?" Li Shuai was in a daze, touched his greasy hair, and thought about having to accompany Chen Shuqi for a medical checkup tomorrow. He was going to take a basin to the bathhouse to take a shower and wash his hair, but what was he going to say? "We just met." Bullshit, how could you just meet? How did you meet? I want to meet too. We just met when we ran into each other while hanging out. Li Shuai was telling the truth, but none of his roommates believed him. No one would believe it if it happened to them. It sounds like something out of a soap opera. Of course Chen Shuqi could be the heroine of a soap opera, but if the hero were Li Shuaijie, would anyone watch it? I'm going to take a shower. Anyone coming with me? Li Shuaijie carried a wash basin with a bar of soap and a towel and underwear, and a pair of flip-flops. He looked like a loser. Chapter 5, Slapping the Face of an Ex-Girlfriend. The next day, Li Shuaijie got up early in the morning. He had forgotten to add the contact information of the school flower and had not said what time it was because he had only remembered it in the middle of the night. In order to prevent people from waiting, he had to get up early. Before going out, he deliberately straightened his hair and used some of his roommate's gel. After all, he was going out with the school flower, and he couldn't be too embarrassed. Li Shuaijie rode a bicycle and wanted to go buy some breakfast first. However, he found online that for the first prenatal checkup, you need to fast, and they check things like fasting blood glucose. He thought that way, he couldn't buy soy milk or anything, and it would be cold by the time the test was done. Then he suddenly remembered what C. Lily had said about the delicious snacks at Jinwan's cigarette shop. He thought that since he could use the baby fund to spend money on pregnant women, he might as well do some shopping there. So he rode his bike to Jinwan's cigarette shop, but the security guard almost didn't let him in because he was wearing a pair of cheap shoes and riding a bicycle. In a fit of anger, he directly called the manager over and then directly packed 10 portions of snacks, which cost him more than 5,000 yuan. Then he received a text message from his mobile bank account balance reminding him. XXX has deposited 50 yuan, your balance is 251 yuan. Luckily, it wasn't 250. Li Shuaijie took the 10 dim sum and went directly to Chen Shuqi's dormitory and waited downstairs. Seeing that the person had not yet come down, he was not in a hurry. He was very good at waiting for people. He had even waited for several hours before waiting for C. Lily. Chen Shuqi also woke up early. After becoming pregnant, she had clearly felt that her body was indeed different from before, and she often suffered from insomnia and nightmares. She looked at herself in the mirror. She even had nightmares last night, dreaming that she had become an ugly woman. Because she had heard that cosmetics were also bad for the baby, she had recently been afraid to wear makeup, even though she used only the highest-end cosmetics, which contained minimal chemical ingredients harmful to pregnant women. But she was worried, perhaps it was just a woman's natural instinct to protect her child, and she didn't want anything to happen to her child. Fortunately, she had naturally beautiful skin and was naturally beautiful, and she didn't need to use any makeup, but she did look a little pale without lipstick. So she was still torn. At this time, one of Chen Shuqi's roommates suddenly shouted, "Hey, the dog licker from next door, the department flower silly, is here again." "What's his name, Li Jia, or Li Shuai's?" The other roommate asked, "You mean Li Shuaijie?" Yes, he's downstairs." "What a shame." "You mean that loser? What's so surprising about him coming here?" "He's been licking her for 2 years, and Silly hasn't even looked at him once." "Didn't she say she'd already agreed to be his girlfriend? When did that happen?" "I didn't know about it." "C. Lily would agree to be his girlfriend?" "No way. I saw C. Lily get into a Mercedes a few days ago." "What? Mercedes, not BMW? Bentley, maybe." Chen Shuqi felt a little uncomfortable hearing her roommate's conversation, and she left, saying that he was here to see her. The other roommates were a little confused. "Did you hear what Shuqi just said?" "I didn't catch it, but it sounded like she was saying someone was here to see her." "But why did she go out without any lipstick today? It seems like she hasn't worn any for a few days." "Oh, she's naturally pretty, and she doesn't need lipstick to be the prettiest girl on campus. Why do you care?" And on Silly's side, there was an early class at 8 a.m., so she got up early to put on her makeup. She was actually very tired, because the night before she had met up with her ex-boyfriend Shinjie for the first time in a long time, and the two of them got a little carried away. She didn't want to come back, but Shinjie said that they had only booked a 5-hour room, so in the middle of the night, he took her back to the dormitory. She had to beg her aunt for a long time before she was let in. She had only slept for less than 4 hours. After staying up late every night for the past 2 days, her skin condition was getting worse, and she looked pale. Her appetite was also poor, so she had to rely on makeup to make up for it. And she hasn't had her period for 2 months. She reckons it was 2 months ago that Shinjie returned to China and they had sex once at the Jinwan tobacco and wine shop, but they didn't use protection. She's a little worried, so she mentioned it to Shinjie yesterday, but he just said she was worrying for nothing and that it's not that easy to get pregnant. But her aunt has always been right, so she didn't take it too seriously. Hey, Lily, your dog licker is here again. Lily laughed mockingly. So what if he's here again? She had thought that Li Shuijie had heard her yesterday and wouldn't come. Sure enough, a dog licker is a dog licker. A dog never changes its shit-eating ways. Another roommate chimed in, saying that it would be strange if he didn't come one day. Ha ha ha, I wonder what delicious food I'll bring you today. It's just those soy milk and fried dough sticks and xiaolongbao. What's so delicious about it? You can't expect a poor loser like him to give Chen Shuqi dim sum like Zhang Tan gives her. A serving of dim sum there costs hundreds of dollars, and that poor loser would have to work part-time for days to afford one. See, Lily felt a little uncomfortable when she heard this. Why is that Chen Shuqi better than her in everything? One roommate took the opportunity to flatter her, but it was just because her father was a school director and she was lucky enough to be a school beauty queen. She strutted around every day with her nose in the air, acting like she was above it all. She looked so frigid and disgusting. I'd say our Lily is not bad looking either. If it weren't for her fancy school, Lily would definitely be the school beauty queen. Hey, I just took another closer look, and the bag he's carrying does look like it has the Jinwan cigarette logo on it. No way. Let me see, I'll go, it seems to be true. Silly, you dog licker is really willing to spend a lot of money. Silly was stunned when she heard this, looked at her carefully designed makeup in the makeup mirror, and smiled proudly. Then she picked up her book and said, Okay, it's about time, let's go downstairs, it's time for class. Li Shuijie waited downstairs for a while, not waiting for Chen Shuqi, but Silly. See, Lily walked up to Li Shuijie with her head held high and an arrogant look on her face. She first gave a disgusted look at the bicycle next to Li Shuijie, but when she saw the several bags of Jinwan cigarette and wine shop packaging he was carrying, her face softened slightly. Give it to me. What? Breakfast. I'm surprised you remembered that I told you I wanted to eat Jinwan cigarette snacks. Not bad, you even know to bring them to my roommates. See, Lily saw that Li Shuijie was carrying at least 10 servings in his hands. She could definitely not finish them all by herself, so the only possibility was that he was buying them for her roommates. Moreover, he would buy a little extra for his roommates before. See, Lily was about to reach out to take them, but Li Shuijie hid them behind his back. Who said I bought them for you? Chapter 6, Taking the school flower to the hospital was targeted by Zhang Tan. If they're not for me, then who are they for? Just then, Li Shuijie saw Chen Shuqi walking towards him, and quickly greeted her, Senior, you're here. Chen Shuqi glanced at Li Shuijie, then at See Lily behind him, and responded flatly, HM. A bicycle? Chen Shuqi didn't dislike bicycles, but she looked down at the short skirt she was wearing today and was a little worried that it would show a bit. But what Li Shuijie heard in his ears was a different meaning. This bicycle is indeed a bit shabby for picking up the school flower. It was sloppy. I should have gone and bought a luxury car last night. Li Shuijie tentatively asked the system, Can I use the childcare fund to buy a car for picking up and dropping off a pregnant woman? Yes, host, as long as it is beneficial to the pregnant woman, you can use the childcare fund to buy it. However, this car has gender restrictions and can only be used by the pregnant woman and her future baby, a girl. Of course, if the pregnant woman allows it, other women can be allowed on the car. Okay, I understand. Li Shuijie said to Chen Shuqi, Sorry, sister, you'll have to put up with it for now, but we'll go to the forest shop to look at the car later. Chen Shuqi didn't take Li Shuijie's words too seriously. To her, she had heard many such big promises from men. Before, someone even said that they would buy her a house and a car in the future. She didn't take it seriously at all. Today, you'll have to make do for a while. Okay. Li Shuijie got on the bike and said, Let's go. I bought you breakfast. But I heard that you can't eat breakfast there. If you go there early, you can eat early. You can't not eat breakfast now. Get on the bike, sister. Isn't that C. Lily's lapdog? How come C. Lily doesn't want him anymore and has switched to licking the school beauty queen? Pfft, he should have thought about it. Even poor C. Lily doesn't look at him, so how could our goddess school flower look at him? He's probably still dreaming. Hey, you guys didn't all miss last night's campus forum, did you? Yesterday, the school flower helped Li Shuijie in front of everyone's eyes, and confronted Jiang Xiao. Holy shit, it's true. Yes, everyone is saying that Li Shuijie and the school flower must be related. Hey, look, the school flower is really on Li Shuijie's bike. Chen Shuqi sat sideways on the back of Li Shuaijia's bike and then pulled her skirt uncomfortably. Li Shuaijia happened to see this and put the Jinwan cigarette and snack bag on Chen Shuqi's lap. "Senior, can you hold this for me?" "Okay." Chen Shuqi placed the bag on her lap, which happened to be in the way. "Sis, you sit properly, we're ready to go," said Li Shuaijia, and pedaled the bike. Chen Shuqi had never ridden a bike before, and had always been driven everywhere. This was her first time, and she was both a little excited and a little scared of falling off, so she held onto Li Shuaijia's clothes with one hand. At this time, C. Lily, who had been left behind, lost face and her face turned white and then red. At this time, C. Lily's roommate came forward to comfort her. "Lily, don't be angry, maybe that Li Shuaijia is just trying to show off and then annoy you, he's chased you for so long, how could he just let go?" "That's right," C. Lily shouted, "who told you I was angry? What is Li Shuaijia worth getting angry about?" Seeing that everyone around her was laughing at her, Silly Lee stomped forward in her 9-centimeter heels, exasperated. "What are you looking at? Class is about to start." As class started, Silly Lee became angrier and angrier. She was afraid that this incident would make her the laughingstock of everyone. "Damn it, it's that Chen Shuqi again." After class, Silly Lee sent several messages to Li Shuaijia in a row. "Li Shuaijia, what do you mean? Do you want to break up? Could it really be because of what happened between her and Xinjie last night? I went to the gym last night, and when you called, my fitness coach was just teaching me a new position." Li Shuaijia rode his bike the whole way, and he had never felt such a high rate of return. Of course, he wasn't that narcissistic, and those people definitely weren't there to see him, but the school beauty sitting on the back of his bike. Li Shuaijia was afraid of being followed, so he took a detour the whole way. After making sure there were no familiar faces, he finally left his bike by the roadside and took a taxi. He didn't realize that he had still been seen despite being so careful. One of Jiang Tan's minions happened to be nearby and happened to see this scene, so he quickly called his boss. "Minion, hey, boss." Jiang Tan was sleeping and was naturally upset when he was suddenly woken up by the phone. "What is it?" "Little brother, do you know who I just saw?" "You'll never guess." Jiang Tan asked with his eyes closed, "So speak quickly, let it out if you have to fart." "Little brother, I saw Li Shuaijie." Jiang Tan just wanted to MMP in his heart, and yelled at the phone, "What the fuck is wrong with you, what time is it? Waking me up in the morning, it's none of my business if you saw him." Jiang Tan was about to hang up when he heard the younger brother on the other end of the line say, "No, there's also the school beauty queen. The school beauty queen is with him too. They got into a taxi. I'm following them right now." Jiang Tan sat bolt upright in bed. "Shu Qi? Younger brother, yes." Jiang Tan was a little curious, and quickly got out of bed. "Why were they together?" "You keep an eye on them for me, I'll be there in a bit." "Little brother, got it, boss, I'm keeping an eye on them. It looks like they're going in the direction of the hospital." After Li Shuaijia had taken Chen Shuqi into the hospital, as neither of them knew what to do, Li Shuaijia had to ask Chen Shuqi to wait in the lobby while he went to ask for advice. Chen Shuqi sat on a chair in the lobby, nervously clutching her skirt. Before she came, she had specially looked up information and heard that the antenatal checkups were terrifying, and that she would have to take off her trousers for the doctor to examine her. Li Shuaiji walked over, and he could tell that Chen Shuqi was very nervous. "Senior, I'm afraid you've been waiting too long. I've arranged a VIP channel, so you can go straight in and get it done. And it's separate from the regular pregnancy checkups, so there's no one there. Let's go." Hearing that it was a VIP channel, Chen Shuqi's nervous heart eased a little, and she felt a little more favorably towards Li Shuaijia. She had heard before that Li Shuaijia was not well off, and she had never imagined that he would not only be willing to buy her Jinwan cigarettes for breakfast, but now he would even accompany her for her prenatal checkups and even get her a VIP pass. Although she didn't know how much the VIP pass cost, she knew that most people would not be willing to pay for it. She had also thought that if Li Shuaijia was not prepared to do so, she could get her own, but she had never imagined that Li Shuaijia would be so considerate and proactive. Chapter 7, Buying a House for the School Beauty. On the way to the VIP channel, Li Shuaijia took Chen Shuqi past the regular antenatal care room. Looking at the pregnant women along the way, some of whose husbands were carefully asking after their health, it was obvious that they were happy young couples. Some men were staring at their phones, completely ignoring the women beside them, and looked impatient, clearly not wanting to take responsibility. There were also some who were about the same age as them, or even younger, and the women kept crying beside them, while the men looked nervous. Some of the girls even had their mothers or girlfriends with them. In short, there were all kinds of people. After Qin Shuqi walked into the VLP room, she looked at Li Shuijie. Li Shuijie knew that he couldn't go in, so he said, "Don't be afraid, I'll wait for you outside." Okay. Chen Shuqi walked into the examination room and was relieved to see a female doctor, because she had heard that there were also male doctors in the obstetrics and gynecology department. The doctor saw that she was alone, so she asked, "You came alone? Where is the father of the child?" "He's outside." "Then why don't you come in?" "He's a man, it's not convenient." The doctor was amused by Chen Shuqi's words. "Really, you two are both parents of children, and you're still shy. What's not convenient about it? Go and get the man to come in, I still have something to explain to him in a while." Because of the doctor's request, Chen Shuqi had no choice but to go and get someone. Li Shuijie stood dumbfounded at the door, waiting, and saw that the door opened in less than a minute. "Is it ready? The doctor hasn't finished examining you yet, and he wants you to come in too." Chen Shuqi blushed and lowered her head. "Oh." Li Shuijie followed Chen Shuqi into the examination room. The doctor looked at Li Shuijie for a moment and said, "You're the father of the child?" Li Shuijie nodded, "Yes." Li Shuijie not only looked ordinary, with a pair of big glasses, but also wore the most ordinary clothes, a t-shirt and jeans, and just a pair of 19.9 sports shoes on his feet. In contrast, Chen Shuqi was dressed in high-end designer clothes and was beautiful. It was hard to believe that they were a couple. The doctor also looked at Chen Shuqi with some curiosity. Then he asked Li Shuijie again, "Are you sure?" Chen Shuqi was very clever. She immediately heard the meaning behind the doctor's words. She was being treated like the kind of pretty girl who plays around and then casually finds a dog licker to take the fall. She was about to get angry, but unexpectedly, Li Shuijie got angry before her. "I said, what do you mean, doctor?" "Nonsense, of course I'm sure. I'm not sure if my own woman is pregnant with my baby. Do you want someone else to be sure? Are you insulting me or insulting my woman?" Chen Shuqi suddenly felt that Li Shuijie was actually very domineering and handsome when she heard his words, especially when he said the words "my woman, my baby." It is true that no matter when, a man looks his most handsome when he is desperate to protect his woman. Chen Shuqi's anger instantly subsided. She even looked at Li Shuijie and saw him looking even more handsome. She had initially approached Li Shuijie rashly, and she was really afraid that he would not take responsibility. What Chen Shuqi didn't know was that Li Shuijie was just angry because he felt that the doctor was mocking him, taunting him for being a cheap father. Seeing that Li Shuijie was angry, the doctor also realized that what he had just done was wrong, so he quickly apologized. Don't be angry, I didn't mean it that way. Let's do the examination first." Chen Shuqi also tugged on Li Shuijie's clothes. The doctor put on a pair of disposable medical gloves and told the girl to take off her skirt and underwear first. Chen Shuqi stood still, blushing as she looked at Li Shuijie. Li Shuijie also started to feel nervous. He suddenly had a brainwave and quickly picked up his phone, pretending that he had an incoming call. "I have a call, I'll go out and take it first, let me know if there's anything else." Okay, you go quickly." Chen Shuqi nodded quickly. Li Shuijie walked out of the examination room, relieved. But after a while, he felt that he had been a bit cowardly. Li Shuijie, what are you so scared of? The woman in there is the mother of your child, you are all connected by the baby, what are you nervous about?" Li Shuijie squatted on the floor by the door, took out his phone, and saw a text message from C. Lily. He laughed in anger. This C. Lily really thinks of herself as a fool, doesn't she? Gym instructor? He was so angry that he directly blocked C. Lily. After waiting for a while, Chen Shuqi came out with a red face. Li Shuijie asked, "Is it all checked?" "Well, there are other items in a while, such as an ultrasound. You can check the baby, and you can go in." "Oh, okay." Li Shuijie followed Chen Shuqi into the ultrasound examination room again, and this time it turned out to be undressing again. Chen Shuqi blushed and pulled her clothes up to her chest, but the doctor told her to pull them up higher, until her underwear was completely exposed. She didn't dare to look at Li Shuijie. Li Shuijie didn't make any excuses to go out this time, but tried his best to avert his gaze. He kept swallowing. The doctor who performed the examination joked, "You two are still students, right? And this was just a one-time accident. I've never seen anyone so shy before." Li Shuijie didn't say a word. Fortunately, the series of examinations that followed were not as embarrassing, and the VIP channel was indeed fast and convenient. The examination results were all immediately available, unlike ordinary examinations, which had to wait for several hours. Chen Shuqi took the examination results in her hand and sat in the VIP lounge with Li Shuijie. Chen Shuqi lowered her head and whispered, "The doctor said the baby is very healthy." Li Shuijie responded, "I heard that. But this baby, do we really want to give birth to it?" "Of course we do. But we're still students, I'm afraid." Li Shuijie took Chen Shuqi's hand and said, "I will support you and the baby, don't worry. But I still have some credits to complete, and it will probably take another 1-2 months. I don't want to take a leave of absence." "Then finish your credits first." "I've checked, and it shouldn't be obvious for 3-4 months. But if I continue living in the dorm, I'll definitely be found out, and I can't go home either. If my father finds out, he'll definitely force me to get an abortion. Why don't I just go out and rent a place?" Li Shuijie suddenly slapped his thigh, "You're right. I'll buy you a house and we'll go live together." Chapter 8, Slapping his ex-girlfriend in the face and buying the school beauty flowers. Chen Shuqi thought Li Shuijie was joking with her, so she just gave him a dirty look. "I'm being serious with you, what are you joking about? Can you be serious?" "I'm serious. By the way, I'll look into which school district has the most suitable housing." Li Shuijie took out his phone and really started looking it up. Chen Shuqi sighed, pondering how to tell her family about this. If she told them, her father would definitely not agree to her having the baby. If she didn't tell them, she would have enough money for her own living expenses, but if she rented a place, it would be a bit tight. She also knew Li Shuijie's conditions. And if she rashly goes out and rents a place, and if it gets spread by her classmates who are targeting her, and if it gets to the board of directors, her father will still find out. If she really wants to give birth to this child, all she can do now is to hide it for a month. After 3 months, it will be difficult to have an abortion, and her father might let her off because of her condition. Chen Shuqi also took out her phone and checked the balance on her card. After a while, the results came back, and the baby was normal, so Chen Shuqi and Li Shuijie both breathed a sigh of relief. The two walked out of the hospital. Outside the hospital gate, Jiang Tan, who had just arrived, was scolding his junior. "Damn you, how could you lose track of someone? What else can I expect from you?" "No, boss, there were too many people in the hospital, I got bumped into by someone, and while I was tying my shoe, the person disappeared. Boss, please spare my life. I was always at the door, they must not have gone out yet, let's wait here, we will definitely be able to find them." Jiang Tan angrily put his arms on his hips, wanting to chop up the little brother and feed him to the dogs. The little brother protected his head and, as he tilted his head, he saw Li Shuijie and Chen Shuqi. Hey, boss, look, isn't that him? Let's go, follow, let's see, I want to see what kind of background this Li Shuijie really has and what kind of relationship he has with my Shuqi. Jiang Tan said and followed. Chen Shuqi was wearing a pair of high heels with a small thick heel. It wasn't that she didn't want to change into flat shoes, it was just that these were already her flattest shoes, and they were new shoes that she had bought, so they were a bit stiff because she hadn't worn them much. The heels were a bit worn, perhaps because she was getting tired of walking while pregnant. She decided that since she was going to give birth to the baby, she couldn't wear high heels anymore. Since she was out today, she might as well go to the mall. Chen Shuqi said to Li Shuijie, "I want to go to the mall." "If you're busy." "I'm fine. I don't have class today, so wherever you want to go, I can go with you." "Okay." Li Shuijie and Chen Shuqi arrived at a mall. Li Shuijie was very familiar with this mall. Silly used to like to shop here, but at that time, he was poor and worked part-time for 3 days, so he could not even afford to buy Silly a lipstick. So every time he came in, he felt so ashamed because he had no money in his pocket. Now it's different, he walks with his head held high. Chen Shuqi walks into a shoe store with ease. Although these shoes are expensive, they are from the brand she has always worn. The most important thing is that they are comfortable. Her father hasn't stopped using her credit card yet, so she can still afford to spend money and doesn't want to compromise. Because she is a regular customer, as soon as Chen Shuqi enters, a salesperson greets her with a smile. "Miss Chen, it's been a while since you were here. What kind of shoes are you looking for this time? We've got some new high heels in, all high-end designs. They're not only comfortable to wear, but also limited edition, and only 28,800 yuan. As he said this, he put them on Chen Shuqi's feet. Chen Shuqi's feet were very white, small, and had a nice shape, so the shoes were practically made for her. Chen Shuqi glanced at the high heels, and they really were very pretty. She liked them very much. But they weren't suitable for her right now. In the past, she might have bought them regardless of whether she could wear them or not, even if they just sat at home gathering dust. But now, she glanced at Li Shuijie, afraid that her level of spending would shock him. Forget it. I'll take the shoes on her feet. See Lily's voice suddenly came from outside the shop door. Li Shuijie and Shen Shuqi looked out the door at the same time and saw Si Lily walking in with a man on her arm. Li Shuijie recognized at once that it was her ex-boyfriend, Shen Jia. At the thought of how stupid he had been over the years and the fact that she had cheated on him, Li Shuijie wanted to give Si Lily a good slap. Si Lily walked in like a peacock with its head held high and gave Li Shuijie a disgusted look. Oh, Shuqi school beauty, what a coincidence, you're here to buy shoes too. Well. Shen Shuqi just coldly and politely answered. Shen Jia, who was by Si Lily's side, couldn't take his eyes off Shen Shuqi as soon as he saw her, and like a pug, he came up to her, saying, "Hello, beautiful, you're Lily's classmate, right? My name is Shen Jia." Si Lily saw how Shen Jia looked at her, and she pulled Shen Jia over and glared at him to warn him off. "Shuqi, you can't be hoping that this poor guy will buy you shoes, can you? Don't even think about it. I'm telling you, he couldn't even afford the cheapest pair of shoes here if he maxed out his credit cards." Shen Shuqi didn't want to say anything more to Si Lily, she just wanted to buy a pair of shoes that she could wear. Li Shuijie also didn't bother to talk to her, because he was afraid that he would lose his temper. And then Shen Shuqi would run away. Si Lily felt awkward when no one spoke to her, and then she pointed directly at the shoes on Shen Shuqi's feet. "These, give them to me to try on." The salesperson was a bit embarrassed, "But these shoes, Miss Chen." Si Lily wanted to lose her temper, but in the presence of Shen Jia, she said in a sweet and flirtatious voice to Shen Jia, "Jia, look, even the salesperson looks down on me now. I like these shoes, will you buy them for me?" Afterwards, she leaned over to Shen Jia's ear and said, "Tonight, you can do whatever you want with me." Shen Jia was a little overwhelmed by Si Lily's coquetry. "Okay, baby, how much are these shoes?" "I'll buy them. The gentleman is so nice to your girlfriend. These shoes are 28,800 yuan. Another salesperson saw that there was a chance of a sale and squeezed over. "Your girlfriend is so beautiful, these shoes are a perfect match. 28,800 yuan? Your store is a ripoff. How dare you rob people?" Shen Jia's face changed at hearing this. He had thought it would be a few thousand at most. "Sir, these shoes are haute couture, and there is only one pair in the entire city of Suzhou." Si Lily's face also changed a little, because she also didn't expect that just a pair of shoes would cost tens of thousands of yuan. "What haute couture? They look nothing special to me, just a gimmick." Shen Shuqi also took off the shoes at this time. Just when all the salespeople thought the order was going to be lost, Li Shuijie, who had not spoken up until then, simply threw his card at the salesperson. "I'll take these shoes. And, bring out all the comfortable shoes in your store, preferably flat ones." Chapter 9, bought all the shoes in the store for his wife, the school beauty queen. The salesperson's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Sir, are you serious? I've even taken out my card. What do you think?" In fact, he was a little worried at first, because these were high heels, which are supposedly harmful to pregnant women, and he was worried that they wouldn't be allowed. So he had just specifically asked the system, and the result was that the system said that expenses that make a pregnant woman feel good also fall within the scope of the available childcare fund, so he was relieved. Shen Shuqi tugged Li Shuijie, "Have you gone crazy?" Si Lily on the side teased, "Ha ha, Li Shuijie, what big words are you talking? Don't think I don't know, the combined value of your credit cards is only a few tens of thousands of dollars." The salesperson was also a little skeptical, "This man looks like a poor loser." Li Shuijie knew they didn't believe him, so he said, "If you don't believe me, then just swipe the 28,800 yuan shoes first." Okay. The salesperson took the card in both hands, took out the POS machine, and said, "Sir, please enter your password." "No password, just swipe it," Li Shuijie said. Ding! The purchase was successful. The salesperson was so excited that he almost pinched himself. The commission for just these shoes was quite a lot, and if there were other shoes. Si Lily, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded. Shen Shuqi didn't expect it either. Didn't they say this person was very poor? Did they say that they had to work 10 part-time jobs every day? Why didn't it look anything like that? Even she thought these shoes were expensive at 28,800 yuan, and she couldn't wear them now. She heard that you gain weight after you get pregnant, so she didn't know if she could still wear them in the future. How could Li Shuijie just buy them like that? The salesperson took out all the flat shoes and shoes with a small heel in the store that fit Chen Shuchi's size, and was about to kneel down to try on shoes for Chen Shuchi. Now, Chen Shuchi is her god, the parent who provides for her. As it turned out, Chen Shuchi's feet looked good in anything, so Li Shuijie simply took care of the whole thing. The total spending for this wave was 150,000 yuan. Li Shuijie didn't even bat an eye. XXX has entered 1,500 yuan into your account, and your account balance is 1,751 yuan. Li Shuijie received a text message from the bank. Hey, this 1% is still too little. He has to pay off his loan this month, so he needs to keep spending money. Next, he'll take Chen Shuchi to buy a car. Buy a house. Li Shuijie thought about the loan, and suddenly remembered that he was still paying off the mobile phone loan for C. Lily, and his anger flared. No, he can't take advantage of this. C. Lily, who was standing nearby, was dumbfounded and jealous. Did Li Shuijie win the lottery? He must have won the lottery, otherwise why is he suddenly so rich? Damn it, why didn't she break up with him later, otherwise all of this would be hers today. In fact, Li Shuijie is quite nice to her, gullible and not stingy. I wonder how much money he won in the lottery. Li Shuijie walked up to C. Lily, who was stunned by the scene in front of her. When C. Lily saw Li Shuijie approaching, she pulled her hand out of Shinjie's arm without making a sound. Shuijie, that. Li Shuijie also didn't bother to say much, and spoke directly and to the point. See Lily, the mobile phone I bought you before was on loan. Now that we've broken up, I don't want to help you pay off the loan anymore. You can pay me back. You've already paid half, so you only have to pay the other half. C. Lily was stunned. What? It's only 5,000 yuan. Do you want to pay via WeChat or what? Oh, I forgot I blocked you on WeChat. Never mind, you can just scan the QR code. Li Shuijie took out the WeChat payment QR code. Li Shuijie, what do you mean? You're so rich, do you care about 5,000 yuan? C. Lily's face was about to twist with anger. No matter how rich I am, it's still my money, and I can spend it on whoever I want. Chen Shuchi is my child's. Cough cough. Chen Shuchi coughed twice next to him, fearing that Li Shuijie had said something. Future wife. Future mother of my child. I should spend money on her. Besides, I don't have any money. You. C. Lily was shaking with anger, and Shinjie came over. Hey, buddy, you're still a big man, and I heard that you even chased after Lily, right? What's the big deal? It's only 5,000 yuan. You bought that beautiful woman things worth hundreds of thousands of yuan without batting an eye, and now you're bullying people like this. That's not good, it's so ungentlemanly. Li Shuijie moved the payment code in front of Shinjie. Who are you calling a friend? Since you put it that way, fine, you pay for silly shoes. If Li Shuijie had not generously spent hundreds of thousands of yuan on Chen Shuchi just now, the people in the store might really have thought that Li Shuijie was a poor loser who could not afford to play, wanted to woo a girl, but failed, and now was forcing the girl to pay back the money. But now it's different. Li Shuijie is now a VIP big customer in their store. A man who can casually afford to buy hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of shoes for his girlfriend is not going to be bothered by 5,000 yuan. It's obvious that the woman cheated on him, and now he's deliberately teaching her a lesson. This kind of scumbag woman doesn't deserve any sympathy. She deserves a good lesson, otherwise she'll always take advantage of her looks to cheat men into spending money on her and keep them on the hook. Li Shuijie is not ashamed at all, and is only concerned about getting his money back. As soon as Shinjie heard that he had to pay back the money himself, he stopped talking and pretended to receive a phone call, leaving C. Lily behind. C. Lily doesn't have that kind of money. Unlike Chen Shuchi, who comes from a wealthy family, her family is just an ordinary working-class family that gives her 2,000 yuan a month to live on. She wants to maintain her image as a beautiful rich girl, wearing designer clothes, using the most expensive cosmetics, and wearing jewelry. But she is naturally pretty, and as long as she acts cute and shows a little weakness, men are willing to spend money on her. Therefore, she simply could not look down on Li Shuijie. The reason she did not completely reject Li Shuijie in the beginning was because Li Shuijie was at least willing to spend money on her. And what she was looking for was a real rich second generation. C. Lily saw that Shinjie had left her and thought that it was possible that this Li Shuijie had really won the lottery, so she grabbed Li Shuijie's clothes and started to act pitiful and shed tears. Shuijie, I'm sorry, I was wrong, can you forgive me this time? Chapter 10, Buying a Car for the School Beauty Queen's Wife. C. Lily cried like a child. She was really good at pretending. And after seeing Si Lily cry in front of him, Li Shuijie remained as calm as a rock. Stop crying, it's useless. Transfer the money, or give me back my phone. I don't have any money. If you want the phone, you can have it. You're a big man. I've never seen a gift given away and then asked for it back. After all, I willingly bought that phone as a birthday gift for Si Lily in the first place. Now I suddenly want it back, which is a bit petty. Besides, who's going to use it if I want it back? It's a pity to throw it away, but it's annoying to keep it. I'll be ruthless. Okay, forget it, let this be my last gift to you. From now on, we will never see each other again, and I don't want to see you again. Li Shuijie didn't want to get involved with Si Lily anymore, because whenever he saw her, it reminded him of the past 2 years of fucking and licking dogs. Fortunately, God was fair to him, and he was not so unlucky. He was blessed with a beautiful school flower as his wife, and also the godly system. From then on, it was a brand new life for him. Li Shuijie asked Chen Shuqi to pick a pair of shoes that were the most comfortable to wear directly, and then asked the store to pack all the remaining clothes they bought and deliver them to Chen Shuqi's school dormitory. Then he took Chen Shuqi away. Si Lily watched in anger, her teeth aching with anger. She regretted even more that she had not broken up with Li Shuijie a little later. Seeing how he had casually spent hundreds of thousands of yuan today, she figured that he must have won at least a few million yuan in the lottery. That should have been hers. At that moment, Shen Jie returned, pretending that nothing had happened. He walked over and put his arm around Si Lily. Si Lily was still angry about how Shen Jie had just given her no face, and she said, "Don't touch me." "Okay, honey, don't be mad. I have good news for you. I'm having a family dinner tonight. You know, my brother-in-law has returned from abroad and is throwing a banquet. Do you want to go with me?" Si Lily, brother-in-law? Isn't he the one who runs a listed company? Shen Jie, yes, that's him. Si Lily, he's so rich. If he throws a banquet, I'm sure he'll invite only rich people. Shen Jie looked pleased with himself. Of course. Si Lily thought, then wouldn't that mean she could meet more rich second-generation rich people? Si Lily snuggled up to Shen Jie's arm and pouted, "I want to go. Let me hear you say good husband." Si Lily pouted, "Husband is the best, I'll reward you with black silk tonight." Shen Jie's eyes flashed lewdly, "My dear, you said it." At this moment, Jiang Tan and his subordinate, who had been hiding outside, were also shocked by the fact that Li Shuijie had just bought Chen Shuqi shoes worth over 100,000 yuan without batting an eye. Subordinate, holy shit, boss, isn't that Li Shuijie a poor loser? Who am I to ask? How the fuck should I know? Jiang Tan gave his subordinate a big pat on the back. He had just made a plan. When that silly I was too ashamed to ask Chen Shuqi for the money, and Li Shuijie was unable to do anything, he would step in and help Chen Shuqi buy the shoes. Women are most impressionable at times like these. Maybe she'll agree to go out with him when she's moved. But he never expected that Li Shuijie would not only swipe the card, but also buy so many shoes, nearly 150,000 yuan. Even he wouldn't dare spend so much money all at once. Jiang Tan was even more puzzled. What was the story with that Li Shuijie? Did you find out anything at all? The younger brother touched his beaten head and said, "Boss, I'm not lying to you, he's really just an ordinary loser." Could it be that he won the lottery? Hey, boss, they're coming out again. Let's see where they go next. Jiang Tan, follow them. Li Shuijie followed Chen Shuqi out of the mall, and Chen Shuqi finally couldn't hold back any longer and asked, "Li Shuijie, you tell me the truth, where did you get so much money?" Li Shuijie didn't know how to explain it either. Cough, well, actually, did you win the lottery? Li Shuijie couldn't think of another explanation, so he had to reply, sort of. Is it convenient to ask, how much did you win? Chen Shuqi was a little curious. This Li Shuijie stammered, saying 900 billion? That would scare Chen Shuqi to death, and it was impossible for a lottery ticket to be worth that much. Even the world's richest man wouldn't have that much money. Forget it, it's your money, so don't tell me. Chen Shuqi felt that this was not the right question to ask. Anyway, it's enough to support you and the baby. Li Shuijie was relieved to see that Chen Shuqi was no longer pursuing the matter, and said, "Anyway, it's enough to support you and the baby." Chen Shuqi felt a wave of warmth in her heart when she heard this. Let's go. Li Shuijie took Chen Shuqi's hand. Chen Shuqi didn't struggle. Where are we going? To buy a car. The two went to a Rolls-Royce 4S store. Li Shuijie walked into the 4S store and smelled the smell of money. The salesperson saw Li Shuijie come in at first glance and didn't even bother to move. It was obvious that he was a poor loser, just in to show off and look around. As a result, after Chen Shuqi came in behind Li Shuijie, the salesperson started to get excited. This girl's aura is that of a rich and beautiful woman. If you look closely at the outfit she's wearing, it's worth tens of thousands of dollars. The salesman greeted Chen Shuqi with a smile on his face. May I ask what kind of car you'd like to see? We just got a new car that's perfect for a woman driver. The interior is beautifully appointed, and there's also a pink model. Would you like to take a look? No, I'm not buying a car. Chen Shuqi politely declined. Besides, she hasn't even passed her driving test yet. As soon as Chen Shuqi refused to buy a car, the salesman's face fell. No car? Miss, you're kidding us, right? This is a 4S store, not a mall selling clothes, bags, and shoes. If you're not buying a car, what are you doing here? She's not buying a car, but I am. Li Shuijie walked over. The salesperson saw Li Shuijie's poor, nerdy appearance, with absolutely no more than 500 yuan on him, and it was obvious that he was a student who had come on his own. You can afford a car? Did you read the name of our store before you came in? Do you recognize those characters, and this gold logo? Isn't it Rolls-Royce? Li Shuijie saw that the salesperson looked down on him. Isn't it? Do you know how much it costs? Okay, cut the crap, I'll take this one. Li Shuijie pointed to the coolest car in the 4S store. This car is the one he has always dreamed of. Sir, the minimum configuration for this car is 8 million yuan. The salesperson rolled his eyes at Li Shuijie, pretending to be arrogant without any limits. Li Shuijie took out his card and paid the full amount. He wanted the best configuration for everything, and he wanted to pay by card now. In particular, the configuration of the passenger seat must be the best. The most comfortable. The salesperson was dumbfounded. And even when the POS machine displayed the payment as successful, the salesperson was still in a daze. Sir, may I ask your name, so we can register you? No need, just register her name is Chen Shuqi. Salesperson, what? Chen Shuqi, what? Chapter 11. What is it like to have just bought a new car and have it rear-ended by your future father-in-law? What's wrong? Li Shuijie asked. The salesman asked again, Sir, did you just say you want to register this car in the name of this young lady? Yes, is there a problem? The salesman quickly shook his head, No problem, of course not. Chen Shuqi never imagined that Li Shuijie was serious about buying her a car, and even less did she expect it to be a sky-high luxury car. How much did Li Shuijie win the lottery? Li Shuijie, are you crazy? Why did you buy me a car, and I can't drive? You can't drive? Never mind, it's fine if you can't drive. I can drive, and I can be your personal chauffeur, so it's convenient for you to get picked up and dropped off wherever you want to go. Miss, you are really lucky, your husband is so good to you. To be honest, when you two came in, I thought you were a young student couple because you looked so young. The salesperson said something nice and envious. Chen Shuqi blushed and held back 2 words. Ah, of course I know you're not a couple, you must have just gotten married. After all, no man in the world would spend tens of millions of dollars on a luxury car to woo a girl. Even if he's a billionaire. Chen Shuqi really didn't know how to explain their relationship after hearing the salesperson's words. Call them a couple? But they hadn't established a relationship. Say there's no relationship? But she was carrying his child. Ding dong, Li Shuijie received another bank deposit message. XXX Bank has deposited 120,000 yuan, and your balance is 121,751 yuan. Li Shuijie looked at the balance and the text message and his eyes filled with tears. He had never seen so much money before. Buying a car and a house is indeed the fastest way to spend money. He finally has a way to pay off the loan this month. Good, the next goal is to buy a house with the school flower. Just then, Chen Shuqi suddenly spoke up. Li Shuijie, you can return the car, I don't want it. Ding, the system has detected the pregnant woman's refusal, so the 12 million car cannot be included in the scope of the available childcare fund. The host is requested to promptly select refund or change the pregnant woman's wishes within 15 minutes, otherwise it will be deducted from the personal account. Li Shuaijie had not yet had time to be happy about getting a 120,000 yuan car for free when he heard the system's prompt, which scared the living daylights out of him. He had not counted on Chen Shuqi rejecting it. As soon as Chen Shuqi said that, not only was Li Shuaijie shocked, but the salesperson was even more shocked. How could they let the duck they had in their mouths just fly away? So for the next 10 minutes or so, the two of them began to persuade Chen Shuqi to accept the car. Li Shuaijie kept telling Chen Shuqi that it would be much more convenient to have a car. Driving a car at school is too conspicuous. I prefer a bicycle to a car. It is also more convenient at school. Although Li Shuaijie felt that Chen Shuqi was right, he did not consider that if he were a poor loser, driving a Rolls-Royce would be too conspicuous. But you are pregnant, and it will be inconvenient to ride a bicycle in the future, and it will be more troublesome for subsequent prenatal checkups or when you want to travel. The salesman was about to fall at Chen Shuqi's feet, saying, "Miss, please think it over. This is your husband's way of showing you his love. A car has a price, but love has no price." Chen Shuqi thought about it for a long time, and finally looked at Li Shuaijie and said, "You're right. I still need a car." The two of them let out a sigh of relief. But then, their hearts went back up to their throats. "You can buy a cheaper one, and I don't know how to drive, so you don't need to register it in my name." The salesman just thought the girl was silly, but before he could say anything else, Li Shuaijie spoke up. "You're right, I'm sorry, we don't want the car anymore, just refund the money." Li Shuaijie was suddenly moved after hearing Chen Shuqi's words, and his opinion of the schoolflower changed. He had originally thought that all girls were like Sea Lily, and that they felt that it was only natural for a man to spend money on her to please her. And the more he spent, the more he showed that he loved her. For the first time, he realized that there were girls like the school flower who would consider the feelings of the guy. In the end, the salesman tearfully returned the 12 million. He watched as Li Shuaijie and Chen Shuqi entered the car dealership next door. The salesman lay on the ground in front of the door, watching the salesman in the next dealership go from looking down on him to bowing and scraping, and finally almost kneeling down to call him dad. After that, he once again watched the four circles in the next door celebrate. Li Shuaijie drove out of the 4S shop with Chen Shuqi in four circles. Along the way, he was both nervous and excited. This was the first car he had ever owned in his life. Although he had had his driver's license for 2 years, he had not driven much, let alone a luxury car like this one. Although the price of this car was only 1/10 of that of the Rolls-Royce at the beginning, it was already a luxury car among luxury cars for him, a former poor loser. The two of them were driving almost at a snail's pace on the road, watching the cars behind them honk their horns at them one after the other. "Li Shuaijie, have you driven before?" Chen Shuqi asked, seeing Li Shuaijie's driving skills. "Well, to be honest, apart from taking the driving test, I haven't." Chen Shuqi heard that Li Shuaijie had never driven before, and silently grabbed the door handle. Suddenly there was a loud bang, and the car lurched forward. It was obvious that they had been rear-ended. Li Shuaijie shivered, scared out of his wits, and then hurriedly concerned himself with Chen Shuqi next to him. "Are you okay, sister? Is the baby okay? Does your tummy hurt? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Although Chen Shuqi was also scared and pale, she didn't feel any physical discomfort because the impact was not strong. "I'm fine." Bang bang bang. At this time, the car window was knocked on, and Chen Shuqi looked out the window, her face even worse. Li Shuaijie let out a sigh of relief when he heard Chen Shuqi say she was fine. He quickly rolled down the window and, glowering at the middle-aged man outside, angrily shouted, "Can't you drive?" The middle-aged man glanced at Chen Shuqi and snorted, "Young man, the speed limit on this road is 80 km/h, and you were driving 50 km/h. Who do you think can't drive?" Li Shuaijie was at a loss for words. The middle-aged man, with a look of contempt on his face, continued, "Young man, you just got your license not long ago, right? How dare you drive a new car with a girl on the road with such poor driving skills? Judging from your appearance, you probably borrowed the car. And the girl next to you is quite pretty, but you have bad taste, going with someone like you. You motherfucker." Li Shuaijie became more and more angry as he listened, and he almost vomited out the national essence. Suddenly Chen Shuqi spoke. "Okay, Dad, stop." Chapter 12, Disdained by the father of the school beauty's wife? Just buy a multi-million-dollar house. Are you fucking kidding me, Dad? Li Shuaijie was not just dumbfounded, but directly stupid. Is there such a coincidence under the sky? Just bought a new car and got rear-ended by the future father-in-law, What kind of experience is this? Outside the car, Chen Shuqi's father had a dark face. I don't have a son as big as you. No. Uncle, I'm really sorry, I didn't know it was you. Li Shuijie quickly unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. Chen Shuqi's father coughed twice as he watched his daughter still sitting in the passenger seat. Ahem, Chen Shuqi, are you still sitting in the car and not getting out? Chen Shuqi had to get out of the car as well. Dad, why are you here? I should be asking you. You weren't at school, what were you doing hanging out with this kind of person? What have I always taught you? Chen Shuqi tugged at her father's clothes. Dad, what do you mean by this kind of person? That's a pretty harsh thing to say. Besides, Li Shuijie is also a student at our school, and you're the one who's after him. Chen Shuqi's father was even more angry when he heard his daughter speak up for someone else. You little girl, you're turning your back on me and siding with the enemy? Chen Shuqi, Dad, no, I just think you're being mean. I'm being mean? There's something even meaner. This person is you. You don't want the Jiang boy, and you carefully selected a boyfriend? Let me tell you, break up with him quickly. Do you know that your dislike for Jiang Tan and your rejection of him for 2 years has made the whole school aware of it, and your uncle Jiang is already very unhappy, and now you are hanging out with this poor loser? How are you going to explain this to your uncle Jiang? What do I care? You little brat. Chen's father raised his hand, looking like he was about to hit someone. Li Shuijie saw Chen Shuqi being scolded by his own father in order to defend himself, and quickly stepped forward to stand in front of Chen Shuqi. Uncle, this is my fault. You are right, I dare to take Shuqi on the road with such poor driving skills, and I disregard Shuqi's danger. I apologize to you. You know it's good that I braked in time today. What if something happened to someone else, how would you be responsible? You are right. Okay, just leave it to the insurance company. Chen's father looked at his car, which had suffered no damage, and then at Li Shuijie's car, which still did not have a license plate. Your car still doesn't have a license plate? Where did you get a new car? Chen's father asked. I just bought it 10 minutes ago. It's okay, uncle. Doesn't this show that we are destined to be together? Just bought it? Can you afford this car? Chen's father looked at Li Shuijie with contempt. He couldn't believe that this poor, nerdy-looking student in front of him could afford this luxury car worth nearly $1 million. Dad, don't be skeptical. This is really what you call a poor nerd. He just bought it. Not only that, I went with him. If you don't believe me, the car registration is still warm. Chen's father still didn't believe him and asked again, really? How could I lie to you? Not only that, but he paid the full price. Chen Shuqi continued. Chen's father was shocked again. The full price of this car is at least more than 1 million. Now he looked at Li Shuijie with a different kind of look in his eyes. Uncle, we're on the road, talking about this will affect traffic, why don't we go to a coffee shop and sit down and talk? Chen's father coughed twice, cough, that's good. After arriving at the coffee shop, Chen's father went straight to the point. What's your name? When did you and my daughter Shuqi get together? Uncle, my name is Li Shuijie, I've known Shuqi for 2 years, Chen Shuqi said. Chen Shuqi was afraid that Li Shuijie would say 2 days or 2 months, in which case her father might still force her to break up with Li Shuijie. Oh, no wonder you didn't agree to Jiang Tan. You're actually with this brat, and you hid it so well. After saying that, he turned to Li Shuijie and said, I'll tell you, although I don't know where you got the money to buy this car, I will never agree to you being with our Shuqi. Just now on the way here, he secretly had someone do a little research on this Li Shuijie. His parents are divorced, and he has lived with his grandparents since he was young. The family only has a small rural house. Although he doesn't know why he can afford this 1 million car, it's possible that he got lucky and won the lottery, but the most you can win in the lottery is 1.8 million, and I guess there won't be much left after buying this car. In terms of this identity, there is a world of difference between him and Jiang Jiatian. Uncle, can I ask why? First, look at the way you look now, and then look at Shuqi. Where is she compatible with standing next to my Shuqi? Li Shuijie wears heavy, large glasses that cover most of his face and hide his true appearance, and he wears ordinary street clothes. In contrast, Chen Shuqi has fair skin, a beautiful appearance, and long legs, and is the focus wherever she goes. These two people really don't match well. Second, my daughter has been spoiled since she was young, and her monthly spending is at least tens of thousands of yuan. Can you afford her? Don't worry, I can definitely support her. Li Shuijie is still confident. After all, he is different now. As long as she is pregnant with his child, there is absolutely no problem. Ha, you are talking too soon. I know you may be lucky and win the lottery, but you can't just sit back and wait for it to last forever. Even if you win 10 million, it will run out one day, not to mention that it is impossible to win 10 million. It's not 10 million. It's 900 billion. Chen Shuqi's father pulled her up from the sofa. It's fine, I'll pretend I don't know about today's events, and you two should break up. It's a good thing you're going home with me to get dressed up. I'll take you to a dinner tonight to learn what celebrities usually do. It's a good thing Jiang Tan and your uncle Jiang are here today, you two. Dad. I'm not going to break up with Li Shuijie. And I don't want to be with that playboy Jiang Tan. Chen Shuqi. Chen Shuqi's father shouted her name. Li Shuijie asked, Uncle, what do you have to do for me to get your permission for Shuqi to be with me? No matter what, I will never give my daughter's permission for her to be with you. Chen Shuqi's father was about to forcibly take Chen Shuqi away when Li Shuijie grabbed her hand. What if I buy her a house in Jiangnanhaojing and put only her name on the property deed? Chen's father suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned around, and then looked at Li Shuijie like he was watching a joke. Do you know how much a Jiangnanhaojing house costs? I know, isn't it just tens of millions? Chapter 13, A House to Win Over His Father-in-Law. Isn't that right? This student, what a big mouth. Chen Shuqi tugged at Li Shuijie's clothes, looking at him in disbelief. Li Shuijie, have you gone crazy? Chen's father let out a mocking laugh. Good. If you can afford to buy a house in Jiangnanhaojing today, even the cheapest one, I will agree for Shuqi to date you. Li Shuijie's mouth curled up, and he said confidently, with his index finger pushing up the rim of his glasses, which were about to fall off, okay. But you said it. Chen Shuqi's father was convinced that Li Shuijie was just being arrogant and pretentious, and that he simply could not afford to pay that much money. He knew that the houses in Jiangnanhaojing were not only outrageously expensive, but also very difficult to buy. Even the Jiang family had hired many people to try and buy one, but to no avail. With him? That's just wishful thinking. I said it. Li Shuijie stood up excitedly. Well, in that case, since we're here, let's go now, since there's no better time than the present. We'll go to Jiangnanhaojing, and Shuqi can see what kind of house she likes. Li Shuijie walked in front of them and opened the door for Chen Shuqi and Chen's father. Chen Shuqi held Chen's father's suit jacket sleeve behind him and whispered, Dad, you know that the houses in Jiangnanhaojing are not only expensive, they're also hard to come by. What am I doing? Shuqi, it was him who volunteered to buy you a house, not me. It's this kid who has no idea what's going on. I'd like to see how he's going to pay for it. Jiangnanhaojing sales office. Li Shuijie was following Chen Shuqi's father and was about to go in, but Chen Shuqi held his hand. Chen Shuqi's hand was small, soft and smooth, and when it was in Li Shuijie's hand, it made his heart beat fast. Chen Shuqi, however, had no idea what Li Shuijie was thinking, and frowned prettily. Li Shuijie, do you even know what kind of place this is? Of course I know, it's a sales office. Shuqi, when you choose a house later, don't worry about the price, just choose the one you like. After all, this is going to be our home with our son, so we have to choose something comfortable and that we like. Chen Shuqi heard Li Shuijie blush. You, don't talk nonsense. If my father hears you, you'll be in trouble. Sure enough, Chen Shuqi's father's face immediately changed when he saw his daughter holding hands and whispering with Li Shuijie. Ahem. Shuqi, come here. Chen Shuqi had no choice but to walk over. The salesperson from the sales office came over, ignoring Li Shuijie and not even looking at him, and walked straight up to Chen Shuqi and her father. Hello sir, do you have an appointment? Do you need an appointment to view a property? Chen's father asked. The salesperson explained, yes sir, not only that, but we also need to verify your assets before you can view a property here. Only customers with assets of over 10 million can make an appointment. Verifying assets, right, I'll do it. Li Shuijie took out the black card given to him by the system. The salesperson glanced at the black card. Working in such a place, he had seen many wealthy people and naturally recognized at a glance that this was no ordinary black card, but one that only the world's top Forbes rich listers could possess. He glanced again at Li Shuijie's attire. He just couldn't believe that this black card was something that a poor loser could pull out. But he had received professional training and immediately regained his professional attitude. I'm sorry, sir, I need to confirm with the bank first. Okay. Chen Shuqi's father watched as Li Shuaijie took out the card, and his heart was first taken aback, but deep down he still didn't believe it, and said to Chen Shuqi with disdain. Look at this person, it's time to go, and he's still acting like a big shot. I'd like to see how he'll end up later. Dad Chen Shuqi nervously looked at Li Shuaijie. But what he didn't expect was that after a few minutes, the salesperson just now followed another sales manager who looked like he was of a higher rank. He still didn't even look at Li Shuaijie and walked respectfully to Chen Shuqi and Chen's father. Hello, sir, I'm really sorry for the inconvenience. Please follow me this way to our VLP lounge. Chen's father looked at Li Shuaijie in disbelief. The VLP room at Jiangnan Haojing is only eligible for people worth over 100 million. Where exactly did this Li Shuaijie come from? The salesperson just pulled the manager's sleeve and whispered a reminder. Manager, this card belongs to that gentleman. The sales manager then turned his attention to the inconspicuous Li Shuaijie next to him. He looked incredulous. Are you sure it's him? Yes, manager, it's him, I just confirmed with the bank. The sales manager walked over to Li Shuaijie and said, Sir, I'm really sorry, this way please. Li Shuaijie felt like he was on top of the world. He forced down his excitement and pretended to be expressionless as he followed the sales manager to the VLP room. Chen Shuqi and Chen's father were about to follow, but they were stopped by the salesperson. I'm sorry, sir, miss, if you don't have an appointment, please go through the capital verification procedures first. Li Shuaijie, who was walking in front of them, saw that Chen Shuqi had been stopped and quickly said, Hey, they are my father-in-law and wife. The salesperson hurriedly apologized as soon as he heard this, saying, I'm really sorry. I thought you weren't together. Please come to the VLP room. After Li Shuaijie said this, Chen's father suddenly felt like a big shot too. He straightened up and put on airs. Did you hear that? The one in front is my son-in-law. How dare you stop me? Now he kept calling him son-in-law, completely forgetting who he had just looked down on. Chen Shuqi and her father followed Li Shuaijie and the manager into the VLP room. It was indeed a different world inside, with professional massage equipment and an extremely comfortable temperature. Even the floor was carefully selected, with the most comfortable jade paving selected from thousands of miles to walk on. The three of them sat down. At this moment, Chen's father no longer looked down on Li Shuaijie, but was surprised and couldn't believe it. It even had a hint of flattery and fawning. He pinched his thigh, realizing that he wasn't dreaming. Because he never would have thought that even the Jiang family, with their status, would not be able to get an appointment, and now he was sitting in their VLP room. Even if he doesn't buy a house today, being able to enter the Jiangnan Haojing VLP is enough to brag about for a lifetime. How much face will this bring? Could it be that this Li Shuaijie is some kind of hidden billionaire? Testing you on purpose? It seems that all the information I found is false. Chen's father turned to look at Li Shuaijie and coughed. That Shuaijie, we will be family in the future. If your uncle said anything before that wasn't nice, just think of it as your uncle farting. Uncle, please don't say that. You are, after all, an elder and also my future father-in-law. You are right, I do not match Shuqi in many ways, but don't worry, I will not treat Shuqi badly in terms of money. Later, Shuqi can choose the house, and I will buy whichever one she likes. After hearing Li Shuaijie's words, Chen's father could not stop smiling. He patted Li Shuaijie on the shoulder and said, Ha ha ha, what a good son-in-law. Our Shuqi really has a discerning eye. In fact, I thought you were a good kid as soon as I saw you. Ha ha, come to your uncle's house tonight, and I'll cook for you myself. Okay, I'll definitely drink a few more with you then. Chen Shuqi. Chapter 14, A straight man's comments upset the wife of the school beauty. After Li Shuaijie and Chen Shuqi sat down in the leather massage chair with her father, the salesperson turned on the projector in front of them. It displayed frame by frame the most luxurious suites in Jiangnan Haojing. Sir, as you can see, these are the highest quality suites we have here. Which one do you like? We can take you to see the house. Li Shuaijie was lying on the massage chair, feeling so comfortable that he almost fell asleep. He asked the salesperson which one she liked. Chen Shuqi's father heard Li Shuaijie's words and laughed, making more wrinkles appear around the corners of his eyes. He said, TSK, look at how generous my son-in-law is. Shuqi, you choose carefully. Buying a house is a lifelong decision, so you can't be sloppy. In my opinion, this one is good, and this one is also fine. In the end, it turned out to be Chen Shuqi's father who was looking at the houses. Just as Li Shuijie was about to fall asleep, he was suddenly pulled up. He said dazedly, "What's wrong? Have you chosen? If you like a particular one, just swipe your card." Chen Shuqi looked at Li Shuijie and said, "I don't like it." Upon hearing this, the salesperson immediately switched to a higher quality model. "It's fine, miss, we have many other models here, and there's also the manor. If you're interested, I can show you now." Chen's father's eyes lit up at the mention of a manor. A manor? A manor is great. He's never seen what a manor looks like. But Chen Shuqi immediately pulled Li Shuijie away, saying, "I don't want it, whether it's a villa or a manor." Li Shuijie was let out of the Jiangnan Haojing sales office by Chen Shuqi. Li Shuijie looked at Chen Shuqi, who seemed a little angry, and was puzzled. Why was she unhappy when he was buying her a house? Women's hearts are really hard to fathom. Li Shuijie asked, "Why don't you want that house? Don't you like it at all?" Li Shuijie, "I feel like you've misunderstood me." "What do you mean?" Li Shuijie was taken aback. Chen Shuqi continued, "Let me tell you, I'm pregnant. I'm not asking you to buy me a house or a car. If you really want to buy me something, just buy me some necessities." Li Shuijie nodded, "I know. But as I said, I will be responsible for you, which means I will marry you in the future. Aren't buying a car and a house necessities?" Chen Shuqi was taken aback. He didn't expect Li Shuijie to be so direct. Chen Shuqi's face flushed. "Who said that? I want to marry you. You're pregnant. If you don't marry me, who else will you marry? I can also be a single mother. There are so many single mothers nowadays. No. I won't let my child grow up in this environment." Li Shuijie's straight man speech made Chen Shuqi inexplicably feel a little uncomfortable. Chen Shuqi felt that Li Shuijie seemed to care more about the child in her stomach than about her. That's right, after all, before this, the two of them were still strangers, and if it weren't for the child, they might never have crossed paths. Li Shuijie, if there were no child, would you want to be with me? Chen Shuqi asked this question with a ghostly presence. Without hesitation, Li Shuijie answered directly, "No. But, it's not that I don't want to, it's that I dare not. Because I know myself very well, and I have a good understanding of myself. If there were no child, there would be no system. He is now just a poor loser from the mountains, while she is the school flower, beautiful and rich, sought after by everyone. Even the school hunk, the son of the school principal, has been chasing her for 2 years and still can't get her, so how could he go and make a fool of himself? One is a beggar and the other is a princess. How could a beggar have the guts to woo a princess? Even if he were given 10 guts, he wouldn't dare. Before, just chasing after the department flower, silly, had already made him lose face to the point of going to Siberia. Every day, he was mocked and made to lick dogs. At that time, love had blinded his eyes, and he didn't care what others said. Although he knew that Chen Shuqi was different from silly, if it weren't for the two of them having a child by mistake, there would absolutely be no possibility of the two of them getting together. Even if they had a child, if it weren't for the sudden stroke of good fortune that came in the form of a daddy fund, he's afraid that he wouldn't even know what to do now. Chen Shuqi understood when she heard Li Shuijie say this directly. But she always felt like she was taking advantage of the child in her stomach to gain benefits. In fact, to be honest, if Li Shuijie were still the same person without any money, it would make her feel more at ease. Because her self-esteem has always been strong, she tested a week ago and found out that she was pregnant. She originally wanted to secretly go to the hospital to have an abortion, and she even went to the hospital, but as soon as she saw the pale faces of the girls there to have abortions, and read in a certain red book about how abortion would hurt a girl, that the worst thing was that it could affect future fertility, and in the worst cases even lead to infertility, and the most important thing was that it hurt a lot. She had been afraid of pain since she was little, and she just slipped away on the spot. But she was just an ordinary college student, and she couldn't raise a child on her own. She was afraid to tell anyone at school, and after much thought, she decided to tell the baby's father. Even if she had to get an abortion, at least he had the right to know. She had actually been observing Li Shuijie for a long time and was sure that he was just an ordinary college student, but she didn't know why things had turned out like this. Chen Shuqi was silent for a long time after hearing Li Shuijie's reply, and finally looked up, her eyes red as she said, "Thank you for going to the prenatal checkup with me today. You are right, we may not be compatible, and I don't want to tie you down with this child, but I don't want to take advantage of you either. I will pay you back for the expenses you incurred today." Li Shuaijie became anxious when he heard Chen Shuqi's words, realizing that he had indeed said the wrong thing. He hurriedly explained that these were supposed to be given to you. Shuqi, you misunderstood what I meant. What I mean is that if there were no children and no accidental encounter that night, we might not have had the chance to be together at all. I think it might be fate that brought us together. In fact, in the end, today can be considered him offering flowers to Buddha. Okay, I understand, but I still need to think about whether or not to keep the baby. After all, we don't have an emotional foundation, and we're both students. I'll let you know when I've thought about it. After all, you're also the father of the child. Thank you today, I'll go back first. Chen Shuqi turned and left, and hailed a taxi to leave. Li Shuaijie was left alone in a daze. Has he been rejected again? Report to the host, the system has detected that the pregnant woman is in a bad mood. This behavior will affect fetal development, and in severe cases may cause fetal heart arrest. Please the host to deal with it in time. The system will temporarily freeze the parenting fund card, and it can be used again after the pregnant woman's mood improves. After hearing the system's warning, Li Shuaijie became even more irritable. He scratched his head, really not understanding how he could have made such a mistake buying a house when it had just been going so well. It was all his fault for opening his mouth. What a way to speak! What kind of truth is that to tell at a time like this? Can't you even comfort someone? Ding! The system detects the host's wishes and gives the host a copy of the complete guide to comforting people. Chapter 15. He was taken to the police station after a fight, and his father-in-law came to pick him up. Li Shuaijie squatted helplessly on the roadside, reflecting, but he just couldn't figure it out. He really couldn't understand what he had done wrong. It was really tiring to chase after a woman these days. It was fine if he was rejected when he didn't have money to buy gifts. Now that he had money, he could buy a car or a house, but he was still rejected. This was really infuriating. No, he must win Chen Shuqi back. Pregnant women are emotionally unstable. If she gets angry and really hits the baby, it's not just a waste of money, it's a waste of a baby too. Just as Li Shuaijie was about to get up and go find Chen Shuqi again, suddenly someone rushed out from a distance and punched Li Shuaijie to the ground. Li Shuaijie looked up and saw that it was that Jiang Tan again. Jiang Tan grabbed Li Shuaijie by the collar and said, Li Shuaijie, what the hell did you do? Why did Shuqi just cry? You want to know? Ask me. I want to know too. Li Shuaijie was just feeling depressed when suddenly someone inexplicably punched him. He was so angry that he didn't care about anything else and rushed up to Jiang Tan, grabbed his collar and threw an uppercut. Jiang Tan didn't expect Li Shuaijie to dare to fight back. Seeing his proud face being punched. The other person was also a loser who had stolen his goddess, so he was even more angry. He grabbed Li Shuaijie's entire collar. Damn, you actually dared to hit my face, you poor loser. You think you're amazing just because you won the lottery and moved into Jiangnan? Let me tell you, poor losers will always be poor losers, and a wild chicken will never become a phoenix. And if you dare bully Shuqi, you deserve to be cheated on. So what if you can take Shuqi to buy a car? Shuqi is not that shallow, and she still looks down on you. This remark seemed to have completely angered Li Shuaijie. The anger that had built up for so long exploded at this moment, and he punched Jiang Tan directly in the stomach. If a tiger doesn't show its ferocity, people really take it for granted. Jiang Tan let out a muffled grunt from the blow. He didn't expect Li Shuaijie to be so strong. The two men were both big and strong, and they were both arrogant and defiant. They didn't take long to start fighting with each other. Jiang Tan's younger brother, who was standing nearby, saw his boss get beaten up and rushed in, and the situation turned into two people fighting one person. But even so, Li Shuaijie was still in the upper hand. He didn't work so many part-time jobs for nothing, and he didn't practice taekwondo for nothing. Jiang Tan is a rich kid, delicate and weak, and how can he compare with someone who is usually spoiled? Moreover, Jiang Tan was weaker than Li Shuaijie in terms of strength and height, and he quickly lost. But his eyes still showed defiance, struggling to get up from the ground and rushing up again. Because they were fighting on the street, someone quickly called the police. Coincidentally, the police station was nearby, and it took less than 5 minutes from the time the police arrived to the time they arrested the people and took them to the police station. After the police had learned the whole story of the fight, they made the two men give a statement and gave them a good talking to. Finally, they asked the two men to notify their parents and take them back to the police station. Jiang Tan had no choice but to call his father. However, Li Shuaijie's parents had died young, and his grandparents were in their hometown, so he didn't know who to call. He had no choice but to ask the police officer, "Can I get a friend to come? I'm an adult, why do I need to call my parents?" You know you're an adult? An adult would not do such a childish thing. No, this matter must be handled by the parents. If the parents cannot be reached, notify the school teacher. Uncle Policeman, please be lenient. I really can't notify the parents, and it's even more impossible to notify the teacher. And if this matter gets out at school, he might even get punished. And if the worst happens and Chen Shuqi is implicated, and it's discovered that she's pregnant, the situation will be even worse. And he might even be expelled. Jiang Tan needn't be afraid. His father is the principal of the school, and his uncle is in the education bureau. On the other hand, after Jiang Tan called his father, who was ashamed of him, didn't come in person, and simply told his secretary to come and pick him up. And just when Li Shuijie was annoyed and didn't know what to do, suddenly Chen Shuqi's father walked in. The police officer came forward and asked, "Which parent are you?" Jiang Tan was stunned when he saw Chen Shuqi's father. "Uncle Chen? Why are you here? Did my father ask you to come?" The policeman thought Jiang Tan knew him and assumed he had come to collect Jiang Tan. "You've come to collect Jiang Tan, right? Sign here." But Chen Shuqi's father ignored Jiang Tan and pointed at Li Shuijie, saying, "No, I've come to collect Li Shuijie." The policeman asked, "Are you Li Shuijie's?" Chen's father said proudly, "He's my son-in-law." Jiang Tan, "Uncle Chen, what are you talking about?" Police officer, "What? Son-in-law? Aren't these two students? Moreover." The police officer looked at Li Shuijie and then Chen's father. The man in a suit and with a watch worth hundreds of thousands of yuan was obviously rich, while Li Shuijie looked like a loser. These two people look like they have nothing in common. If you want to say that they have something to do with the other guy Jiang Tan, he would believe it. After all, Jiang Tan is dressed in designer clothes, wearing a famous watch, and his possessions add up to hundreds of thousands of dollars. Coupled with his arrogant manner, it is obvious that he is the son of some rich family. Jiang Tan was shocked. "Uncle Chen, have you made a mistake? This person even made Shuqi cry today." But unexpectedly, Chen's father not only wasn't angry, but also said with a servile face, "That must be because our Shuqi doesn't know any better. Shuijie, don't be angry. She has been spoiled by me since she was little and has a bit of a temper. Don't worry, I'll go back and give her a good scolding later." Chen Shuqi's father was so angry with his daughter today that he almost died. He really didn't know what was going on in his daughter's head. If she hadn't lost her temper for no reason, they would have got the manor worth over 100 million yuan today. Li Shuijie didn't have any parents, so if Shuqi really ended up with Li Shuijie, he would be able to move into the manor with a clear conscience. A place that many people can only dream of, and he is just one step away from living there. But then his unworthy daughter broke up with the guy at this very moment. He heard that Li Shuijie was taken into the police station by the police as soon as he came out of Jiangnan Haojing, and immediately hurried over to pick him up. Li Shuijie quickly persuaded, "Uncle, this is not Shuqi's fault, you must not blame her." "It's all my fault. Uncle, you know that you are a good boy. I'm 100% confident in Shuqi's hands." Jiang Tan was dumbfounded when he saw Chen's father flattering Li Shuijie like this. "Uncle Chen, are you crazy? That poor loser is worthy of Shuqi? Don't talk nonsense. I haven't even settled the score with you for beating Shuijie up like this today." Jiang Tan saw that Chen's father, who had always been very nice to him and even fawned over him, suddenly spoke to him so harshly. Jiang Tan directly shouted at Li Shuijie, "Li Shuijie, what the hell did you do to the Chen family?" Li Shuijie remained silent. It might be because of his ability. Chapter 16, Taken home by the father-in-law, saving the school beauty's wife. After Li Shuijie was let out of the police station by Chen Shuqi's father, he went to Chen Shuqi's house at the other person's kind invitation. It so happened that he had also planned to wait until he returned to school to have a good talk with Chen Shuqi again. After all, if Chen Shuqi really got angry and hit the baby, then everything would really be lost. Chen Shuqi's house was very large, a large villa in the city center, with a market value of at least several million. Li Shuijie was ushered into the house and stood in the entrance hall, getting ready to change his shoes. He suddenly remembered that he had worn socks with holes in them when he left the house today, and he felt a bit embarrassed. Chen's father, on the other hand, enthusiastically pulled him directly inside. "Xiaojie, come on in, we're all family." Before he could change his shoes, Li Shuijie looked at the clean Persian carpet and saw the black footprints he had left on it, which made him even more embarrassed. The uncle, I'd better change my shoes first. What shoes? It's all family, I'll just ask the aunt to clean it up later. Li Shuijie still felt that it would be rude not to change his shoes, so he finally took them off. His sock thumb directly poked out of the big hole, which looked particularly comical. Li Shuijie never expected to take off his shoes today, let alone in front of his future father-in-law. It was really embarrassing. He wished his toes could dig a palace castle out. Shen's father saw the hole in his socks and didn't care at all. A real man doesn't care about trifles. Your uncle was the same when he was young. It's fine, it's fine. Li Shuijie looked around at the interior decoration of the house, which could almost be described as magnificent. It's no wonder Shu Qi's father looked down on him at first. Who would want to marry their spoiled daughter to a poor loser with nothing? Shen's father pointed upstairs. Shu Qi should be in her room right now, go find her yourself. That's not a good idea. What's wrong with that? Go on, hurry up. The girl is good at everything, except she has a bad temper. But she's soft-hearted, so sometimes you can use a little trickery to win her over. Li Shuijie understood what Shen's father meant. He felt a little strange, being taught by his father-in-law how to woo a girl. Don't worry, uncle, I'll take good care of Shu Qi. Shen's father nodded in satisfaction. Li Shuijie had just gone upstairs when he saw a woman dressed in expensive clothes open a room door and come out. She bumped into Li Shuijie. She was startled by the sudden appearance of a stranger in her home. Seeing how he was acting cautiously, she thought he was a thief. Li Shuijie guessed that this must be Chen Shuqi's mother. But before he could say auntie, Chen Shuqi's mother suddenly shouted, "Thief! Catch the thief!" She then picked up a baseball bat nearby and swung it around blindly. Aha! Li Shuijie quickly backed away, explaining as he did so, Auntie, I'm not a thief. Until Li Shuijie could no longer retreat, almost to the stairwell. Chen Shuqi, who was crying and sat in the room, heard her mother's voice outside and hurriedly ran out. Chen Shuqi's father, who was downstairs, also hurried upstairs after hearing the sound. As soon as Chen Shuqi saw her mother chasing Li Shuijie and hitting him, she quickly went forward to stop her. Mom! Mom! Stop it, he's not a thief. As a result, Chen Shuqi's mother didn't stop in time, and Chen Shuqi was hit with a baseball bat. She slipped and was about to fall down the stairs. Chen Shuqi's father was at the top of the stairs, watching his daughter about to fall. He was so scared that he shouted, "Shuqi, be careful." Li Shuijie saw that it was not good, and quickly grabbed Chen Shuqi with lightning speed. However, due to inertia, the two still fell to the ground. Chen Shuqi was unharmed because Li Shuijie had held her tightly. However, Li Shuijie had taken the brunt of the fall and his head had hit the wall at the corner of the stairs. Are you okay? Li Shuijie asked anxiously, looking at Chen Shuqi, who was terrified and in his arms. I'm fine. Li Shuijie, are you okay? Chen Shuqi came to her senses, but she was still shaken and touched her stomach. If it weren't for Li Shuijie, if she had really fallen, she would definitely have had a bad ending. I'm fine, I'm just a little dizzy. Li Shuijie felt a dizzy spell in his head, and the whole world seemed to be spinning. Ah! Li Shuijie, you're bleeding. Li Shuijie reached up and touched his head, and sure enough, it was sticky and wet. Don't worry, I didn't. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Shuijie blacked out and lost consciousness. When Li Shuijie woke up again, he was already in the hospital. Chen Shuqi was sitting next to him, looking at him with a worried expression. She suddenly remembered that she had also fallen, and thinking that she was pregnant, she was also worried about hurting the baby. Li Shuijie, are you okay? Chen Shuqi, how are you? Chen Shuqi also hurriedly asked when she saw Li Shuijie wake up. Li Shuijie, I'm fine. Chen Shuqi, I'm fine. Once again, they spoke in unison. Li Shuijie, Shuqi, today. Chen Shuqi, Li Shuijie, thank you today. If it weren't for you, I'd be the one lying here today. I'm really sorry. My mother. Li Shuijie quickly said, No. I was too abrupt today, and the aunt didn't know me and thought I was a thief. It's normal to be self-defensive. Li Shuijie suddenly remembered Chen Shuqi's abortion appointment today, and quickly took the opportunity to apologize. Shuqi, I was in the wrong today. In the future, I won't do anything you don't like. Can we keep the baby? Chen Shuqi touched her belly. In fact, she was just angry when she said today that she wanted to reconsider whether to keep the baby. Although it was only 2 months old, she could clearly feel that the baby in her belly was a living being. If she really has to abort, she doesn't want to. But she is stubborn for the sake of appearances, and says, "I'll think about it." After a while, Li Shuijie feels the urge to urinate, but Chen Shuqi has been called away by the doctor to explain something, and is not in the room. But even if she were here, he would be embarrassed to ask for help. Li Shuijie gets out of bed, holding the drip bottle in one hand, and heads for the bathroom. But when he got to the bathroom, he found that there was nowhere to hang the drip bottle, and he was so anxious that he felt like he was about to pee his pants. He heard the sound of a ward door opening outside. It was Chen Shuqi returning. Just as he was torn between whether to ask Chen Shuqi to come in and help, the bathroom door was knocked on. Knock, knock, knock. And then Chen Shuqi's voice, as beautiful as a silver bell, rang out, "Li Shuijie, are you in there?" Li Shuijie felt that he really couldn't hold it in anymore, and he didn't care about being embarrassed. He felt that it would be even more embarrassing if he peed his pants. So he quickly replied, "I'm in here." "Shuqi, can you come in and help me go to the bathroom for a bit?" Chapter 17, Learning the Ins and Outs of the Night with the School Beauty's Wife. After hearing Li Shuijie's request for help in the bathroom, Chen Shuqi was stunned at the door. Does she have to hold it for him? Although they had been in the closest of proximity, they were essentially still strangers who had only known each other for a few days. Then she heard Li Shuijie continue to say from inside, "There's no place to hang the drip bottle, can you come in and get it for me?" Chen Shuqi let out a sigh of relief. So he wanted her to get the drip bottle for him. What was she thinking? Chen Shuqi blushed and replied, "Oh, okay." With a click, the bathroom door opened. Chen Shuqi blushed and asked, "Do you need any help?" "Well, there's nowhere to hang the drip bottle, so could you get it for me? I can't take my trousers down. Or, I could get you a male doctor." "It's too late, I'm in a hurry." In fact, Li Shuijie wasn't a little bit in a hurry, he was very, very in a hurry, so much so that he felt like he was about to pee his pants. Seeing Li Shuijie's face turn red from holding it in, and the way he kept crossing and uncrossing his legs and stamping his feet, Chen Shuqi could tell that he really was in a hurry. It would be petty to refuse to help him with such a small favor. "Ah, okay." Chen Shuqi quickly stepped forward and took the 4 bottle. Li Shuijie didn't care much either, and hurriedly pulled down his pants. Chen Shuqi quickly closed her eyes, but still caught a glimpse. She heard the sound of water. In the quiet bathroom, it sounded like a floodgate had been released. Chen Shuqi's face grew redder and redder, and she suddenly remembered the great harmony of life with Li Shuijie that night. In fact, the next day it really hurt, so much that she couldn't walk, but she was too scared to stop running in pain. She had experienced it herself and knew that Li Shuijie was actually quite big. And to be able to do it all at once was even more than she had expected. After Li Shuijie had relieved his urgent need, he finally shook with relief. Seeing Chen Shuqi blushing next to him, with her eyes tightly shut, he thought she was a bit cute. Now she was so shy, but he clearly remembered that Chen Shuqi was very enthusiastic that night. He really wanted to experience it again. Last time, he drank too much and the lights were off, so he didn't feel anything. Now the more he thinks about it, the more he regrets it. She is the school beauty queen. It's a waste to turn off the lights. I heard that after 3 months of pregnancy, you can do some harmonious exercises. The more he thinks about it, the more he feels like acting stupidly. He quickly forces himself to start reciting the mantra of purification. What is he dreaming about? She's the school beauty queen, and he hasn't even won her over yet, and he's already thinking about all this nonsense. He should be worrying about how to keep Chen Shuqi from getting an abortion. Reactivate his system. That way he can keep spending money, otherwise at the end of the month he won't be able to pay off his loans and credit cards. Yes, the top priority is to coax Chen Shuqi into keeping the baby. Hearing the sound of water, Chen Shuqi hurriedly asked, "Okay, are you done?" Li Shuijie also replied, "Yes." Chen Shuqi opened her eyes and the two of them exited the bathroom. Li Shuijie returned to the hospital bed and looked at Chen Shuqi. The two of them looked at each other without saying anything, not knowing what to say. Li Shuijie didn't know how to start. In fact, Li Shuijie had always been curious about why Chen Shuqi was at the Jinwan Tobacco and Liquor store 2 months ago. He went there because of Sea Lily, but ended up in the wrong hotel room. So who was she waiting for that day? Li Shuijie thought this in his head and asked directly, "Shuqi, who were you waiting for that day?" Chen Shuqi's hand trembled as she heard Li Shuijie's question. It's fine, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. I'm just curious. It's your privacy. It's nothing you can't ask. I was actually waiting for Fu Hanyu. He invited me to dinner, but stood me up. I accidentally drank a little wine, and I was afraid of affecting my roommates when I went back to the dormitory, so I got a room and went to sleep. I didn't expect you to come. Chen Shuqi handed the peeled apple to Li Shuijie. Li Shuijie took the apple and took a bite. It was very sour. Sourer than lemon. But he swallowed it. He had long heard that the reason why the school beauty had never agreed to Jiang Tan's advances was because she had liked someone else for many years. It turned out that person was the legendary figure of Suhai University. Fu Hanyu. A genius who had obtained a double master's degree in economics and political science at the age of 18. The school beauty and Fu Hanyu. You like him? Chen Shuqi quickly denied it. No, it's not like that. Besides, Fu Hanyu has a fiancé. Fortunately, Fu Hanyu stood her up that day, otherwise she would never have met Li Shuijie. And you? Chen Shuqi knew what Li Shuijie wanted to ask, so she simply explained directly. He is my neighbor. At first I thought he liked me because he was very nice to me and always gentle. But then some time ago he told me that he had a fiancé and was about to get married. He even said that he treated me well because he regarded me as a sister and didn't have the slightest romantic feelings for me. In the end, he asked me out to dinner at Jinwanyan. I happened to want to make things clear with him, but he didn't show up. I don't know why, but I got drunk and just opened a room at the hotel. As for what happened afterwards, Chen Shuqi glanced at Li Shuijie. Now I think about it, the heavens really do joke. Li Shuijie nibbled on the sour apple. So, do you like him? No. Chen Shuqi stood up and walked to the bathroom to wash the fruit knife. Li Shuijie took a few revengeful bites of the sour apple, and for a moment, he couldn't tell if it was the sourness of the apple or the sourness in his heart. Ding dong. Chen Shuqi's phone on the table suddenly lit up. The phone kept ringing. The 4 words Brother Hanyu flashed on the screen, catching Li Shuijie's eye. The apple was even more sour now, to the point where it was hard to eat. He hung up the phone. Chen Shuqi heard her phone ringing and came out of the bathroom after washing her hands. Did someone call me? Oh, it's Fu Hanyu. I hung up by accident. Li Shuijie pretended to be indifferent and said, Do you want to call back? As he said this, Li Shuijie took another big bite of the sour apple. Just then, a text message came through. Little girl, I'm getting engaged next Saturday, remember to come. Chen Shuqi read the message, clenched her lower lip, looked at her phone for a long time, looked up at Li Shuijie with watery eyes, and thought for a long time before slowly speaking. Li Shuijie, next Saturday, are you free? What's next Saturday? Can you accompany me to Fu Hanyu's engagement ceremony? Li Shuijie didn't say anything. I always feel a little green overhead. I'm begging you, can I go as my boyfriend? Chapter 18, The Thoughtful School Beauty Helps Buy Underwear. Can you accompany me to Fu Hanyu's engagement ceremony as my boyfriend? Li Shuijie sighed and finally relented. Okay, I'll go with you, but you have to promise me that you won't see him again after this. Because I'll be jealous. Chen Shuqi was taken aback and gave a shy smile. After all, he is considered my brother. Since he invited me, I still have to go, but thank you, Li Shuijie. You're welcome. Well, I'll be right back. Chen Shuqi turned around and prepared to leave the ward. Li Shuijie could tell at a glance that she seemed to be in a bad mood. Shuqi. Hearing Li Shuijie call out to him, Chen Shuqi stopped in his tracks. Li Shuijie got off the bed, walked over to Chen Shuqi, and patted her on the shoulder. You can cry on my shoulder if you want. Cry about what? I know, you don't have to pretend in front of me. You like someone who is getting engaged, aren't you sad? Li Shuijie gently pressed Chen Shuqi's head against his chest and then gently lifted his hand and placed it on Chen Shuqi's back and patted her. Chen Shuqi looked confused. She had just wanted to boil some water and had just noticed that there was no hot water in the room. But she didn't explain and just blushed and obediently laid her head on Li Shuijie's chest. In fact, she had also thought she liked Fu Hanyu before, but of course it was just an idea, just because at that time she didn't know what it meant to like someone. Now she seemed to know. And she just felt very strange at the time, because Fu Hanyu had obviously asked her out, but he didn't show up in person, and she felt a bit let down. Chen Shuqi's height was just right to bury her head in Li Shuaijia's chest. Li Shuaijia felt Chen Shuqi's perky breasts pressed tightly against his chest. Although he also knew that she was sad and this was not the time to think about such things, he still couldn't help but feel a little distracted. Li Shuaijia didn't even need to look down to be able to smell the faint, sweet fragrance of Chen Shuqi's hair, which shot straight into his nostrils. It stimulated his sense of smell. Unlike the perfume that other women like to use, that fragrance is more like body odor, which is very pleasant to smell and not at all pungent. In fact, many women like to use perfume, but they don't know that some men actually don't like it, like him. Because his sense of smell is relatively acute, he has always been sensitive to smells. In the past, Silly liked to wear perfume, and he actually sometimes felt uncomfortable when he was close to Silly, but he never said anything, for fear of upsetting Silly. In fact, he mentioned once that after smelling the new perfume on Silly, he accidentally sneezed twice. He casually said that the perfume was a bit pungent. As a result, Silly turned her face away from him on the spot and mocked him for having no taste, saying that a milliliter of that perfume costs thousands of dollars, and sarcastically calling him a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. Since then, he has been afraid to say anything. However, Chen Shuqi's scent did not make him feel uncomfortable at all, but instead gave him a feeling of being in a sweet candy house. Li Shuaijia couldn't help but sniff it again, it was really heady. Not only that, Chen Shuqi's long hair was also very smooth, which was very suitable for tying two ponytails and then grabbing it from behind. The more he thought about it, the more deviant Li Shuaijia felt. While the other person was so sad, his own mind was full of lewd thoughts. But there was nothing he could do. He just couldn't control his mind. He knew it was wrong, he knew it was despicable, but he just couldn't help it. Chen Shuqi leaned on Li Shuaijia's shoulder, and even felt a little drowsy. She gave a few yawns. During this time, Li Shuaijia had to pretend to comfort Chen Shuqi while also controlling his mind and not letting it wander in those messy directions. Until he felt his shoulders getting a little numb and moved them, Chen Shuqi noticed and immediately got up. "Thank you, Li Shuaijia, I'm really fine." At this moment, Chen Shuqi completely lost her usual aloofness and became exceptionally gentle. Li Shuaijia believed that no one had seen Chen Shuqi like this before. Because the doctor said that Li Shuaijia's brain injury was quite serious and there was a risk of concussion. Therefore, he needs to be hospitalized for 3 days to be monitored for any aftereffects. Chen Shuqi volunteered to take care of him. She said that Li Shuaijia was injured because of her, so it was only right that she take care of him. However, on the first night, she encountered something very embarrassing. Li Shuaijia had no clean clothes, not even underwear. He could have worn the hospital gown, but he couldn't stay in the hospital for 3 days without changing his clothes every day. He had no choice but to call his roommate and ask him to pack up his things and send them over. But his phone had been broken during the fight with Jiang Tan, so he had to borrow Chen Shuqi's phone. He was only on good terms with Zhang Yong in the whole dormitory, and he could only remember Zhang Yong's phone number. But after calling several times, it rang for a few seconds and then hung up. Then he remembered that Zhang Yong had told him that he rarely answered unfamiliar calls. "If not, I'll go to the supermarket and buy you some groceries first, and tomorrow I'll go to school and talk to your roommate for you," Chen Shuqi suggested. Li Shuaijia didn't have any other options. It was late, and he didn't want Chen Shuqi to go back to school alone. Although the road wasn't long, she was pregnant after all, so it was better to be safe than sorry. "This is the only thing to do now, so thank you, Shuqi." "It's okay, it's no trouble. It's what I should do." Li Shuaijia felt that Chen Shuqi's attitude towards him seemed to have changed a little. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he always felt that she had become more gentle in the way she spoke. Chen Shuqi left the ward and went to a nearby small shopping mall to buy things for Li Shuaijia. Towels, wash basins, toothbrushes, toothpaste. She bought everything she could think of, and fortunately none of these things were heavy. After buying the things, she was ready to go back to the hospital. When she passed a men's underwear store, she stopped in her tracks. After all these days, she should buy some underwear for a change. Chen Shuqi hesitated for a long time at the door, but she finally made up her mind and walked in. She had never been in a men's underwear store before, but as soon as she entered, a shop assistant came up to her and greeted her with a smile, asking, "Miss, are you buying underwear for your boyfriend or husband? What type would you like? I can give you some recommendations. Oh, by the way, we also have some sexy underwear here, suitable for young couples like you and newlyweds to spice things up. Would you like to take a look?" No, just these ordinary ones, and I'll take 2 pairs for washing." Chen Shuqi blushed. She had never imagined that there were so many varieties of men's underwear, and she had thought that only women's underwear came in a wide range of styles. She walked straight to the area with the most ordinary underwear and said, "Just these will be fine." Salesperson, "Okay, what about the size?" Size? Chen Shuqi suddenly realized that she didn't know what size underwear Li Shuaijie wore. Salesperson, "That's right, what size underwear does your boyfriend wear? I'll help you pick them out." Chen Shuqi's face turned even redder, and in a voice like a mosquito's buzz, she said, "Ahem, well, I don't know what size he wears, but he's quite big." Chapter 19. The School Beauty Queen's shy look is so cute. I don't know what size he wears, but he is quite big. Chen Shuqi also didn't know why she had said such a thing. But once words are spoken, they are like water spilled out of the bottle. You can send a wrong message on VX and withdraw it 3 minutes later, but you can't take back what you said. The salesperson is used to women buying men's underwear, and there are all kinds of women. Because their store sells mid to high-end brands, the prices are on the high side. Ordinary people don't usually come here to buy these kinds of underwear. The people who do are either rich wives, buying for their husbands. These people buy the basic, comfortable styles and usually just take them and go. Or it could be newlyweds from a well-off family, buying together. They might buy something with a little bit of sex appeal, but mostly it's comfort that's the main focus. Then there are the shy girls like Chen Shuqi, who come in alone. They obviously want to buy something for their boyfriend, but are too shy to do so. They usually end up buying something sexy. Chen Shuqi is shy, but she picked the oldest, most common style. At first, she thought she was buying them for her father, but then she realized that wasn't realistic. If she was buying them for her father, she wouldn't have been so shy. And she asked as soon as she entered the door, and Chen Shuqi didn't deny that she was buying them for her boyfriend. Now she heard Chen Shuqi describe the size of the underwear like this. And she actually described it so bluntly. This was the first time she had seen this kind of situation. The salesperson was first taken aback, then he snickered secretly and flirted, "In that case, then you must be very sexually happy." Chen Shuqi's face flushed even more, and she felt that she could practically pick an aircraft carrier out with her toes. But men's underwear also depends on the hip size. If you don't know the size, you can tell me his height and weight, and I can help you choose. Chen Shuqi's face turned red up to her neck, and even her ears turned red. Well, he is about 180 centimeters tall, and I don't know his weight. But he is quite thin. Salesperson, then I suggest you buy 2 sizes larger. Chen Shuqi quickly said, okay, just get me 2 pairs. After Chen Shuqi paid, the salesperson handed her the packaged underwear with both hands, saying, "Thank you for coming. There is a small gift from our store inside. I hope you like it." Chen Shuqi didn't care at all what was inside, and quickly slipped away with the underwear. When she arrived at the hospital, Chen Shuqi's face was still red, and her heart was pounding. Just thinking about the way the salesperson looked at her, she wanted to dig a hole and bury herself right there. "Shuqi, why are you so red? Is there something wrong with your body?" Li Shuaijie asked immediately with concern. Chen Shuqi handed over everything she had bought to Li Shuaijie. No, you go wash up first and get some rest early." Li Shuaijie took what Chen Shuqi had bought for him. He was touched. It was the first time in his life that a girl had taken the initiative to spend money on him. Before, he was the one who had to rush to buy things for other people, and even when he did buy things, he was not appreciated, and was mocked for being a dog licker. Li Shuaijie took the things and went into the bathroom. Li Shuaijie discovered that Chen Shuqi was very careful and thoughtful in what she did, and that the things she bought were very complete and had everything, even things like razors and shaving foam. Thinking about her small frame, and the fact that she was pregnant, even though these things were not too heavy, each item added up to quite a bit of weight, and it took a lot of effort for her to carry them back alone. Such a beautiful woman, who usually doesn't touch water with her fingers, is going to give birth to his child, and while pregnant, she has to take care of him and also buy him these things. Li Shuaijie was so moved that he was about to cry. He believed that the old Li family must have had smoke rising from the ancestral grave, or else his deceased parents were blessing him. What merit did Li Shuaijie have to have such a beautiful daughter-in-law to give him a child and now take such good care of him? Suddenly Li Shuaijie noticed a bag containing men's underwear. He remembered the brand, which seemed very expensive. When he shopped for underwear with his roommate in the supermarket before, his roommate had teased him that if a girl was willing to buy underwear of this brand for him in the future, he should marry her. The most common pair of these underwear cost several hundred yuan, and there are 2 pairs here, while he usually only buys 19.9 yuan for 2 pairs of underwear from a certain online store with free shipping. Li Shuaijie opened the underwear bag and found that it happened to be a 2XL size that he was wearing. He took the underwear out of the bag and glanced at the price tag. Holy cow, 500 yuan for 1 pair. 2 pairs is 1,000 yuan. He would have to try them on later to feel the difference between these 500 yuan underwear and the 5 yuan underwear. After Li Shuaijie took the underwear out of the bag, he found that there was actually something else inside, so he reached in curiously and felt it. He pulled out a box of birth control products, and they were the largest size. The advertising slogan on the box was particularly bold. Super close fit, super lubrication. 1 body, 2 pleasures. Why did Chen Shuqi buy this? Was she hinting at him? Just as he was wondering, the bathroom door was knocked on. Hey, take a look and see if there's anything else you need, Chen Shuqi said from outside the door. Li Shuaijie quickly stuffed the family planning supplies into his pocket and responded that there was nothing else and that the shopping was complete. After Li Shuaijie came out of the bathroom, the blush on Chen Shuqi's face had not completely subsided. Li Shuaijie said to Chen Shuqi, "You must be tired carrying all this stuff by yourself. You have to be careful now. Actually, it's okay, it's not very heavy. Don't worry, I don't feel uncomfortable anywhere." After thinking about it, he added, "The baby is also doing well. That's good. You've worked hard this time, but in the future, I'll take care of this kind of manual labor." Li Shuaijie patted himself. Chen Shuqi blushed and smiled. "By the way, is the underwear size correct? The shop assistant said that if I bought the wrong size, I could exchange it if I hadn't worn it yet." "No, it's not the wrong size, but there's something else inside the underwear." "Did you buy it?" Li Shuaijie asked tentatively. "Something else? Oh. It might be a small gift from the shop assistant." "What is it?" "No, it's nothing. It's just a box of stickers." "Stickers? What kind of stickers?" "They're just pictures of underwear. They're useless. I threw them away." "Oh." Li Shuaijie realized that Chen Shuqi didn't know what was in the box either. He decided not to tell her, or else it would be embarrassing later. Although he could almost imagine how shy Chen Shuqi looked when she entered the men's underwear store. She must have looked very cute. He really wanted to see her. Chapter 20. The school beauty's wife went to the school to find Li Shuaijie's roommate. The dormitory building A of Suhai University was unusually lively downstairs. The reason was none other than the school beauty Chen Shuqi and another pretty girl downstairs, who seemed to have been standing there for a long time, waiting for someone. Although it was already autumn, the temperature was not high, and there were gusts of cool wind. It was a crisp autumn day. But it was broad noon, and the sun was still very poisonous. Some guys are worried that the school flower's snow-white, delicate skin will get tanned, and they are especially distressed. Others are crazy jealous of who the person is that the school flower is waiting for. Hey, who do you think the school flower is waiting for? How would I know? It's not me she's waiting for anyway. I also want to know who is so important that the school flower has been waiting for so long. The girl next to the school flower is also very cute. As expected, people of similar character and background tend to gather together, and beautiful people are willing to hang out with beautiful people. That must be Su Xiaomian, the music department's flower girl. So she's the music department's flower girl, no wonder I haven't seen her around much. I'm still curious about who the school flower is waiting for. If I find out, I'll assassinate him tonight. Shuqi, who are we waiting for? We've been waiting for so long, don't you have his contact information? Can't you just give him a call? When the hell is he coming? Chen Shuqi's girlfriend Su Xiaomian asked, a little tired from standing for so long in her high heels and a little impatient from the sun, as she didn't have an umbrella. Waiting for one of Li Shuaijie's roommates. I don't have his phone number. Li Shuaijie asked him to do something. Chen Shuqi looked at the time and answered. Who is Li Shuaijie? Why is this name so corny? Hey! Wait a minute, why does this name sound so familiar? Ah! It's the dog licker who went crazy chasing the flower of the department next door a while ago, my arch-rival, Silly Li? No way, if I had known it was him, why would I have dressed up so nicely? I thought you were looking for some handsome guy. Chen Shuqi heard her best friend Su Xiaomian describe Li Shuaijie like this, and her heart felt a little uncomfortable, and she frowned her pretty eyebrows. Why does everyone think of Silly Li when they mention Li Shuijie? Chen Shuqi subconsciously explained that Li Shuijie and Si Lily had broken up a long time ago. They are not in a relationship anymore. Really? When did that happen? Last week when I came to school, I heard Si Lily bragging to someone that I told you that Li Shuijie, that poor loser, couldn't afford to buy me fruit 14, so he got a loan. A poor loser is a poor loser, he needs a loan to buy a mobile phone. A loan to buy a mobile phone? How is that possible? Chen Shuqi has seen him buy luxury cars worth tens of millions of yuan without batting an eyelid, and even the sales manager of Jiangnan Haojing is respectful towards him. How can someone like this be a poor loser? In fact, at first she also thought that Li Shuijie had won the lottery, but she checked and there have been no big prizes recently, the biggest prize being 420,000 yuan. And she heard from her father that Li Shuijie could enter the Jiangnan Haojing VIP room with a minimum net worth of 100 million yuan. Chen Shuqi thought that maybe Li Shuijie was just pretending to be poor, and that he was actually a member of a wealthy family or a rich second generation. Why not? I heard that Li Shuijie comes from a very ordinary family, and that he lost both his parents at a young age. His grandparents raised him, and he is a real poor man. Shuqi, why are you looking for his roommate? It's important. Su Xiaomian, if you're tired from standing, you can sit down and rest for a while. Forget it, you go and rest. You're in a special situation. Su Xiaomian sighed, looked at Chen Shuqi, and then rubbed the heels of her feet. No, I'm really not tired. Su Xiaomian saw that Chen Shuqi didn't want to talk about it, so she didn't ask anymore. Instead, she limped over to a nearby stool and rubbed her heels, which had become a little red from rubbing. Before long, several boys came over, offering her water and band-aids. A freshman with ears as red as a tomato came over and gave Su Xiaomian a deep bow. The boy got up from the ground. He had just walked by, and he had been pushed over, so he didn't stand firm and fell over. He didn't expect to be so humiliated. Su Xiaomian walked up and helped the boy up. With a gentle expression on her face, she asked, "Are you okay? Did it hurt when you fell?" Oh my god. Su Xiaomian is so gentle. I want to know all her information in 1 minute. I want to marry her. I declare that she will be my goddess from now on. Wake up, it's broad daylight, it's not time to dream. You can forget about it. Su Xiaomian had long since become unperturbed by such things. Although she was not as pretty as Chen Shuqi, the number of guys who had chased her since childhood was actually greater than the number of guys who had chased Chen Shuqi. This was because Chen Shuqi looked aloof and unapproachable, while she liked to wear cute Lolita dresses, liked to smile, and even more liked to play the innocent little flower. Chen Shuqi looked at the clock. Li Shuijie told her that her roommate Zhang Yang would usually return from the canteen at about 12:30 every day and she could wait for Zhang Yang downstairs at that time. Chen Shuqi was worried about missing him, so she didn't even bother to eat after class. She arrived at 11:30 and waited downstairs at the men's dormitory. She wasn't alone, though. Worried that she wouldn't be able to carry everything, she also asked her best friend Su Xiaomian, who happened to be looking for her, to come along. In the end, they still had to wait for more than an hour, and Li Shuijie was right. It was almost 12:30 when Li Shuijie's roommate, Zhang Yang, and a few others walked together in the direction of the dormitory. Zhang Yang saw that there were a lot of people downstairs from his dormitory from afar and thought something had happened. Zhang Yang looked around while picking his teeth. Hey, Zhou Yu, isn't that our dormitory downstairs? Why are there so many people? What's going on? Zhou Yu kept jumping up and looking around. I don't know, let's go and have a look. Zhang Yang and the others finally managed to squeeze into the crowd. They were confused about the situation when suddenly Chen Shuqi spotted him and walked up to him in full view of the crowd. Excuse me, are you Zhang Yang? Zhang Yang nodded a little dazedly, stammering with nervousness. School flower, you. What do you want? It's not me who wants you, it's Shuijie. He had a little accident and is in the hospital. Please let me talk to you, so that you can help him ask the teacher for leave, and then take 2 of his clothes to XXX hospital. If you're not convenient, you can give them to me directly. Shuijie is in the hospital? No wonder he didn't come home last night. I thought he was working overnight again to buy something for Silly. Zhou Yu, who was standing nearby, saw that Chen Shuqi's face looked strange and quickly gave his straight cancer roommate a wink. Sure enough, Chen Shuqi slowly spoke, did Li Shuijie really work overnight to buy something for Silly? Chapter 21, The School Beauty's Wife Ignored Him. It turned out that she was jealous. Li Shuijie noticed that something had been wrong ever since Chen Shuqi had returned from school, and she had never spoken to him. Shuqi, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Or is it because of the baby? It's nothing, I'm not unwell. Chen Shuqi interrupted Li Shuijie, are you hungry? I'm not. I'll go and get you some food. Chen Shuqi left without even waiting for Li Shuijie to finish speaking, her attitude cold. Li Shuijie was wondering what was going on when he suddenly received a call from his roommate Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong, thanks, I received the stuff. I also need to ask you to excuse me from class for me. Li Shuijie, do you take me as a friend or not? To be honest, what is your relationship with the school beauty? Oh, that. She fell down the stairs, and I saved her. Li Shuijie didn't dare to tell the truth. I see, no wonder, it turned out to be a heroic rescue. Li Shuijie, how come you got such a good thing? How does it feel to be personally taken care of by the school flower? It's okay. By the way, when Shuqi came to see you today, did you feel anything was wrong? Wrong? I felt that there was something wrong. You don't even know that after the school flower came to see me for you today, I almost got shark-bited by the school flower's supporters. I mean, was there anything wrong with the school beauty queen? Nothing was wrong. The school beauty queen came to see me to get something for you, and she told me that she didn't know you were in the hospital. You didn't come home last night, and I thought you were working overnight again to buy things for C. Lily. So, you told the school beauty queen that I was working overnight to buy things for C. Lily? Yes. Li Shuijie had a headache after hearing this. No wonder, I wondered why she had been frowning since she got back. Frowning? I heard that C. Lily and Chen Shuqi never got along, so maybe it's because she knows that C. Lily is your girlfriend. Well, ex-girlfriend now. Li Shuijie corrected. Hey, finally made up your mind not to be a toady? Zhang Yong teased. Screw you. Zhang Yong, what do you think women are thinking about all day long? I used to work my butt off buying things for Silly, only to be called a poor loser with no money who was still chasing after girls. Now that I have money, I buy a car and a house, but people think I'm humiliating her with my money. Who can I ask? Your buddy and I are also single. If I knew, I would have started dating someone a long time ago. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly the door to the hospital room was knocked on. Li Shuijie said to Zhang Yong on the other end of the phone, Zhang Yong, I'll go open the door first, wait for me a moment. Then he got out of bed and opened the door. There was a boy standing in the doorway, from the next ward, holding a bowl of dumplings in his hand. Excuse me, do you have any vinegar here? Vinegar? Yes, I'll dip the dumplings in it. I don't have any vinegar here. I'm sorry, I've disturbed you. The boy was about to leave with the dumplings when Li Shuijie suddenly shouted. Wait. The boy turned around. What's wrong? Li Shuijie repeated, as if he had suddenly come to a realization, vinegar? Did you just say vinegar? The boy holding the dumplings was full of surprise. Yes, why, do you have vinegar here? I understand. Thanks, buddy. Li Shuijie returned to the hospital bed, picked up his phone, and said to Zhang Yong, do you think there's a possibility that the school beauty queen is jealous? Li Shuijie, did you really hit your head? Still daydreaming? That's the school beauty queen. Although you did save her, it's nice of her to take care of you a little, but you really took it seriously and she's jealous of you. How dare you? Zhang Yong, I'm not joking with you, I really think the school beauty queen is jealous. Otherwise, why would she get so angry when she heard about Silly? Hehehe, Li Shuijie, compared to the school beauty queen liking you, I think it's more likely that you've won the lottery. How is that impossible? Okay, don't daydream in broad daylight, or you'll sleep too much during the day and won't be able to sleep at night. Buddy, I have to go, I'm busy. Li Shuijie hung up the phone and noticed that the guy who had just come to borrow some jealousy was still standing in the doorway. Buddy, do you have any jealousy at all? Li Shuijie thought he was being cool and crooked his mouth, saying that he really had jealousy, but he couldn't lend it to you. Come on, you're too stingy. Just then, Chen Shuqi returned with an insulated lunchbox. Her face still showed little smile, just as her classmates at school described the cold goddess and school flower, not the Chen Shuqi he had gotten to know in the past few days. Looking at the boy standing in the doorway, Chen Shuqi politely smiled and asked, May I ask who you are looking for? The boy stuttered directly when he saw Chen Shuqi's smile. I'm not looking for anyone. Li Shuaijie blocked the boy's direct, almost lustful gaze. The boy who saw Chen Shuqi froze. This is too beautiful, man, what kind of person is this? Li Shuaijie complained, can't you tell, man, stop drooling, don't look, this is my woman. The boy was also rude, don't kid around, would such a beautiful girl look at you? Hey, what do you mean? Who are you looking down on? Time to eat. Chen Shuqi placed the lunchbox on the table with a heavy thud. The doctor said you need to eat something light, so I made you some congee. Li Shuaijie asked cautiously, and what about you? I've already eaten, Chen Shuqi replied. The boy looked at the bowl of congee and suddenly the dumplings in it didn't smell very appetizing. Li Shuaijie saw the boy at the door still staring at Chen Shuqi and mercilessly slammed the door shut. Hurry up and eat, and after you're done I'll help you wash the thermos. I have to go back to school. Li Shuaijie was anxious when he heard Chen Shuqi was leaving. Shuqi, didn't you say you wanted to stay and take care of me? Chen Shuqi remained cold. I thought about it and still feel that there are many things that are inconvenient because we are two different sexes. Don't worry, your injury is because of me, so I found you a male nurse, and he should be here tonight. Shuqi, tell me the truth. Are you angry because Zhang Yang said that I work part-time to buy things for silly? Chen Shuqi paused in her hand movements, and then suddenly said loudly as if she had been poked in the heart, what is there to be angry about? I have nothing to do with you. You can buy for whoever you like. That's your business. As for whether you work part-time or use a credit card, whether you are a poor nobody or a local tyrant, it's none of my business. Don't talk nonsense, how is it none of your business? Li Shuaijie plucked up the courage to pull Chen Shuqi back, and took advantage of the situation to hug her from behind. You are the mother of my child, don't worry, in the future, all my money will be used by you alone. Oh, no, and our son will use it too. Apart from the last time when she got drunk and had sex with Li Shuaijie, this was still the first time she had been hugged by a man when she was sober, and she was suddenly flustered. Chapter 22, The School Beauty's Wife was hugged by someone else. I can't stand it. Li Shuaijie was secretly pleased to see that Chen Shuqi was not resisting. Taking the opportunity, he leaned over and whispered in her ear, Shuqi, are you jealous? Soft and fragrant like jade in his arms, the feel was also excellent. Li Shuaijie couldn't hold back and squeezed the waist of Chen Shuqi, which could be grasped in one hand. Chen Shuqi suddenly felt a tingling all over her body and felt a little weak in the legs. Her waist and earlobes are the two most sensitive spots, and normally no one can touch them, but this time, Li Shuaijie touched them all at once. Suddenly, all kinds of images of great harmony from 2 months ago in the hotel flashed through her mind, playing in her head like a slideshow. Her face suddenly turned red. Shuqi, how is Shuaijie? Just then, the ward door suddenly opened, and it was Chen Shuqi's parents. The four of them looked at each other, each feeling very awkward. Ahem, did we come at a bad time? Chen Shuqi quickly pushed Li Shuaijie away. Mom and Dad, don't get the wrong idea. Yes, Mom and Dad, uncles and aunts, don't get the wrong idea. Chen's father and mother looked at each other, and Chen's father laughed, ha, it's fine, we're family anyway, it doesn't matter what you call us. It's our fault, we came at a bad time. You too. You should know better than to come in without knocking, Chen's mother scolded her husband. Yes, it's my fault. Li Shuaijie blushed when he heard this. At this point, Chen Shuqi's mother walked over to Li Shuaijie and apologized, Shuaijie, right? I'm sorry, Auntie didn't know you were coming today. Shuqi, this girl, didn't even tell me she had a boyfriend. Look what happened. Auntie is also quite embarrassed. No, Auntie, I'm also to blame for this. I'm sorry for startling you by dropping by unannounced. Chen's mother sized up Li Shuaijie. He wore big, heavy glasses with black frames, his hair was long enough to cover his eyes, and he was wearing street clothes that cost no more than a few hundred yuan. If her husband hadn't reassured her, she would never have believed that such a person was worth at least 100 million yuan. Chen Shuqi's mother saw the congee on the table and said, Shuqi, how can you give a jie congee to drink? It's so nutritionally poor. Fortunately, I've prepared some. Chen's mother opened the thermos she was carrying and a strong, fragrant smell of bone soup hit her face. Auntie is here to apologize to you and to give you some bone soup. Drink it while it's hot. Yeah, your aunt has been stewing this bone broth all day, so you must drink plenty of it. Chen's father added. Okay, Auntie, I'll drink it later. Shuqi has taken such good care of me for so long, so let her drink some first. There's so much that I can't finish it all by myself. Shen's mother praised, looking at the boy. She could tell that he was a good person who knew how to care for others. Just then, Shen Shuqi, who had smelled the greasy bone soup, suddenly ran to the bathroom and kept dry heaving on the sink. Ugh! The physiological dry heaving made her tears flow, but she couldn't vomit anything but bitter water. Seeing this, Li Shuijie also hurriedly ran into the bathroom, constantly rubbing Shen Shuqi's back. Shen's father and mother, as people who had been there, looked at each other and immediately understood what was going on. Their faces instantly changed. It's fine for the two of them to be in a relationship, but now there's been a death, and that's a big problem. Few people would dare to judge the boy in this situation. They would just say that the girl didn't know how to take care of herself. When Shen Shuqi came out of the bathroom, Shen's mother walked over to her daughter. Shuqi, be honest with me, are you pregnant? Shen Shuqi's face turned pale, her eyes darting. Mom, what are you talking about? What are you talking about being pregnant? I don't understand, I just have a stomachache. Mom is a veteran in this area, and you still want to lie to her? Shen's mother's expression was serious. Shen's father also walked over to Li Shuijie's side and assumed an elder's posture, asking with a stern face. Xiaojie, your aunt and uncle are not old-fashioned people. You two can date, we don't object, but now our Shuqi. As a man, what are your thoughts? Without saying a word, Li Shuijie said, I'm ready to marry Shuqi at any time, I'm just afraid that Shuqi won't want to. Li Shuijie had confirmed a long time ago that the money from the childcare fund could be used for a wedding and a series of other activities, so he wasn't worried at all. And no matter how you look at it, he was the one who had gained the most from this. To be able to marry the school beauty as his wife was something that many people dreamed of, something he had never dared to hope for before. The bride price. The bride price is up to the parents-in-law. As soon as Chen's father heard this, he knew that his manor was in the running. Cough cough, our Shuqi has been pampered since she was a child and raised like a princess, so. Li Shuijie nodded, I understand, you just say it, no matter how much I won't refuse. The bride price is 880,000, plus a house and a car. 880,000 is a bit too little. 8.88 million, for good luck. Shen's father went directly dumb when he heard the bride price of 8.88 million and pinched his thigh. Li Shuijie continued, I just bought the car, so if you think it's too cheap, we can get another one. As for the house, Shuqi can choose for herself. No need to change it, that one is pretty good too. But that's a car worth over 1 million yuan. Shen's father continued to strike while the iron was hot, and once again mentioned the manor house he couldn't stop thinking about. The house I think we saw today at the manor house is pretty good. Li Shuijie was also unequivocal. Fine, as long as Shuqi likes it, we'll go buy it tomorrow. Hey. Shen's father was listening on the side, nodding his head like a hammer, so excited that he was holding his wife's hand. Shen's mother was completely convinced now. Dare to pay 8.88 million in bride price, that's really the ability only a billionaire would have. Just then, Shen Shuqi, who had been quiet, suddenly blushed. Who said I want to get married? I haven't even thought about it yet. It's okay Shuqi, if you don't like the manor, we can find another house. Shen Shuqi's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. Mom and Dad, do you only care about how much benefit I can bring you? You don't care whether I'm happy or not, or whether I like him or not. Shen's mother frowned. She suddenly couldn't understand what her daughter was thinking. Shuqi, what are you talking about? You chose Jackie yourself. You're pregnant with his child, are you telling me you don't like him? Then this is nonsense. Do you want to abort the baby? Shen Shuqi glanced at Li Shuijie. Her mind was in a complete mess, and she didn't know what to do. So she simply ran out of the ward. As a result, she ran not far before bumping into someone's arms. The smell of that person was extremely familiar to Shen Shuqi. She looked up and sure enough, it was Fu Hanyu. Li Shuijie had also followed her out of concern. What he saw was his future wife, who was as beautiful as a flower, being held by another man. Chapter 23. Seeing the school beauty's wife's favorite man, possessiveness took over. It's been a long time, are you okay? Fu Hanyu's voice sounded above Shen Shuqi's head. Li Shuijie came out and saw Shen Shuqi being held in the arms of another man, obediently blushing, and his face sank. He felt like there was a green cloud above his head. He walked up, his face displeased. Shen Shuqi suddenly felt a little guilty when she saw Li Shuijie's expression. She didn't know why, but she felt like she had betrayed Li Shuaijie even though there was nothing going on. She quickly struggled out of Fu Hanyu's embrace. "I'm sorry, Hanyu, I'm fine," Chen Shuqi replied awkwardly. "That's good to hear." Chen Shuqi smiled slightly and asked, "By the way, Hanyu, why are you here?" "Hanyu." A clear female voice sounded. Chen Shuqi looked in the direction of the sound and saw a woman wearing a long beige overcoat, a pure white shirt with a collar underneath, and straight blue jeans. She was wearing a pair of long black boots, which perfectly complemented her figure, making her look capable and somewhat charming. Fu Hanyu's voice was gentle. "Are you okay?" This is." The woman walked up to him and put her arm around his shoulder, as if to declare her ownership. Fu Hanyu introduced her as my neighbor's younger sister, the one I told you about, Chen Shuqi, Uncle Chen's daughter. Then he introduced Chen Shuqi, she is. "Hello Shuqi, I'm Hanyu's fiancé, He Qingyan." He Qingyan took the initiative to hold out his hand to Chen Shuqi. Chen Shuqi smiled a little and also held out her hand to He Qingyan. "Hello sister-in-law." The man next to Shu Qi. Fu Hanyu sized up Li Shuaijie. Li Shuaijie sized up Fu Hanyu in return. It turned out that this man was the legendary Fu Hanyu of Suhai University. Originally, Li Shuaijie had quite admired this man when he heard about him, but now there was only a kind of hostility as a man towards a rival. "I'm Shu Qi's." Li Shuaijie was at a loss for words when Chen Shuqi took the initiative to hold his hand. "He's my boyfriend." Fu Hanyu suddenly frowned. "Boyfriend? Shu Qi, when did you get a boyfriend? How come I didn't know? Why didn't you tell me?" "I didn't know that brother Hanyu was with his sister-in-law either. We're all adults, and it's not unusual to fall in love." Chen Shuqi answered with a smile. Fu Hanyu was suddenly at a loss for words. Li Shuaijie felt that Fu Hanyu was scrutinizing him, and this scrutiny carried obvious contempt and disdain. Of course, how could a favored son of heaven look down on a loser like him? "Hello, I'm Fu Hanyu." Fu Hanyu also took the initiative to introduce himself to Li Shuaijie and politely extended his hand. Li Shuaijie felt that Fu Hanyu did have an air of self-deprecating temperament. Of course, if he were still the poor loser with nothing, he might be too nervous to say anything, but now things are different. His ability to make money has made him stand up straight. He has to protect his wife. Li Shuaijie shook hands with Fu Hanyu. "Hello, Fu Shuejuan, I have heard a lot about your deeds. To be honest, I am still your junior." "So you're also a junior from Suhai University?" "I'm sorry, I don't really remember you." "It's normal for you not to know me, Fu Shueyuan. You graduated just as I entered the university." "I see. So you're a year below Shu Qi?" "Yes." Li Shuaijie withdrew his hand and replied. He could feel the strength with which Fu Shueyuan shook his hand. So this Fu Shueyuan has a deep hostility towards him. Not only girls have a sixth sense, guys do too, and they're pretty accurate. This kind of hostility is pretty normal for him. After all, rivals meet with extra jealousy. But why is Fu Hanyu so hostile towards him? Could it be that Fu Hanyu likes Shu Qi? But if so, why did he marry another woman? Chen Shuqi asked from the side at this time. So it turns out that brother Hanyu is here at the hospital with his sister-in-law. Is she not feeling well? He Qingyan smiled, touched her belly, and looked happy. "No, I just came for a pregnancy test." Chen Shuqi was taken aback, and, turning to the pregnancy test, asked with surprise, "So you're pregnant too? How many months are you?" Fu Hanyu, more than 2 months. He Qingyan, almost 3 months. 3 months. Chen Shuqi suddenly remembered that Fu Hanyu had said at the time that her birthday would be in a month. He would give her a surprise then. So this was the surprise? Chen Shuqi was at a loss. She couldn't figure out what Fu Hanyu wanted. At first, when Fu Hanyu asked her out, she didn't want to go, but after thinking about it, she finally went, at least to find out what was going on. She sent a message to Fu Hanyu saying that she would wait for him at Jinwan Yanyan. But not only did she not wait for Fu Hanyu, the person who asked her out didn't show up. In the end, she even lost her innocence. But that was all in the past. She glanced at Li Shuaijie secretly, and in fact, she was quite glad that she had gone. Otherwise, she might not have met him. She felt Li Shuaijie's hand suddenly placed on her waist, and her body trembled slightly. Li Shuaijie felt Chen Shuqi's body tremble and thought she was sad. As a result, Chen Shuqi touched her stomach with a happy face, and then shyly glanced at him. What a coincidence, it's just a pity that my sister-in-law got pregnant a month before me, otherwise I could have a baby with her. Fu Hanyu's face suddenly turned pale when he heard this. Have a baby together? Shuqi, are you pregnant too? When did this happen? Aren't you still at school? Whose baby is it? Li Shuijie noticed Fu Hanyu's change in expression and became more certain of his suspicions. Chen Shuqi, Hanyu, you're asking a funny question. Of course I'm pregnant with my boyfriend's child. My parents already know, and I plan to take a year off from school to have the baby. Shuqi, you really plan to have this baby? Chen Shuqi, of course. We've already had a pregnancy test, and the baby is 2 months old and healthy. Fu Hanyu gave Li Shuijie a disdainful look. Uncle Chun also agrees that you marry him? Chen Shuqi, yes, my father really likes Shuijie. Fu Hanyu looked at Li Shuijie in disbelief. How could Chen Shuqi's mercenary father agree to marry his daughter to such an unremarkable man? Li Shuijie took Chen Shuqi in his arms and said, Yes, I just talked to my father-in-law. The bride price is 8.88 million, plus $1 million luxury car and a Jiangnan manor. Fu Hanyu's face grew increasingly ugly. What did you just say about the amount of the bride price and the house? Li Shuijie looked at Chen Shuqi in his arms and said, The bride price is 8.88 million, for good luck, and there is also a manor in Jiangnan Haojing. I know that a 2,000 square meter manor is indeed a bit small and a bit of a letdown for Shuqi. After the baby is born, how about we get a bigger one, wife? Chen Shuqi suddenly blushed when she heard Li Shuijie call her that. Li Shuijie happened to look down and saw the scene. The school beauty's wife looked really cute when she blushed. Chapter 24, Calling each other husband and wife. Li Shuijie saw that Chen Shuqi didn't reply to him, so he called again, Wife? What do you say? Chen Shuqi blushed and said in agreement, Yes, I'll listen to my husband. Fu Hanyu re-examined Li Shuijie in front of him. The Jiangnan Haojing manor is worth at least tens of millions. Just who is this person? It seems that the entire Suzhou city has never heard of the Li family name. He Qingyan didn't know if it was true or not after hearing it, and looked very happy for Chen Shuqi. Really? Congratulations, Shuqi. Maybe we can even have our weddings together. Have you chosen a hotel for your wedding yet? Do you need me and Hanyu to give you recommendations? We looked at a lot of hotels and wedding planners before finally finding one that we were reasonably happy with. The price is a bit steep, though a wedding can cost millions. But I just heard that your boyfriend is willing to spend that much on you, so it shouldn't be a problem for him. The only problem is that it's hard to book the hotel, as many people book a year or two in advance. But our situation is special, and if I get pregnant, it won't look good in a wedding dress. Luckily, I'm friends with the owner, and our engagement ceremony is also there next Saturday. Hanyu should have told you about it, so you can come and have a look and decide then. Li Shuijie still held Chen Shuqi in his arms. Sister-in-law, you're so sweet, just when we were at a loss. It doesn't matter how much it costs, a wedding only happens once in a lifetime, I will definitely give Shuqi the grandest and most perfect one. Li Shuijie saw that Chen Shuqi's gaze seemed to still be on Fu Hanyu's body, and frowned slightly. Then he deliberately wrapped Chen Shuqi in his arms again. Shuqi, we really have to thank my sister-in-law, right? Li Shuijie looked at Chen Shuqi and winked. Chen Shuqi also came to her senses and echoed, Yes, thank you for recommending her. You can rest assured that we will definitely come to your engagement ceremony with brother Hanyu next Saturday. At this time, Fu Hanyu, who had not spoken, finally spoke. Qingyan, don't you still have other projects to do? Let's go first. Oh, right, okay. See you next Saturday, Shuqi sister. Fu Hanyu left without saying a superfluous word. Li Shuijie saw Chen Shuqi looking at the back of Fu Hanyu's leaving figure, and his tone of voice became a little sour and even more angry. The words that came out were a little reckless. What are you still looking at when the person is gone? He is about to marry another woman and have children, do you still want to be a third party? What are you talking about? I was just thinking, I didn't realize that it wasn't long before we both had our own. Happiness and families. Chen Shuqi froze for a moment. She didn't expect Li Shuijie to say that. Feeling misunderstood, she felt even more aggrieved, and her nose instantly felt a sense of sourness. At first, she just pouted her lips, as if she was trying her best to control herself from letting the tears fall. But it seemed that she had failed. Those beautiful, bright eyes became red, and tears flowed down her pretty face like a spring's water. Then she looked at Li Shuijie and accused him. Li Shuijie, you. Chen Shuqi pushed Li Shuijie away, wiping her tears as she ran forward. Li Shuijie watched as Chen Shuqi, who had just been in his arms, ran away from him. It was still because he couldn't speak. He felt a little annoyed. Worried that something had happened to Chen Shuqi, Li Shuijie hurriedly followed her, but he never found her. He was so anxious that he was like an ant on a hot pan, when suddenly he heard a small cry coming from the corner of the hospital's small garden. Li Shuijie walked over when he heard the familiar sound, and sure enough, as soon as he did, he saw a scene that made his heart ache. Chen Shuqi was crouching on the ground, her whole body curled up in a ball, her pretty little face buried between her knees, her petite body still twitching, looking exceptionally pitiful. Li Shuijie felt that he had indeed been a bit too harsh. He quickly walked up to her, knelt down, and apologized. "I'm sorry, Shuqi, it was just an outburst." "Don't cry, it's not good for your health." Chen Shuqi looked up, her dark eyes brimming with tears. When she saw Li Shuijie, she turned her head, stood up, and then shouted at him with a crying voice, "You, stay away from me, I don't want to talk to you anymore, you. Li Shuijie didn't know what to do for a moment, and he didn't know what to think. His mind was hot, so he directly held that face and kissed the small mouth that kept talking and tempting. Chen Shuqi kept struggling at first, slapping Li Shuijie's chest with her hands. As a result, she gradually stopped resisting and her whole body softened. Her whole face turned red. Li Shuijie looked at her, her eyes like big, round purple grapes, with tears in the corners of her eyes. She just stared at him, with an innocent and cute expression. And it was this kind of cuteness that made people want to just pounce on her. Instantly, his heart flared up, and then this flaring up spread from his head to his toes. "This is more effective than any Viagra." I had no recollection of having drunk too much before, but I had no idea that Chen Shuqi's mouth was so kissable. It was even softer and sweeter than Haichu jelly, and I wanted to gobble it up in one bite. Chen Shuqi's face was red, and her slightly swollen lips were still accusing. "You, how could you kiss me like a pervert?" Although she was accusing, her tone and inflection were like a spoiled child, tickling people's hearts. "Don't say things like you're not going to talk to me anymore. Say it again and I'll kiss you. You." Chen Shuqi was so embarrassed that she quickly pushed Li Shuijie away and prepared to turn around and flee, but suddenly she saw a small green snake not far away, spitting at her. "Ah! A snake!" She was so scared that she immediately turned around and jumped into Li Shuijie's arms behind her, her legs tightly wrapped around Li Shuijie's still robust waist. Li Shuijie hurriedly went to his chest, where Chen Shuqi's two peaks were tightly pressed against him. This undoubtedly added to his woes and sent him into the fire. In order to prevent Chen Shuqi from falling, he had to hold Chen Shuqi's two perky round buttocks with both hands. As a result, he couldn't help but squeeze them for a moment. The feel of them was really amazing. Chapter 25. Li Shuijie was discharged from the hospital and went to pick up his wife, the school beauty, in a luxury car. Chen Shuqi was so scared that she didn't realize that she had been groped. She was still holding onto Li Shuijie tightly. A snake, why is there a snake in the hospital?" Li Shuijie held Chen Shuqi's round buttocks with one hand and patted her back with the other, reassuring her, "Don't be afraid, don't worry, that snake is not poisonous." Chen Shuqi has been afraid of these snakes and insects since she was a child. "No, I can't, hurry, take me away, I'm scared." Okay, let's go, I'll take you away." Li Shuijie hugged Chen Shuqi and quickly left the small garden, walked to the small pavilion, and then put her down. "Okay, there are no more snakes here." Chen Shuqi was still shaken and trembling. "I've been bitten by a snake before, and it was a poisonous one. Fu Hanyu saved me at the time. If it wasn't for him, I probably would have died. That's why. I'm so grateful for his help. A girl will always be moved by something like this. Although my heart is still a little sour, I also feel a little sorry for Chen Shuqi." Chen Shuqi recovered and looked at Li Shuijie. "Actually, I should thank you." Li Shuijie also hurriedly apologized, saying, "No, I should be the one to say sorry to you. I was actually jealous when I said those things just now." Chen Shuqi shook her head, saying, "It's fine. In fact, I'm quite happy to see that he's getting married and is going to be a father soon, and I sincerely wish him the best." So, on that Saturday, at the engagement ceremony, Chen Shuqi's eyes were determined. "I'm going. After all, we're neighbors, so I'll trouble you then." Li Shuijie arranged Chen Shuqi's hair, which had been blown about by the wind. Chen Shuqi lowered her head and blushed slightly. Li Shuijie was discharged from the hospital 3 days later. On the day of his discharge, his roommates all came, but Chen Shuqi never came. Zhang Yong helped him pack his things. Li Shuijie kept looking out of the ward. But he didn't wait long for Chen Shuqi to come. "What are you looking at?" "It's my wife Shuqi." Zhang Yong and his roommates thought Li Shuijie was joking when they heard him, and unceremoniously gave him a big lecture. "Ha, are you stupid? What are you dreaming about? The school flower is defending her thesis at school today." "Why is she defending her thesis so early? Hasn't the semester just started? Don't you know?" The school flower said she wanted to apply for graduation early. It seems she heard she wasn't feeling well and needed to rest, and her advisor had advised her to take a leave of absence first, but she seemed very insistent. Li Shuijie suddenly remembered that Chen Shuqi would be coming over to take care of him again in the next few days, and also preparing for the defense, and suddenly felt very guilty. Moreover, she is now pregnant, and it is really worrying that she is expending so much energy. Zhang Yong and several of Li Shuijie's other roommates helped Li Shuijie pack his things and complete the discharge procedures. It must be difficult to get a taxi at this time of day. That's right, look, there are more than 50 people in front of Didi. I still have more than 100. I called an hour in advance. Li Shuijie was puzzled. "Why did you call Didi?" "Nonsense, if I didn't call Didi, would I walk there? I have a car. I'll drive you back." Li Shuijie waved his car keys. He had been in an accident after buying the car with 4 rims, and had never had the chance to drive it. This time was a good opportunity to show off. Zhang Yong and the other roommates were surprised. "Shit, when did you buy a car?" "I just bought it not long ago." "You're not trying to make fun of us, are you? How could a poor loser like you afford a car?" "I know, it must be a lighter shape like a car key." "I think so too. Let's just wait for Didi. If you don't believe me, fine." Li Shuijie ignored his roommates and walked to the hospital parking lot on his own. 5 minutes later. Li Shuijie, you really bought a car. You said you won the lottery, but you didn't tell your brothers. This is too much. We agreed to share our blessings. One roommate carefully felt the logo on the hood. This car must cost more than $1 million. Li Shuijie, how much did you win in the lottery? Not much, not much. Just 90 billion. Drip drip drip. The guy in the fancy car in front is so arrogant, you're blocking traffic, you know that. The owner of the car behind them yells. Li Shuijie quickly urges his roommates to get in the car. Hurry up, get in the car. There's a traffic jam behind us. Hurry up. Zhang Yong and the other 3 quickly put their things in the car's trunk. Having learned from the first time, Li Shuijie's driving skills have improved a lot, mainly because many cars on the road are avoiding the fancy car. They were afraid that if they were not careful, they would scratch the expensive car and not be able to afford the cost of the damage. You can drive into the campus of Suzhou University. Li Shuijie dropped his roommates off at the bottom of the dormitory building. You guys go in first, I have something else to take care of. Zhang Yang asked, you just got out of the hospital, if you don't rest well, where are you going? To find my wife. Li Shuijie said this and drove away with a swipe of the car. Zhang Yang and the other roommates felt that Li Shuijie must have gone to show off, and they didn't care about him, discussing how much money Li Shuijie had won in the lottery. Li Shuijie didn't even say a word when he won the lottery, and he even secretly bought a car. Yes, when he comes back in a while, we'll give him a good scolding. Yes. Let's take him out to dinner a few more times. We must go to Golden Bay. Li Shuijie drove to the place where Chen Shuqi had replied and waited. He got out of the car and leaned against the car door, thinking he looked very cool. But in other people's eyes, he looked out of place. Li Shuijie was wearing a tacky polo shirt and shorts that didn't come past his knees. He looked like a loser. Hey, isn't this Li Shuijie, the dog licker? Why are you here looking for silly again? You've come to the wrong place. Ha ha ha. Li Shuijie, be careful not to lean against someone else's luxury car, or you won't be able to afford the damage. By the way, when did our school get such a luxury car? Li Shuijie ignored them, because he saw Chen Shuqi coming and quickly smiled and greeted her. Chen Shuqi sighed when she saw Li Shuijie like this after answering the defense and coming out. She didn't understand why Li Shuijie, who was so rich, didn't buy himself clothes, so how could he go to Fu Hanyu's engagement banquet with her? At this time, the girls around Chen Shuqi also began to discuss. Ha ha ha, look at that person, he looks so stupid. Yeah, it seems like he still thinks he's handsome like that. But the car next to him seems really expensive. Oh no, it's obvious that it's not his. Maybe there's a yellow car hidden behind it. Ha, that's possible. I wonder who he's waiting for. Whoever it is, whoever becomes his girlfriend will be so embarrassed. Chapter 26, The School Beauty's Wife Takes Li Shuijie to Get a New Look. Li Shuijie saw Chen Shuqi come out and hurriedly prepared to go up to her, but then suddenly remembered that he hadn't taken the flowers he had just bought, so he hurriedly went back. Drip drip drip. Pressed the car key. Damn, that really is his car. It's not rented, is it? It's not cheap to rent a car for a day. Who is he picking up? Why is he spending so much money? Li Shuijie hid the roses behind his back and walked towards the group of girls gossiping about him. Hey, that guy is coming over. Hey, do any of you know him? Ahem. Actually, I don't think he looks that ugly. Hey, look what he's hiding behind his back. It looks like a bunch of roses. I'm going. This is so corny, this is how you woo a girl years ago. What's so bad about it? If that luxury car really is his, then he's a veritable local tyrant. Shoo, stop it, he's coming over. Li Shuijie stopped when he reached Chen Shuqi. Sure enough, he's here to see the school flower again. Shit, I guess he'll be rejected mercilessly by the school flower again. Everyone knows that the school flower likes Senior Fu. Guess how many words he can say to the school flower? Not more than one. I bet the school flower won't talk to him. But the next second, they were both dumbfounded. The school flower took the initiative to hand the book she was holding to Li Shuijie. Why are you here? Li Shuijie also quickly went to take the book Chen Shuqi was holding. Then he took out the roses he had been hiding behind his back. I came to pick you up. How was the reply? Was it okay? Chen Shuqi was taken aback. You don't like it? Li Shuijie noticed that Chen Shuqi didn't seem too happy. Just then, another flashy Ferrari suddenly sped over. The wind caused Chen Shuqi's short skirt to flutter slightly. Then Jiang Tan got off the Ferrari in a handsome manner, holding a beautifully packaged bouquet of blue devils in his hand. John's here. What a battlefield. I love it. Jiang Tan is worthy of being the school flower, he's so handsome. Look, the school flower is holding flowers in his hand too. They look like blue demon girls. So pretty. These are the flowers to send to a goddess. Who do you think the school flower will accept flowers from? Nonsense, it must be the demon girls. Besides, who doesn't know that Jiang Tan is really a rich second generation? That guy, he probably just rented the car to show off. Anyway, I would definitely choose Jiang Tan. Jiang Tan looked pleased as he listened to the group of people's discussions. Hey, if you want to woo Shuqi, you should at least find out what her preferences are. Jiang Tan walked up to Shuqi and pushed Li Shuijie out of the way. Don't you know that Shuqi hates roses? Shuqi, I know you like the blue enchantress, and here are 99 of them. At this time, a girl next to them screamed, ah! 99 blue devils. The flower language is, love comes without knowing, once it's there, it's deep. The living can die, the dead can live. My love is destined for you alone in this life. Ah, Jiang school flower is so romantic. Li Shuijie was also embarrassed at this time. Shuqi, I'm sorry, I didn't know you didn't like roses. Chen Shuqi glanced at the two bouquets in front of her. Yes, I didn't like roses before. But Chen Shuqi took the roses and now likes them. Jiang Tan looked embarrassed. Li Shuijie said happily, really? Then come over. Li Shuijie pulled Chen Shuqi to the back of the car. Then he opened the trunk. Even Chen Shuqi was surprised. It was a trunk full of bright red roses, dazzling. There were also lights and a large rose-preserved flower teddy bear. Wow, so many roses. There must be thousands of them. I take that back. A bouquet of roses is a bit cliché, but cliché to the extreme is trendy. What do you need so many roses for? Chen Shuqi was a little tempted. In fact, she used to like roses very much because she thought they were noble and cool, but Fu Hanyu said the blue enchantress looked good. Since then, she has claimed that her favorite flower is the blue enchantress. So much so that everyone thought her favorite person was Fu Hanyu. It's for you. Don't you like it? The owner of the flower shop told him that no woman would refuse roses, and if there was, it was because he hadn't given enough. So he ordered the entire shop's worth of roses. Since they were for Chen Shuqi, it was paid for by the system. He didn't feel bad about it at all. No, I like it. Chen Shuqi looked at Li Shuaiji and smiled. Tomorrow is the engagement ceremony of my neighbor. I'll take you somewhere in a while. Li Shuaiji naturally knew who this person was. Then Chen Shuqi got into Li Shuaiji's car in full view of the crowd. Zhang Tan ate a buttful of exhaust fumes in his place, so angry that he threw that blue demon girl onto the ground, stamped his foot hard, and looked angry. Li Shuaiji, I will never be friends with you. At this moment, a girl with freckles on her face walked over. John, don't be sad. Chen Shuqi doesn't like you because she has no taste. In fact, there are many girls who like you. Zhang Tan looked at the girl and then picked up her chin with his finger. You like me too? The girl blushed and nodded apologetically. Zhang Tan snorted, so ugly and you still have the nerve to like me? It really makes people lose their appetite just looking at it. The girl's smile froze on her face, and then there was a loud laugh from all around. Ha ha ha. A high-end beauty salon and styling design club. Because she was going to Fu Hanyu's engagement ceremony on Saturday. Chen Shuqi wanted to bring Li Shuaijie here to get a new look. She was a VLP here, so as soon as she entered, she saw a gender-ambiguous Tony teacher in an enchanting pose with the orchid's pointing finger coming over. Hey baby, you're here. What are you planning to do today? Chen Shuqi pointed to Li Shuaijie, who was looking around, and said, Akin, help me give him a new look. The one called Akin was Tony, the stylist Chen Shuqi always went to whenever she came here. Akin looked at Li Shuaijie from head to toe. Wow, this is your friend? I really didn't think you had friends like this. I can only say that I'll try my best to help you, Akin said. For the next 3 whole hours, Li Shuaijie was like a Barbie doll that was randomly dressed up and down, with people smearing things on his face, changing his hairstyle and clothes. Just as Chen Shuqi was about to fall asleep, a Chan's voice rang out. Baby, take a look, are you satisfied? Chen Shuqi turned around and was instantly amazed by the man in front of her. Chapter 27, Charging the School Beauty Queen Wife's Membership Card? Just buy the entire club. Chen Shuqi looked at Li Shuaijie in front of him. Akin, you've changed someone for me, haven't you? Akin, who got the affirmation, smiled and said, how do you like it? Your friend actually has a good foundation, and with my miraculous hands, he's a perfect guy. I just feel like there's something missing. Shuqi, what do you think? Li Shuaijie looked at himself in the mirror and was still a little uncomfortable. Ah. I remember what it is. Akin suddenly walked over and took Li Shuaijie's glasses. That makes it perfect. Indeed, without his glasses, Li Shuaijie looked like a different person. His facial features were clear and angular, his jawline was perfect, his nose was high and straight, his eyelashes were thick and long, his eyes were beautiful, standard, and there was a small dark mole at the end of his eyes, giving him the appearance of an ascetic god, which was usually sealed by the large glasses. Without his glasses, Li Shuaijie was like a blind man, seeing everything blurry and in great discomfort. Hey, my glasses, give them back to me. Li Shuaijie hurriedly stumbled forward, accidentally bumping into Chen Shuqi and the two of them falling into each other's arms. Chen Shuqi looked up and suddenly felt that Li Shuaijie's eyelashes were even longer than her own. Li Shuaijie found himself about to let go after bumping into someone, but when he realized who he was holding in his arms, he didn't want to let go. Although he couldn't see clearly, he was sure that the person in his arms was Chen Shuqi, judging by the feel of her body. At first, he wasn't completely sure, until he smelled the sweet fragrance of a young girl on the person in his arms. Then he was completely sure. The fragrance was not made with any chemical additives. He knew that Chen Shuqi had stopped wearing perfume for fear of its effect on the baby. The soft feel of her in his hands was so nice. I don't want to let go at all. Hey, what a bargain, what, you don't want to let go after holding it? Akin looked on and teased. Li Shuaijie then quickly pretended to be embarrassed and let go of Chen Shuqi. I'm sorry Shuqi, you'd better ask your friend to give me back my glasses. Chen Shuqi took Li Shuaijie's glasses from Akin's hands and put them on for him. With his glasses on, Li Shuijie felt like a new man. He felt that the glasses were his true self. Chen Shuqi saw that Li Shuijie, with his glasses on, really looked like he had been sealed in. She took Li Shuijie by the hand and walked out. But I don't think you should wear your glasses anymore. I'll take you to get contact lenses. After seeing Li Shuijie without his glasses, Chen Shuqi felt more and more that he didn't look right without them. So she decided to take Li Shuijie to get contact lenses right away. Ah, can, the usual, charge it to my membership account. Wait a minute, honey. Just as Chen Shuqi was about to pull Li Shuijie to the door, Akan suddenly stopped him. Well, honey, I don't mean anything by it, but the balance in your membership account is running low. How can it be low? I just charged 100,000 yuan, didn't I? A friend of yours came by last time. Chen Shuqi looked puzzled. A friend? Which friend? I didn't know about this. Akan was also surprised. The person gave your name and phone number. I thought, luckily, I took a photo of her. Look. Chen Shuqi looked at the photo. The person in the photo was clearly her roommate. She suddenly remembered that her roommate had asked for her membership number last time, saying that she wanted to get a haircut. Chen Shuqi wondered how much a haircut would cost and refused to take her money. She just came for a haircut, right? How could it cost so much? Chen Shuqi was puzzled. She also brought several friends last time and had a lot of treatments done. Akan quickly explained that it would cost tens of thousands of dollars in total. Chen Shuqi's face changed. Her roommate never mentioned this to her afterwards. Li Shuijie then took out the bank card and charged another 1 million. Then he quickly coaxed Chen Shuqi, "It's okay, don't be angry, it's not good for your health." Chen Shuqi suddenly froze. Li Shuijie, no need. She didn't expect Li Shuijie to be so willing to spend money on her. Although it is said that a man who is willing to spend money on a woman may not really love you, a man who is unwilling to spend money definitely does not love you. Even if Li Shuijie is rich, he will run out of money sooner or later if he keeps spending like this. Besides, they will have a baby in the future. Chen Shuqi didn't realize it herself, but she slowly started to include Li Shuijie in her future plans, without knowing when it started. Akan was stunned when he heard this. Not just him, everyone in the club looked at Li Shuijie in shock. At first, they thought that Li Shuijie, a loser, had used some method to get close to Chen Shuqi, a little rich girl. Now it seems the opposite. 1 million? Sir, you're not joking with us, are you? Akan had never received a customer who said they would charge 1 million directly. Customers who charged 100,000 like Chen Shuqi were already considered VIP customers here. At this time, Li Shuijie suddenly received a payment reminder for his silver card credit card, and his brows furrowed. TSK, you're right, 1 million seems a bit low, so let's make it 10 million. Sir, please don't tease us. Our small shop can only charge a maximum of 500,000 yuan. Only 500,000 yuan? That's not enough. 1% of 500,000 yuan is only 5,000 yuan. That's not enough to pay off his loan. Akan felt that Li Shuijie was a big customer, and he was a bit overwhelmed by him alone. Sir, please wait a moment, I'll go get our boss. In a moment, the boss came over with a smile on his face. He was all smiles and asked the gentleman his name. My surname is Li. So you are Mr. Li, and Mr. Li is really a person of talent, so young and handsome, and also has the strength, really enviable. The boss came up and first gave a flattering speech. Li Shuijie knew that this was flattery, so he went straight to the point and said, "Okay, don't tell me so much. Just now your clerk said that you can only charge up to 500,000 yuan. Is that right?" Yes, our store is small. To be honest, the total assets of our entire store, including everything, are only about 10 million. I see. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. I'm really sorry actually, 500,000 can already do a lot of things and last a long time. Miss Chen is also our VLP customer, and we will give her the best discount every time she comes. Li Shuijie suddenly spoke up, so let's do this, I'll pay 20 million and buy your store. Shuqi, how about you be the boss? Chapter 28, The School Beauty Queen's Wife Buys New Clothes for Li Shuijie. Chen Shuqi hurriedly pulled Li Shuijie aside as she listened to his increasingly outrageous ideas. Li Shuijie, have you gone crazy? Why do you want to buy this club? Shuqi, you trust me. In my professional opinion, this club will definitely make a lot of money in the future. It will not be a loss if you buy it. Chen Shuqi thought about it for a while and shook his head. I have no problem with you having the money and being willing to spend it to buy this shop, but that also means you'll be the boss, and I don't know anything about management. Shuqi, listen to me. I'm a man, and I'm not interested in this kind of beauty styling or whatever. Have you ever seen a man open a beauty salon? So it's better if you're the boss. And don't be nervous, just think of it as an investment. If you don't know how to run it, you can let the owner continue to be the store manager and manage it for you, and we'll just sit back and reap the benefits. You can trust me, as long as this club is run well, it will only make money, it won't lose money. Chen Shuqi thought about it for a while and decided that it would be better to register it in your name. Li Shuijie gathered his courage, put his arms around Chen Shuqi, and then deliberately leaned into her ear and said, Shuqi, we will get married sooner or later. What's the difference between your wedding and mine? Chen Shuqi felt the warm breath sprayed in her ear, making her ears itch. Looking at Li Shuijie, who was close at hand, her heart was beating fast. She didn't know why, but she always felt that Li Shuijie's voice had become much sexier after changing his appearance. Chen Shuqi, with a face of bashfulness, gently pushed Li Shuijie and pretended to be angry. Who said they were getting married? But in Li Shuijie's eyes, this was just blatant coquetry. After buying the club membership and signing the contract, Chen Shuqi took Li Shuijie to a men's clothing store and selected several suits. Li Shuijie glanced at them and saw that each suit here cost more than 4 digits. Li Shuijie looked at the balance of his bank card and felt a little embarrassed. The money he just spent on Chen Shuqi's club membership had just paid off all the credit card debt he owed. He was now almost penniless again. This was a men's clothing store, and according to the system's requirements, he could not spend his child care fund on himself, so he could not afford to buy any of the clothes here. Looking at Chen Shuqi, who was patiently helping him choose clothes, Li Shuijie said awkwardly, Shuqi, I actually don't like clothes. Chen Shuqi thought about the clothes that Li Shuijie usually wears and they are not good looking. No, you have to throw away all those clothes and don't wear them anymore, otherwise I've done styling for you for nothing. Hey, these are all good, go try them on. Chen Shuqi selected a few outfits for Li Shuijie. Li Shuijie looked at the price tags and said, goodness, a white shirt is 2,000 yuan. A suit costs 20,000 yuan. Shuqi, the clothes here are all too expensive. Forget it. Chen Shuqi thought Li Shuijie was joking with her. I'll pay for it. You're giving it to me? Li Shuijie was a little surprised. Chen Shuqi took it for granted. What's wrong with giving you some clothes? You trust me so much that you registered the 20 million beauty salon in my name, so I can't give you a couple of clothes? Li Shuijie was moved at hearing this and couldn't help wrapping Chen Shuqi in his arms and hugging her tightly. Chen Shuqi originally wanted to push Li Shuijie away, but suddenly felt that something was wrong with Li Shuijie. She gently patted Li Shuijie's hand and asked, what's wrong? It's just a few clothes, why are you so moved? You've given me so many things already, these are nothing compared to what you've given me. No, that's different. Li Shuijie's affection for Chen Shuqi grew deeper and deeper in his heart. He had really never met a girl like this before. Some girls can't wait for their boyfriends to spend money on them as if this is the only way to prove how much their boyfriend loves them, but they never think about repaying the favor. Maybe it's because he hasn't met enough girls, at least that's what C. Lily is like. Chen Shuqi was stunned. What was the difference? It was all about money. There was a difference. After buying the things, Li Shuijie drove Chen Shuqi to the bottom of the dormitory building. Li Shuijie got out of the car with gentlemanly manners and opened the door for Chen Shuqi. You go up first, I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. Chen Shuqi replied, okay. You go back too. Remember to wear the suit I bought you tomorrow, don't forget. I definitely won't forget. Li Shuijie, go on up, it's windy outside. I'll wait until you're upstairs before I leave, otherwise I won't feel at ease. In a few days I'll go to Jiangnanhaojing to see how the manor is being finished, and we can move in when it's almost ready. Chen Shuqi was shocked. You really bought that manor? Of course, and it's in your name alone. Chen Shuqi, me alone? Li Shuijie, yes, it's your dowry, so of course it's in your name. Don't be ridiculous, what do you mean a bride price? I'm not talking to you anymore, I'm leaving. Chen Shuqi blushed and hurried to the dormitory. Shuqi, be careful, slow down. Chen Shuqi's face was still red after she ran to the dormitory, and her heart was pounding. At this time, Chen Shuqi's roommate Yu Shaonan walked over with a book in her hands, looking very nosy. Shuchi, who was that handsome guy who just walked you back? How come you never told us you had a boyfriend? Which department is he in? He looks so familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen him before. If it were normal, Chen Shuchi would definitely share what happened today with Yu Xiaonan, but Yu Xiaonan usually takes advantage of her, and this time she even spent money from her card without her permission and used her money to act like a rich person. Her attitude changed instantly. But she thought that since the money had already been spent and she would be moving out in a few days, there was no need to make things difficult. Chen Shuchi, that's not my boyfriend, that's Li Shuijie. Yu Xiaonan looked surprised. Li Shuijie? How is that possible? Don't lie to me, the guy who just gave you a ride home was a handsome guy, wasn't he? There's no need to hide it. We're roommates, I'm not going to steal your boyfriend. Believe it or not, that is Li Shuijie, but I just took him to a beauty salon to change his look, and I also heard something on the side. Yu Xiaonan's smile froze on her face. Shuchi, I was just about to tell you about this. Last time, my friend asked me to go to that salon for a project, and I thought you happened to have a membership, so I used the money in your card first. I've been really busy these past few days, so I'll pay you back now. After hearing what her roommate said, Chen Shuchi also felt that there was no need to dwell on it. Forget it, just tell me in advance next time. Don't worry, I will definitely tell you. Hey, Shuchi, is that really Li Shuijie? Why doesn't he look anything like him? Chen Shuchi, it really is him. Why would I lie to you? Yu Xiaonan walked to the balcony and looked down. Li Shuijie had not yet left, and a group of girls surrounded him, seemingly asking him for his contact information. She glanced at the shy Chen Shuchi beside her, her jealousy obvious. I thought he was your boyfriend. Chapter 29, I took my wife, the school flower, to the dormitory building, but I was questioned about my boyfriend's status. Outside the girls' dormitory building at Suhai University. Hey, look! There's a handsome guy over there. Where? Where is the handsome guy? Holy shit, it really is a handsome guy. When did our school have such a handsome guy? Damn, I didn't even know. I'm dying of laughter. What, do you need to tell me if it's a handsome guy? Look at that handsome guy, he seems to be very rich. I know that car of his, it's $1 million model. Shit. Another rich kid? Suddenly, I don't find Joan's school grass attractive anymore. It so happened that at that moment, Silly just finished class and was walking towards the dormitory building with her roommate. After seeing this scene, she also slowed down and her attention was unconsciously attracted to Li Shuijie. This person shouldn't be from our school, right? Otherwise, why haven't I seen him before? But the more Lily looked, the more familiar the person looked. She felt that it looked like Li Shuijie, but she felt that it was absolutely impossible. Li Shuijie is just a loser. Although he is not short, he looks very frustrated and doesn't know how to dress. His sense of fashion is appalling, so how could he be related to this trendy and handsome boy? But then one of the roommates said, have you really never seen him before? He looks a bit familiar to me, like I've seen him before. Another roommate teased, come on, you've seen every handsome guy before, I think you've seen him in a dream. No, I'm serious this time, I really think he looks familiar. He looks a bit like that girl glanced at Silly. No way. There's too big a difference. It's even bigger than the difference between a prince and a beggar. While everyone was speculating about this strange handsome guy, a bold girl already walked over. Li Shuijie had just dropped Chen Shuchi off at the dormitory building, and was about to leave after confirming that she had entered the dormitory. Then a girl boldly walked over and said, handsome guy, can I add you on WeChat? Li Shuijie looked around to make sure that no one else was around, and then confirmed that she was talking to him. This was the first time in his life that a girl had asked for his WeChat ID on her own initiative. Although he was quite excited, Li Shuijie still refused. At that moment, another girl with an exceptionally sweet appearance, wearing a cute Lolita dress, a proud double peak figure, a thin waist and long legs, snow-white skin, and twin ponytails that made her look exactly like a high school girl, walked over with confidence. After walking up to Li Shuijie, she stopped and locked eyes with him. Li Shuijie had already taken off his glasses and put on dark brown contact lenses, making his eyes look bright and lively. Because it was the first time he had worn contact lenses, he wasn't used to them and always felt uncomfortable, giving him a sense of discomfort that made him want to cry. But it was precisely this feeling that added a touch of sentimentality to Li Shuijie's eyes. As soon as the Lolita girl met Li Shuijie's eyes, she inevitably blushed. Internal thoughts, this handsome guy's eyes are killing me. Cough cough, little brother, which department are you in? Is it convenient to add a WeChat? Li Shuijie was taken aback, but he didn't immediately refuse. He recognized the girl. Although he wasn't as familiar with the beautiful girls at school as Zhang Yong and the others, he still recognized a few of the ones who went out. Especially the one in front of him now. She was Chen Shuqi's best friend, the flower girl in the music department. He couldn't remember her name. But since she was Chen Shuqi's friend, Li Shuijie didn't want to make the situation awkward. Because he had heard before that when wooing a girl, it wasn't just the girl you had to woo, but more importantly, you had to win over her best friend in advance. As the saying goes, success or failure depends on your best friend. Li Shuijie didn't say no directly, but said it more tactfully. I'm sorry, I have a girlfriend. It might not be convenient, and I don't want my girlfriend to be jealous. Li Shuijie spoke loudly when he said this, so that all the girls around could hear. Su Xiaomian's goddess move was useless. Sure enough, the handsome guy was taken. Let's go our separate ways, handsome guy, you have a girlfriend? But Su Xiaomian did not back down. Handsome guy, who is your girlfriend? It's better to tell me so that I can give up. Li Shuijie glanced in the direction of Chen Shuqi's dormitory. My girlfriend is Chen Shuqi. Su Xiaomian was completely shocked, and so was everyone else there. What? The school beauty queen was being chased away by a hottie from another school? How do you know he's from another school? Apart from Jiang, the school hunk, there aren't many other handsome guys or rich kids at our school who are worth mentioning by name. And I don't think I've even seen this guy before, so this new word is really unnecessary. He must be from another school. No wonder I just saw the school beauty queen get off his car. Ah. For a moment, I didn't know who to envy. Su Xiaomian didn't quite believe Li Shuijie when he said he was Chen Shuqi's boyfriend. She knew her best friend well, and Chen Shuqi had told her some time ago that she was pregnant, and that the baby was the child of a sophomore named Li Shuijie. At the time, it didn't kill Su Xiaomian. Because everyone knows that Su Xiaomian and Sea Lily are arch rivals. That Li Shuijie was previously Sea Lily's lapdog. This is a downgrade. If anyone finds out, it will be a source of ridicule for the rest of her life. So Su Xiaomian's first reaction when she found out about this was that the baby must be aborted. But Chen Shuqi was reluctant to do so. This nearly caused a break in their friendship. Su Xiaomian knows her best friend well. She may seem aloof, but she is incredibly soft-hearted. When she falls for someone, she gets a little love-struck and is completely single-minded. It's impossible for her to fall for someone else in such a short period of time. Su Xiaomian felt that this handsome guy was just lying and deliberately made up a reason to reject her. Su Xiaomian has never been rejected by any man before. This has instead greatly piqued her interest. As the saying goes, what you can't have is always agitating. If this man had directly added her on WeChat today, she might not have been interested. In essence, women are the same as men in this regard. Why do they like to chase after stars? It's because the stars are unattainable to them, like an altar. But once the idol becomes their boyfriend, the altar falls, and they feel their illusions shattered. Just as some men don't want to believe that the beautiful goddesses they like also poop. Handsome, what a coincidence, Shuqi is my best friend, why don't I call her down now and we can chat? Or, forget it. There's no elevator at this school, and it's tiring to climb up and down. Li Shuijie felt a little sorry for Chen Shuqi. After all, she was carrying a baby in her belly. But this turned into a guilty conscience in Su Xiaomian's eyes. She directly called Chen Shuqi without saying a word. Shuqi, I'm downstairs in your dormitory. There's someone here who claims to be your boyfriend. Chapter 30 Li Shuijie was publicly confessed to by the school flower's best friend, and the school flower's wife was jealous. Chen Shuqi picked up the phone immediately when she saw Su Xiaomian calling her in the dormitory. Shuqi, you didn't get a boyfriend behind my back, did you? Chen Shuqi felt inexplicable, but a little guilty. No. I'm just getting married. There's a handsome guy downstairs in your dormitory who claims to be your boyfriend. Chen Shuqi asked quickly over the phone, who do you mean who claims to be my boyfriend? Where would I get a boyfriend from? Su Xiaomian, I knew you didn't, so go downstairs first, someone is trying to ruin your reputation. Chen Shuqi, huh? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Su Xiaomian, oh, you'll know when you get down here. Then Su Xiaomian hung up the phone. Su Xiaomian had the speakerphone on and the microphone volume turned up to the max, so everyone there heard what the school beauty queen had said. The school beauty queen had personally said that she didn't have a boyfriend. The situation became awkward for a moment. Li Shuaijie was also a bit at a loss for words. Su Xiaomian shrugged after hanging up the phone. See, Shuqi said she doesn't have a boyfriend. Wow, this is getting more and more interesting. Could it be that this handsome guy wants to woo the school flower but hasn't succeeded yet? I didn't know whether to feel sad for the handsome guy or happy for myself. What are you happy about? The handsome guy isn't the school flower, which means I still have a chance. Come on, don't dream. He even rejected Su, the goddess of the music department and the second most beautiful girl on campus. Don't be delusional. That's not necessarily true. Different people have different tastes. Maybe he likes my type. He rejected Goddess Su because he likes the type of the school flower. Are you as pretty as the school flower? Do you have the school flower's long legs, thin waist, perky buttocks, big breasts and good body proportions? Obviously not, so just forget about it. Su Xiaomian saw Li Shuaijie's embarrassed face and felt a little remorseful, worrying that she had been too disrespectful to the handsome guy. If that happens, the handsome guy will have an even worse impression of her. So she quickly gave him an excuse to back down. Su Xiaomian, handsome guy, it's actually normal for you to not be able to woo our school beauty. You should know that the school's most popular guy has been wooing the school beauty for years and still hasn't succeeded. And to be honest with you, if you really want to woo Shuqi, just give up. I can tell you directly as her best friend that she will never be with you. Why don't you consider me instead? I'm sweet, cute, flirtatious, and also a little bit aloof. It depends on which one you like. I like the school flower. Li Shuaijie had to admit that Su Xiaomian was also very pretty, but he didn't like just anyone. And now Chen Shuqi had his child, they would definitely get married. Even if they didn't get married in the short term, it was only a matter of time. The school flower's wife was so pretty, and the child they had would definitely not be ugly. He will either be a handsome guy or a little fairy. By then, he will be holding his beautiful wife's hand and the baby in his other hand. With the parenting fund system, he will be a winner for sure. Su Xiaomian, however, is getting more and more determined. She has always been bold, and she has finally met someone she likes, so she can't let him go. She has never been rejected like this before. She directly put her hands on Li Shuaijie's face. Man, you've successfully caught my attention. Su Xiaomian's sudden action startled Li Shuaijie, and he suddenly forgot to resist. Seeing that Li Shuaijie did not avoid it, Su Xiaomian planned to kiss him directly. Warning, warning, host, I can feel your heartbeat quickening, and the extreme thought of attempting to cheat has appeared. Please clear such thoughts and eliminate them within 5 seconds, or you will receive the ultimate punishment of lifelong infertility and a 10 cm shortening of your JJ from the system. Li Shuaijie's mind cleared instantly. It was so clear that he pushed Su Xiaomian away. Then Li Shuaijie looked at Su Xiaomian with a determined expression. No thanks, I only like Chen Shuqi. Chen Shuqi was stunned and hung up the phone. At this time, the other roommate ran into the dormitory with a gossipy look on her face. Shuqi, why are you still here? You don't know, it's really lively downstairs right now. What's going on downstairs? There's a handsome guy downstairs in our dormitory. Su's flower confessed to him and was rejected. The guy claims to be your boyfriend. My boyfriend? Don't talk nonsense, where would I get a boyfriend? Although she already has a child, she really doesn't have a boyfriend. Li Shuaijie can only be considered a fiancé. Chen Shuqi hung up the phone and walked downstairs. Sure enough, it was lively downstairs. Look, the school flower is coming down. This is going to be good. Su Xiaomian saw Chen Shuqi come down and walked up to her and pulled her in front of Li Shuaijie. Su Xiaomian pointed at Li Shuaijie and asked, Shuqi, do you know this person? Chen Shuqi nodded. Of course she knows him. What did he do to you? Su Xiaomian blushed and couldn't bring herself to say that she had just been rejected when she tried to kiss him. This was a great shame for her. No, Shuqi, your friend was just joking with me. I'm not joking. Shuqi, you just said you didn't have a boyfriend, right? Chen Shuqi looked at Li Shuaijie sheepishly. They weren't exactly boyfriend and girlfriend yet. At least Li Shuaijie has not formally confessed to her, nor has a relationship been established. Although they already have a child. Yes. That's a relief. Su Xiaomian pulled Li Shuaijie over to her side. I declare, Su Xiaomian, will woo him. Upon hearing this, Li Shuijie and Chen Shuqi were both shocked. Chen Shuqi's big, beautiful eyes stared at Li Shuijie, and her face instantly changed. Li Shuijie realized something was wrong when he saw Chen Shuqi's eyes, and was afraid that Chen Shuqi was angry. He quickly explained, Shuqi, don't get me wrong. Miss Su, don't be ridiculous, I told you that the only one I like is Chen Shuqi. Ha? How do you know my surname is Su? Which school are you from? My charm is so great that it has spread to other schools? Su Xiaomian hadn't realized her best friend's anger, and said complacently, playing with her long hair. Chen Shuqi said coldly, Li Shuijie, don't you have anything to explain to me? Li Shuijie was at a loss for words, unable to find a place to put his hands and feet, and had no idea how to explain. Shuqi, I do. You can believe me, I really didn't do anything to hurt you. Su Xiaomian heard this and said, wait a minute Shuqi, what did you just call him? Chapter 31, Accompanying the School Flower Wife to the Engagement Banquet. Shuqi, is there something wrong with my ears? What did you just call him? Su Xiaomian, take another look and see who he is. Su Xiaomian looked at Li Shuijie. The harder I look, the more I can't see it. Damn it! You're not wrong. The more you say it, the more I feel like it's really. Cough cough, Miss Su, it's not like I am, you see, you will always recognize me. Li Shuijie took his black framed glasses out of his pocket and put them on. Sure enough, as soon as he put on the glasses, Su Xiaomian recognized him at once. He really is that loser, Li Shuijie? Su Xiaomian let out a long cry. Ah! No! I don't believe it. How is that possible? Li Shuijie also spoke up, Miss Su, I really am Li Shuijie, if you don't believe me I can show you my ID. No! Don't show it to me. Oh my god, this world is so surreal. This is so embarrassing. Li Shuijie, you, which plastic surgery hospital did you go to for your face job? And did you change your skin? I really didn't, I just changed my look a bit. Su Xiaomian covered her ears, no, stop it, you guys, this is so embarrassing. I need to go calm down. Chen Shuqi, Xiaomian, where are you going? Su Xiaomian ran away dejectedly. As she ran, she said, leave me alone, let me calm down, and don't ever mention this again. Everyone around who knew Li Shuijie was also dumbfounded. And Silly, who was in the crowd, almost couldn't hold herself up in her 10-centimeter high heels, and stumbled back 2 steps. Li Shuijie, is that really him? When did he change so much? Could it be that this Li Shuijie has been hiding it from her? In fact, the fact that he is a second-generation rich kid, she even pretended in front of him to be poor and ugly. She pretended for 2 whole years. Could it be that he was testing her true feelings? After Su Xiaomian left, only Chen Shuqi, Li Shuijie and a group of stunned and confused spectators were left behind. Why did Goddess Su leave? I wanted to see the 2 goddesses compete for one man. How could it be over so soon? Li Shuijie? I remember that name. Silly seemed to have a dog-licking ex-boyfriend called Li Shuijie. They must be the same person. That guy was a poor loser. But why do I feel like the more I look, the more alike they are? Someone nearby noticed that Silly was also in the crowd. Hey, Silly, you're here just in time. Take a look and see if he's the same Li Shuijie who used to chase after you. What do I care if it's him or not? Silly felt like her sore spot had been poked, and she hurriedly left on her sky-high heels. Li Shuijie, who was wearing contact lenses and glasses, felt dizzy from the combination of the 2. He quickly took off his glasses. But just as he took off his glasses and recovered from the dizziness, Chen Shuqi disappeared when he turned around. Li Shuijie quickly asked the people around him, where's Chen Shuqi? The school beauty queen went back to the dormitory a long time ago. Li Shuijie sent Chen Shuqi several messages and made several phone calls but got no response, so he returned to the dormitory alone, very helpless. At this time, there happened to be only Zhang Yong in the dormitory. As soon as he entered the dormitory and opened the door, Zhang Yong first froze for a moment, then politely asked, classmate, who are you looking for? Li Shuijie gave his roommate a dirty look and said, it's me. Zhang Yong, in the spirit of being friendly and polite to newcomers, smiled and replied, I'm sorry, I'm a bit colorblind. Buddy, are you from our school? Oh, I see, you're not a transfer student looking for a dormitory. Well, you might be looking in the wrong place, our dormitory is full. Why don't you ask if there are any vacancies in another dormitory? What's there to ask? I live here. Li Shuaijie walked straight to his own bed, sat down, and started taking off his shoes, socks, and clothes. Going shopping in a suit and leather shoes is really tiring. I don't understand how those women can walk all day in those high heels. Hey, classmate, this spot is taken. Can't you see? How can you just take off your clothes in someone else's bed? That's very rude. Li Shuaijie saw that Zhang Yong had not recognized him and deliberately tried to tease him. He crossed his legs and pretended to look at Zhang Yong in a cool way. What if I just want to live here? Classmate, can't you understand what people are saying? Zhang Yong's tone changed towards this new classmate who didn't know how to be grateful. I'm telling you, you'd better get your butt off that bed right now, otherwise when my roommate comes back, you won't be able to get away with it. I'm telling you, he's not someone to mess with. His uncle is the boss of the underworld, and he even has a tattoo of a flower on his arm. Li Shuaijie, who had been inexplicably dubbed the nephew of the underworld boss, couldn't help but laugh out loud at Zhang Yong's serious expression. How come I didn't know that my uncle is the boss of the underworld? Where did you hear that? Me? Of course it's holy shit. I can't be blind, are you Li? Zhang Yong, you really are going to make me laugh to death. At least make up a better lie, the triad boss came out. You really are Li Shuaijie. When did you get plastic surgery? What plastic surgery? I was born handsome, okay? It's just that you guys never noticed. The next day, Saturday. Platinum Royal Theme Hotel. Li Shuaijie kept following Chen Shuqi around. Chen Shuqi hadn't spoken to him the whole way, and he didn't know if she was still angry about what had happened the day before. Li Shuaijie didn't know how to explain, and the two of them just kept on being awkward with each other. Just then, He Qingyan, dressed in a red, backless wedding dress that had been custom-made for her, and which brought out her impressive figure to the fullest, walked over with a smile, holding the arm of Fu Hanyu, who was wearing a black suit. Shuqi, you're here. Chen Shuqi looked at the two standing together, as if they were meant to be together, a perfect match. Li Shuaijie looked at Chen Shuqi. He was relieved to see that her expression had not changed. He Qingyan walked up and handed Chen Shuqi a glass of sake. Chen Shuqi did not take it, but touched her lower abdomen. Qingyan, I. Fu Hanyu was about to grab the glass that He Qingyan passed over, but Li Shuaijie was faster. Shuqi cannot drink, I will drink it for her. However, He Qingyan seemed to be unyielding. Shuqi, this can be considered our wedding wine, you will not refuse to give us face, will you? Chapter 32, Holding the Wine for the School Beauty's Wife. Chen Shuqi took the glass of wine from Li Shuaijie's hands after hearing He Qingyan's words. She glanced at Fu Hanyu and then at Li Shuaijie. Qingyan's words are right, I shouldn't refuse the wedding wine, I'll drink it. I sincerely wish you 100 years of happiness. Li Shuaijie refused to give the wine glass back to Chen Shuqi. Shuqi, you can't drink. Sister-in-law, how about this, I'll drink 2 glasses and drink that glass for Shuqi, okay? She really can't drink, so don't drink either. At this time, Fu Hanyu, who had not spoken up until now, snatched the wine glass, frowned, and said unhappily, Qingyan, have you forgotten the little girl, is Shuqi pregnant? How can you let her drink? Okay, don't go too far. Fu Hanyu, you're calling me over the top? Who's over the top? You remember that she's pregnant, but do you remember that your wife and I are also pregnant? I'm carrying your child. You'd rather care about a woman carrying someone else's child than care about me for even a second. Am I really not important to you at all? Fu Hanyu frowned. Come on, He Qingyan, what nonsense are you thinking again? I'm the one daydreaming? Am I the one daydreaming? Just now, I drank so much with your big client for your so-called broken face. Did you ever think for a second that I was also pregnant, and that alcohol is also harmful to me? Fu Hanyu still frowned. How could you be the same as her? Besides, Shuqi doesn't drink. He Qingyan looked at Fu Hanyu and said, yes, it's different, of course it's different. I had to learn to cater to all kinds of people from a young age just to survive, while she grew up playing with Barbie dolls and cooing in her father's arms. She was a little princess who grew up in pampering. How could it be the same? Sister Qingyan, don't be angry. Brother Hanyu didn't mean it like that. Getting angry is not good for the baby. And today is considered your happy day, so don't be angry. Chen Shuqi saw that the atmosphere was not right and hurriedly persuaded. She was here to attend the engagement ceremony. Although the initial decision to bring Li Shuijie was also to maintain a little bit of her own pride, after all, she was also very angry when she was inexplicably stood up. But she had long since let go and didn't want to see this situation. He Qingyan continued to look at Fu Hanyu and asked, Fu Hanyu, just tell me, do you regret getting engaged to me? Fu Hanyu avoided He Qingyan's scrutinizing gaze. Qingyan, stop it, I already agreed to marry you, what else do you want? Tears welled in He Qingyan's eyes. So, you always felt that I was forcing you to get married? I was holding the baby over you, right? He Qingyan sneered, looked at Fu Hanyu self-deprecatingly, and his eyes were misty. Fu Hanyu, I didn't say that. In that case, let's not get married. I'll raise the child myself. He Qingyan let go of Fu Hanyu's arm. The tears that had been teetering in his eyes also fell into the wineglass. Then he gulped down the wine in the glass in his hand. Chen Shuqi quickly grabbed the glass from He Qingyan's hand, saying, King Nianji, you can't drink so much. He Qingyan smiled at Chen Shuqi and wiped away her tears. Don't worry, this is specially made and won't harm the fetus. After saying that, she glanced at Chen Shuqi and then at Li Shuijie, who had been watching Chen Shuqi the whole time, and said with envy in her tone, You're much luckier than me. After saying that, she walked away without looking back. This left Li Shuijie and Chen Shuqi standing there not knowing what to do. Hanyu, how can you say that? Go after her. Fu Hanyu didn't think so. It's fine, she'll come back on her own in a while. Chen Shuqi was a little worried. You, really? How can you say that? Li Shuijie said, Shuqi, go check on your sister-in-law, don't leave her alone, don't let anything happen. Chen Shuqi nodded, okay. And then ran after him. Li Shuijie patted Fu Hanyu on the shoulder and said, Senior Fu, you're wrong. Your woman has been working hard to carry your child, and you should be taking good care of her at this time. How could you say something like that? Fu Hanyu frowned and said, She asked for it. I didn't force her. I also told her to get an abortion, but she refused. Senior, do you know that as a man, after hearing your words, I can't help but want to punch you? Your words are really despicable. You said that she asked for it. Can such a thing be settled with a slap? Could she have gotten pregnant without you? Do you really like her? Fu Hanyu's eyes flashed with an inexplicable anger. I don't. If you don't, why did you marry her? Fu Hanyu, don't you know? Because she got pregnant and insisted on having the baby, that's why I said it was her own fault. She knew I didn't like her, but she still brought shame on herself. Li Shuijie remained silent. He himself could not accept Fu Hanyu's point of view. But this is someone else's business, and to put it bluntly, it's a case of two willing partners. He would never do such a thing, but he couldn't stop others from doing it, nor could he influence other people's thoughts. But at this moment, his admiration for the talented young boy Fu Hanyu also disappeared instantly. Fu Hanyu took a sip of wine irritably. When did you meet Shu Qi? Li Shuijie felt something was wrong. I've known her for 2 years. Li Shuijie was telling the truth. From the moment he set foot in Suhai University, he heard everyone discussing the school flower Chen Shuqi. She was the high and cold goddess in the eyes of all the boys. At that time, Li Shuijie felt that the distance between the two of them was farther than the distance between the Sun and Neptune. He knew himself well, so he never fancied the goddess. He never imagined that one day his relationship with Chen Shuqi could become like this. It was really something he would never dare to dream of. 2 years. I've known her for more than 10 years. Li Shuijie felt the hostility in Fu Hanyu's words. What do you mean, senior? Nothing. You like Shu Qi, don't you, senior? Fu Hanyu was taken aback. No, I just think of her as a sister. A sister? Haha, what a scumbag. Fu Hanyu, you may have fooled her with those words, but you can't fool me. I could see it in your eyes from the day we met at the hospital. Fu Hanyu sneered. You've stopped calling me senior? Li Shuijie said disdainfully, you kind of scum, really don't deserve me to call you a senior. Something's happened. There's been a car accident outside the hotel. A pregnant woman has been hit by a car. She's bleeding heavily. Li Shuijie's mind went completely blank at the sound of this. His body went rigid, but he quickly recovered and rushed out, praying constantly in his heart. Shu Qi, please don't get into an accident. Chapter 33, The School Beauty's Wife Had a Car Accident? Li Shuijie and Fu Hanyu ran out in a panic, only to see a crowd of people gathered. His legs were shaking when he saw so much blood, and his heart was pounding. He kept praying in his heart, hoping nothing had happened. From behind the crowd, he shouted, "Shuqi, Shuqi." But no one answered him. This made Li Shuaijie panic. The ambulance and the police arrived at the scene early. The sirens of the police car and the sirens of the ambulance sounded one after the other, which made people's hearts tremble. Then what came into view was the blood on the ground, which, like the setting sun, dyed the whole earth red. When Li Shuaijie squeezed in, he saw the ambulance drive away from the scene. Then he heard someone talking beside him. "I heard that the person who just got hit seemed to be a pregnant woman." "Yes, it's tragic, 2 lives lost." "Oh my God. What a tragedy. The girl who got hit seemed very young." "Yes, she looked very pretty." Li Shuaijie grabbed one of the men's clothes, his voice trembling. "Did the girl who got hit wear a white dress?" The 2 witnesses looked at each other and confirmed. "It seems so." Li Shuaijie's heart pounded. "Ah, I remember, it wasn't a red dress?" Fu Hanyu also walked over at this moment, and after hearing this, he trembled and grabbed the person's arm. "What did you say?" "Aha, it hurts, big brother, why are you grabbing me so tightly?" "Fu Hanyu, I'm sorry, did you just say that the person who was hit was wearing a red dress? Or a white dress?" In fact, Fu Hanyu didn't want to hear either of these 2 answers. "Yes, I remember, it was a long white dress, and the whole thing was stained red." "Young girl. Very young. Pretty. Long white dress. Pregnant woman." Every single one of these answers matched. Could it really be Shu Qi? Li Shuaijie seemed to have lost all his strength and stumbled backwards. Fu Hanyu, who was standing nearby, promptly gave Li Shuaijie a pull. Li Shuaijie quickly took out his phone and called Chen Shuqi. Do. The phone rang over and over again, but it was never answered. Li Shuaijie was not willing to give up, so he kept hanging up and calling again and again. Still no one answered. Just as Li Shuaijie was about to go crazy with impatience, Chen Shuqi's phone rang. Li Shuaijie quickly picked it up. "Hello, Shuqi, are you okay? Are you all right? Hello, this is Suhai Obstetrics and Gynecology Hospital. Are you the owner of the lost phone?" For a moment, Li Shuaijie's mind completely stopped functioning. He didn't hear a single word that was said at the end of the phone call. The little bit of hope that he had just now vanished in an instant. Li Shuaijie completely broke down, beating himself up in frustration, blaming himself for not watching Shu Qi. "Senior, what if something happens to Shu Qi? It's not confirmed yet, what are you doing?" Fu Hanyu grabbed Li Shuaijie's hand. "Just now, Suhai Obstetrics and Gynecology called me." Fu Hanyu's hand trembled. "If it really is her, what's the point of you being here? Let's hurry to Suhai Obstetrics and Gynecology." Yes. Let's go to the hospital." All the way, Li Shuaijie's hand holding the steering wheel kept shaking. He couldn't help speeding up. He kept the accelerator to the floor. Faster. The journey, which usually took at least 20 minutes, took him only 10 minutes. As soon as they arrived at the hospital, Li Shuaijie pulled the car over and rushed in without even closing the door. He ran to the information desk and asked, "Has a pregnant woman been brought in after a car accident? Is her name Chen Shuqi? How is she?" "Chen Shuqi? Yes. Are you the family member of the pregnant woman? That's great. The pregnant woman is bleeding heavily and needs the family member's signature. We've been trying to contact the family. You are the father of the child. Okay, come with me." The nurse immediately took Li Shuaijie to the resuscitation room. "The family member of the pregnant woman is here. He said he is the father of the child." The nurse who came out of the resuscitation room to get the family member's signature looked puzzled. "Wait, you are also the father of the child? Li Shuaijie? What do you mean also?" "Nurse, this man also said he is the father of the child." Li Shuaijie looked at the man the nurse was talking about. The man was very burly and had a fierce look on his face. "Explain yourself. What is your relationship to my wife? Let go of me. I don't understand what you're saying, and how could my girlfriend be your wife?" Li Shuaijie was certain that even if Chen Shuqi was blind, she would never fall for a man like this. "So you're the gigolo my wife's been keeping. I didn't come looking for you, but you've come looking for me. I'll show you." Hey, this is a hospital. If you want to make a scene, go outside. And I don't care who the father is, the pregnant woman is hemorrhaging and needs someone to sign, or she will die for sure. The man let go of Li Shuaijie's collar and signed the surgery sheet. I married her. I'm her proper man. I'll sign it. Please save my wife. Please. Okay, we know, don't worry. Li Shuaijie looked at the surgery sheet and saw that the patient's name was Chen Shuqi. This made him even more confused. Did he find the wrong person? And as Li Shuaijie was about to leave, the strong man just grabbed Li Shuaijie and said, "You want to leave? You're not allowed to leave. Tell me clearly, is the baby in my wife's belly really yours?" "My brother, I don't know what's going on either, but I seem to have made a mistake." "What do you mean you made a mistake? You can't make a mistake with your own woman." Li Shuaijie, "No, brother, I think I really made a mistake. My girlfriend's name is Chen Shuqi. I just looked at the name and it's not your wife's name. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Let me ask you, whose child is in my wife's stomach?" Li Shuaijie, "Brother, this is a long story. I just thought the person in the car accident was my girlfriend, but I found out that it wasn't. Now I can't find my girlfriend. Li Shuaijie, can you let me go? I have to find my girlfriend." "Man, let you go? No way. How do I know if you're lying? You can't leave until my wife wakes up." Just as Li Shuaijie didn't know what to do, a familiar voice suddenly sounded from behind him. "Li Shuaijie? Why are you here too?" Li Shuaijie turned his head sharply, and Chen Shuqi was standing not far away, looking confused. Chapter 34, You can have more babies if you lose this one, but what will you do without me? Chen Shuqi stood with He Qingyan, who was wearing a red dress, with blood on her white dress. Both of them were covered in blood. Li Shuaijie immediately broke free from the burly man and rushed to Chen Shuqi. He held her tightly in his arms. "Thank goodness, Shuqi, you're okay, you scared me to death, I thought you had a car accident." Chen Shuqi was embraced in a big hug. She reached out to comfort Li Shuaijie's back. "Don't be afraid, I'm fine, it wasn't me who had the accident." Li Shuaijie let Chen Shuqi go and asked with a worried face, "Are you hurt anywhere? Why is there so much blood on you?" "The blood isn't mine, it's the pregnant woman's. I just chased Qingyan out. I saw someone have an accident outside. And it happened to be a pregnant woman. The two of us went to help, and we ended up in the ambulance with Qingyan. I didn't have time to tell you, and I wanted to call you, but I couldn't find my phone. How did you find your way here?" Li Shuaijie let out a sigh of relief. "I'm just glad you're okay. You don't know. I just felt like the sky was falling." Chen Shuqi blushed, patted Li Shuaijie's chest lightly. She said in a tone of voice that unconsciously sounded coquettish, "So were you worried about the baby or about me?" "Of course I was worried about you. We can have another baby if we lose this one, but if anything happens to you, how am I going to explain it to your parents?" To be honest, he really was stupid at the time, and he had actually forgotten that if anything happened to Chen Shuqi, the baby would also be in trouble. At that time, the system would definitely notify him and punish him accordingly. But at that time, the system didn't react at all, and he should have guessed it. Maybe he was really distracted by his concerns, and he didn't consider that if he lost the baby, he would lose the system, and he would become the loser that no one looked down on. Chen Shuqi was quite happy to hear the first half of the sentence, but the more she listened, the more upset she became. Chen Shuqi pouted her lips. "Oh, so you're just afraid that you won't be able to explain to my parents?" Li Shuaijie, "Oh, no." Chen Shuqi turned around. "Humph. Shuqi, don't be angry." He Qingyan looked around at Li Shuaijie and didn't see Fu Hanyu, and his eyes dimmed for a moment. He Qingyan asked, "Does Hanyu know about this?" Li Shuaijie quickly replied, "The senior knows and he is also very worried. He just came with me." He Qingyan laughed to himself, "Is he worried about me or Shuqi?" He Qingyan, "Okay, I'm done here. I'm going home, I'm tired too." Li Shuaijie, "I'll leave Shuqi in your hands." Li Shuaijie stopped He Qingyan, saying, "Qingyan sister, why don't you wait a little longer? Senior will be here soon." "No need, he won't worry about me at all." He Qingyan shook her head. "Chen Shuqi, Qingyan's sister." "Qingyan." Fu Hanyu's voice suddenly rang out, and He Qingyan turned around sharply. She suddenly fell into a warm embrace. "That's great, you're okay." He Qingyan was also stunned. She had almost never felt Fu Hanya's anxious tone of voice towards her. Han Yu? Don't be afraid, I'm fine. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said those things just now. Han Yu. I really should apologize to you. Li Shuijie is right. You're carrying my child, and this is also a mistake I made. I can't let you bear it alone. I will take good care of you and the baby in the future. He Qingyan's smile gradually faded. So in your heart, I'm just a mistake you made. But that's enough. I'm also content to be by your side all the time. A smile quickly returned to Yi Qingyan's face. In relationships, it really is a matter of one person willing to put in the effort. The man who had just been glaring at Li Shuijie with a fierce expression on his face reacted only after seeing this scene. So you are the man who saved my wife's life. The man scratched his head, looking embarrassed. Brother, I'm really sorry, I made a mistake, I thought you were my wife's lover. Li Shuijie, it's okay, I'm also quite embarrassed. He didn't expect this kind of misunderstanding either. Just then, the lights in the operating room went out and the doctor walked out. Congratulations, fortunately these two ladies handled the situation well and the rescue was timely, mother and child are safe. The burly man suddenly collapsed to the ground. Then he started to cry loudly. And such a burly man cried without any image. Everyone present was confused. What's the matter, big guy, your wife is fine, and you've got a big fat boy, aren't you happy? The big man wiped his tears and sniffed, No, I'm not happy, I'm too happy. Everyone laughed out loud. Everyone couldn't help laughing when they saw the big, burly man crying like this. Ha 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 ha. It was already dark when Li Shuijie took Chen Shuqi out of the hospital, and it was very late, and the school's curfew had already passed. Li Shuijie, well, we definitely can't go back to school now. What should we do? Li Shuijie looked at Chen Shuqi's white dress, which was covered in blood. Going back like this, even if the dormitory supervisor opened the door, it would definitely scare people to death along the way. Why don't we stay outside tonight? I'll find a hotel nearby. Chen Shuqi blushed, staying in a hotel? Just the two of us, it's not very good. Li Shuijie looked at the blushing Chen Shuqi and swallowed involuntarily. Just thinking about it made him feel a little excited. Then do you have any other ideas? Chen Shuqi touched her stomach, she is still a pregnant woman. Li Shuijie, I don't think he would do anything to a pregnant woman. Chen Shuqi thought about it and it seemed that there really was no other way. Li Shuijie took out his phone and after searching for a long time, he found that there were only rooms available at the Golden Bay Hotel nearby. Li Shuijie immediately took Chen Shuqi to the Golden Bay Hotel. Perhaps it was because the hotel receptionist saw that Chen Shuqi's clothes were stained with blood. It was late at night, so he asked with some concern, Miss, why is there so much blood on your clothes? Are you hurt? Do you need our hotel to help you go to the hospital? Then he looked at Li Shuijie again with scrutiny. A man and a woman alone, late at night, a man bringing a beautiful woman covered in blood to the hotel, no matter how you look at it, it's a bit scary. Or, if you need any help, miss, you can also let our hotel know. Chen Shuqi knew that Li Shuijie had been misunderstood and quickly explained, No, you've misunderstood us. We don't need any help, and it's not my blood. It's not your blood? Then whose is it? Chapter 35, Staying in the Presidential Suite with the School Beauty for the First Time. The person at the front desk of the hotel obviously looked even more frightened when Chen Shuqi said that the blood wasn't hers. Could it be that these two people are murderers, and they even killed together? Li Shuijie saw that if things continued like this, there was a high possibility that the two of them would be taken away by the police, so he hurriedly explained again, Don't jump to conclusions. The blood on her body belongs to a pregnant woman. The pregnant woman had a car accident, and she saved the pregnant woman. If you don't believe me, you can call the hospital and ask. After Li Shuijie's explanation, the hotel staff also took their ID cards to verify their identities. After confirming that there were no problems through the public security system, they were able to help them check in. Because Chen Shuqi had already told him on the way that they had booked 2 rooms, one for each of them. In the end, when they checked in at the front desk, they found that there were no rooms left, only the last queen room. At this time, Chen Shuqi said, Why don't we just see if there is another hotel? She was still a little embarrassed about 2 people sharing a room. Just then, another couple arrived. Because Li Shuijie and Chen Shuqi had arrived later, the hotel, in line with the principle of first come, first served, still asked their opinion first. As a result, Chen Shuqi never spoke. Later, the couple directly booked the last room. The man in the couple kindly reminded them that it was now the peak travel season, and not to mention hotels, even small inns were full of people. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't find a cheap hotel. Chen Shuqi became anxious after hearing this. What should we do, Li Shuijie? It's all my fault. Great, now we don't have a room to stay in. Li Shuijie quickly reassured her, it's okay, don't worry. At that moment, another couple arrived. The man had a big gold chain around his neck, was pot-bellied, short, and looked like Wu Dalong from a movie or TV show, at least 40 years old. The woman looked no more than 20 years old, wearing designer clothes and mink fur, with bright red flaming lips and sky-high heels, and she was holding the man's arm. When the two walked past Chen Shuqi, the man gave him a leering look, which the woman saw and then deliberately walked past Chen Shuqi, bumping into his shoulder. She then snorted softly, looking disdainful. Chen Shuqi stumbled backwards twice, and Li Shuijie immediately put an arm around his waist, careful. Chen Shuqi looked up at Li Shuijie, his earlobes red. The man couldn't help but glance back a few more times as he walked by. He had to say, even though Chen Shuqi was in a mess right now, just looking at that absolutely beautiful face was enough to make a person's heart flutter. Li Shuijie walked up to Chen Shuqi and blocked the man's lecherous gaze. The man frowned at this. This person really has no manners. The woman with the flaming red lips also shook the man's arm at this time, dissatisfied, saying, Honey, what are you looking at? You're making me angry like this. That woman, with her dirty body, I don't know what she's been up to, what's there to look at? Seeing this, the man hurriedly coaxed, Okay, baby, don't be angry, you're the most beautiful, I love you the most, I'll buy you a bag later, okay, the one you like, 18,000. Really? I love you the most, Moa. The woman kissed the man, and instantly, the greasy man with a pig's head had a big red lipstick mark on his face. Hey! Book me the best king-size bedroom. The man knocked on the reception desk with a gold Pishio bracelet in his hand. The receptionist looked guilty and said, I'm sorry, sir, we don't have any king-size bedrooms left. What other rooms do you have? A twin bedroom is fine. I'm in a hurry. Receptionist, I'm sorry, we don't have any rooms left. The man seemed angry, and he pounded his big, meaty hand on the reception desk. What's wrong with you? How can a hotel this big not have a single room? I must stay at your hotel today, or I'll complain about you. Reception, there really aren't any rooms left. If you don't believe me, sir, you can see for yourself. We only have one presidential suite left. The woman next to him put her arm around the man's arm and let out a sweet, coquettish sound, Honey, I've never stayed in a presidential suite before. Look, there are no other rooms available, so let's book it. The man patted the woman's face, with a lustful expression, You'll have to behave yourself later. Don't worry, honey, you'll be satisfied later. The man put his arm around the woman's waist and rubbed her round bottom firmly. One presidential suite, please. The man handed over his credit card. Reception, yes, sir, just a moment. I'm sorry, but there is insufficient balance on your card. How can that be? There are still tens of thousands of dollars in there. Reception, I'm sorry, sir, but our hotel's presidential suite is $888,888 per night. What did you say? $888,888? Are you robbing me? I'm going to report you to the Trade and Industry Bureau. Front desk, sir, our presidential suite enjoys supreme VIP treatment, with every conceivable amenity, there's nothing we don't have, and we have all the prices clearly marked. You chose to stay in the presidential suite, so how can you blame us? Who can afford to stay in a room this expensive? At this point, Li Shuijie, who was standing nearby, suddenly spoke up, We'll take it. Chen Shuqi tugged at Li Shuijie, 880,000 yuan for one night, maybe we should just forget it. It's fine, it's not expensive. The man looked at the young guy next to him in disbelief. He's just a student, what's he pretending to be? He didn't believe it, 880,000 yuan, this kid really casually swiped it. Front desk, okay sir, how would you like to pay? Credit card. Li Shuijie thought to himself that he had never stayed in a presidential suite before, so he took advantage of the opportunity to spend the system's funds and bask in Chen Shuqi's glory. The receptionist took the card in both hands, swiped it at the POS, and the transaction was successful. The woman immediately looked at Li Shuijie with admiration and took a liking to him. This handsome guy is handsome, young, and rich. I really don't know where he is from, but if I manage to seduce him, I won't have to serve this fat man with a long face anymore. Just thinking about serving this man every time, even though it's obviously only for 3 minutes, and he still asks me questions. Is it fun? What fun? It hurts like being pricked by a needle. He doesn't feel a thing. Li Shuijie, on the other hand, looks young and strong, and must be very energetic. Chapter 36, the school beauty's wife bumps into Li Shuijie, who has just come up from the pool, and is shy. Front desk, check-in is already complete. Please follow me, sir and madam. Let's go, Shuqi, and let's experience what it's like to be in an 880,000 yuan presidential suite. Li Shuijie took the initiative to go up and took Chen Shuqi's hand. Chen Shuqi was stunned when she felt Li Shuijie's warm, large hand in her palm. She looked up and met Li Shuijie's eyes. Without his glasses, Li Shuijie's eyes, eyebrows and long, curled eyelashes were exceptionally good-looking. Chen Shuqi blushed slightly and did not refuse. As Li Shuijie pulled Chen Shuqi along, the woman with the flaming red lips also walked over seductively, twisting her waist. When she reached Li Shuijie's side, she deliberately stumbled, and the whole person was about to fall onto Li Shuijie. Handsome guy. Li Shuijie subconsciously reached out, and as soon as he just helped the person up, he smelled the strong perfume on the woman. She lost her balance and fell to the ground with a loud cry. Ah! The greasy man hurriedly went up to help the woman up. Baby, are you okay? Does it hurt? The woman refused to let go, pointing at Li Shuijie. I won't get up. He made me fall, and I sprained my ankle. I want him to help me up. Chen Shuqi came over and said, you can eat whatever you like, but don't say things like that. You fell over yourself, so what's it got to do with us? I don't care, it was him who made me fall. If he'd helped me up, how could I have fallen over? The man said, that's right. You little brat, did you do it on purpose? You didn't see her coming over here with a twisted ankle? Li Shuijie quickly stepped forward and apologized. I'm sorry, Chu, I am allergic to perfume. Are you okay, Auntie? Chu. Auntie, you'd better stay away from me. I can't help sneezing. Who are you calling Auntie? The woman instantly flew into a rage when she heard Li Shuijie call her Auntie. I didn't, Chu, I just sneezed. Then help me up. I'll forgive you. The woman reached out for Li Shuijie to pull her up. Okay. Li Shuijie reached out, and the woman smiled triumphantly at Chen Shuqi. Just as their hands were about to touch. Achoo! Li Shuijie sneezed again, and this time it landed directly on the woman's delicate makeup. You. The woman's face gradually contorted. Li Shuijie took the opportunity to quickly pull Chen Shuqi close to him. No, I can't take it anymore. Achoo Shuqi, let's go. The receptionist led them to the door of the presidential suite. Then he handed the room card key to Li Shuijie. The receptionist gave the two an ambiguous look. The staff at Golden Bay wish you a wonderful evening. The room is fully equipped with everything you need, and the necessary supplies are also ready for you to use. Chen Shuqi didn't know what the necessary supplies were at first, but when she entered the room and opened the bedside table, she finally understood when she saw all kinds of family planning supplies. Sir, miss, our hotel provides laundry services. If you need it, you can ring for us. Li Shuijie replied, okay, we do need it. Okay, sir, the staff of the Golden Bay Hotel are here to serve you wholeheartedly. Li Shuijie took a look around the nearly 300 square meter presidential suite. The waiter really wasn't lying. There really was everything. There was even an outdoor swimming pool and a private hot spring bath. Wow! There's even a private hot spring bath here. I haven't been to a hot spring in a long time. I'm going to take a nice long bath. Chen Shuqi was very happy to see a private hot spring. Li Shuijie remembered that when he was a child before his parents passed away, they had gone to a hot spring resort as a family, but at that time the hot spring resort wouldn't let a pregnant woman in, saying that pregnant women couldn't bathe in the hot springs. But I heard before that you can't go to a hot spring when you're pregnant. Chen Shuqi looks disappointed. Really? That's a shame. Li Shuijie comforts her. Shuqi, if you like going to hot springs, when the baby is born, I'll definitely take you to go to a hot spring, and if not, I'll buy you a hot spring club. Chen Shuqi, forget it, if I can't go, I can't go, but don't paint me any rosy pictures, let's talk about the future later. I'll just go straight to the shower. Li Shuijie watched Chen Shuqi enter the shower. He suddenly remembered what the hotel attendant had said and knocked on the door. Shuchi, take off your clothes and give them to me. I'll ask the attendant to wash our dirty clothes first. Otherwise, we won't have anything to wear tomorrow. Chen Shuchi answered from inside. Okay. Then the shower door opened a little and a pair of fair, smooth arms reached out. Here. Li Shuijie reached out to take the clothes. After he got the clothes, the bathroom door was closed again. Li Shuijie saw that there was only one skirt, and he was about to ask, but as a result, the bra and underwear wrapped in the skirt fell out. Li Shuijie quickly bent down to pick them up. Chen Shuchi's bra was in his hands, and all he could think about were the two big, white rabbits that were wrapped in this thing. He suddenly remembered the feeling that night, and his body began to heat up. Chen Shuchi felt much better after her shower. The entire presidential suite was equipped with a constant temperature system that maintained the most suitable temperature for the human body. So she didn't feel cold at all. With damp hair, she walked over to the mirror. She dried her body. Since she didn't have any change of clothes, she could only wear a robe prepared by the hotel. But she was not used to being naked underneath it. She thought about having to go out like this in a while and be in the same room as Li Shuijie. A man and a woman alone, in case it goes off like last time. Li Shuijie also took off completely. He put the clothes of the two people in the dirty clothes basket and put it in the hotel's delivery robot basket specially prepared for guests, setting the destination. He walked to the swimming pool, put on the disposable swimming trunks prepared by the hotel, and jumped into the swimming pool all at once. In fact, not many people know that Li Shuijie is a strong swimmer. When he was in high school, he was almost selected for the national team, but at that time he heard that you had to endure a lot of hardship to make the national team, and even your relationships were restricted, so he gave up in the end. But swimming has always been his hobby, and no matter how busy he is every week, he will find a little time to swim. After swimming laps in the pool for a while, he finally managed to burn off some of the yellow waste in his head by expending physical energy, and climbed out of the pool. As a result, as soon as he got out of the pool, he met Chen Shuchi, who had come to find him. Chapter 37, I confessed to the school beauty's wife, let's try being together. Chen Shuchi also found that she couldn't find Li Shuijie anywhere. She was alone in such a big room and was a little scared, so she came out to look for someone. She looked everywhere, but didn't expect to just happen to run into Li Shuijie, who had just come out of the pool. Her face instantly turned red when she saw Li Shuijie's figure. Clothed, he looks thin naked, he has muscles. That's Li Shuijie. Li Shuijie has actually always been very strict with his body management, so he has abs and a six-pack even though he looks a bit skinny. He just looks a bit skinny. But actually, his physical fitness is quite good. It's just that he doesn't like to dress up and just goes with whatever is comfortable. Chen Shuchi subconsciously glanced in a certain direction. Then she was shocked. Even in this situation, he's still. No wonder she had been in so much pain that night, and she had actually gotten pregnant just from that one night. But she remembered that Li Shuijie had been quite something that night. He had tossed and turned for her several times that night. Li Shuijie came forward when he saw Chen Shuchi come in. Shuchi? Why are you here? Chen Shuchi was embarrassed and quickly looked away, then turned around. She had just stared at that part of his body. She hoped she wasn't being considered a pervert. Chen Shuchi stammered and stuttered, saying, the hotel just called to ask if I wanted to prepare a late-night snack. I want to ask if you're hungry and what you want for. A late-night snack? It's no wonder that the treatment in a presidential suite is so good. Okay, I'm a little hungry after swimming, but I'll eat anything, so you pick. Li Shuijie climbed ashore and quickly took a towel and draped it over himself to cover himself. He had just seen Chen Shuchi wearing the large V-neck robe prepared by the hotel, and the view inside was faintly visible. Especially when he suddenly thought that her clothes had been taken to the hotel to be washed, and there must be a vacuum inside. His two brothers, which he had just relieved by swimming, were once again stirring. Plus, he didn't have any pants on right now, and he was afraid it wouldn't be good if Shuchi saw him. Both of them blushed and were each thinking about their own concerns. Well, I'll go call reception and have them send them over. Chen Shuchi hurriedly ran outside, but she didn't realize that the poolside was all slippery from the water, and she was barefoot. She slipped and fell, unsteadily, into the pool. Just as Chen Shuchi thought she was definitely going to fall into the pool, she subconsciously closed her eyes and suddenly fell into a hot and burning embrace. Li Shuijie immediately took 3 steps and caught Chen Shuchi's hand as soon as he saw her about to fall, pulling her back. In the process, the belt that bound Chen Shuchi's robe loosened. Chen Shuqi opened her eyes. Of course, the first person she saw was Li Shuaijie. Be careful. Li Shuaijie's voice was hoarse, which made him look particularly sexy at the moment. The prominent Adam's apple kept sliding up and down. Thank you, you saved me and the baby again. Chen Shuqi said, thanking him. She can't swim, and if she fell in, she would definitely be choked. If she was okay, but she was pregnant now, it would definitely hurt the baby. No, as the baby's father, and your future husband, protecting you and the baby, this is what I should do. Suddenly, Chen Shuqi's robe, which was still in Li Shuaijie's arms, completely loosened, and she was revealed in front of Li Shuaijie completely naked, without knowing it at the moment. Li Shuaijie's pupils first trembled, and his body, more honest than his brain, looked all over from head to toe. Then he forced his gaze to shift. Shuqi, your clothes. What? Chen Shuqi only now felt a chill in her chest, and she looked down. Li Shuaijie, do you believe me if I say I didn't see anything? Chen Shuqi, no way. I don't believe a liar. Li Shuaijie's mouth curled up. What if I say I saw everything, and saw it very clearly? Chen Shuqi, then you're a pervert. Why didn't you close your eyes? A beautiful woman offering her naked body like that is a sight that any man would want to take a second look at, wouldn't he? Wouldn't he be a fool? I didn't react either, but Shuqi, in fact, can our relationship take a step further? If you think getting married right away is too fast, we can try falling in love first. Chen Shuqi took a breath. Fall in love? Yes, we can fall in love first, so that you can have a complete experience from falling in love to getting married. I promise you, don't worry, I will definitely be a good boyfriend to you, and later, your husband, and a qualified father. I'll think about it. Chen Shuqi had to admit that she was actually moved. In fact, although she was the school beauty queen, this was actually the first time she had received such a heartfelt declaration face to face. Those school beauty queens who shouted slogans saying I love you all day at school did not count. Li Shuaijie, it's gone by in a flash, have you thought it over? Chen Shuqi, which was so fast. Li Shuaijie suddenly leaned closer. Let's take it slowly then. Chen Shuqi knew that Li Shuaijie was teasing her again. You're a rascal. Didn't you say it was too fast? So I'm not right to say it slowly? Chen Shuqi blushed and turned around. No, I'm ignoring you. She was fuming, and was about to walk forward when she slipped again. Although she stood firm this time, she was a little afraid to walk. Just then, she suddenly soared into the air. Li Shuaijie picked her up in a princess carry. It's so slippery here, let me carry you out. Chen Shuqi's figure was actually not petite and cute, but at this moment, she was picked up so easily by Li Shuaijie. She quietly stayed in Li Shuaijie's arms, her face just right against his chest. Once again, she felt the hot manly chest and the strong heartbeat. Pounding. For a moment, she didn't know if the heartbeat belonged to her or Li Shuaijie. But the hearts of the two were indeed very close at the moment. Sugar Heart promises to update properly in the future. 2 chapters a day. If you urge for more, I will add more depending on the situation. P.S. The first few chapters have been revised, so if you have read them, please take another look. Use your golden fingers to urge for more and get free gifts. Chapter 38, The School Beauty's Wife's First Kiss, I Just Wanna Kiss You. Li Shuaijie carefully placed Chen Shuqi on the sofa. If you're hungry, just ask the hotel to send up some food, and then eat first, I'll go take a shower. Cool down a bit, and calm down. Chen Shuqi blushed, perhaps because of the confession just now, her entire person's voice unconsciously softened. It's okay, I'll wait for you. Li Shuaijie said, don't wait for me, it might take a while. Huh? Why does it take a while? Chen Shuqi didn't understand, how long could a shower possibly take? Because there's a big problem that needs to be solved, or else something will go wrong. Chen Shuqi still didn't understand, what big problem? Do you need my help? Li Shuaijie looked at Chen Shuqi's stunning face, and with this misunderstanding dialogue, his breathing became heavier. You're not available right now, but there will be plenty of opportunities to help in the future. Li Shuaijie finished speaking and strode towards the shower room. At the moment, Chen Shuqi still didn't understand the meaning of Li Shuaijie's words. It wasn't until a few minutes later, after hearing a low gasp coming from the shower room, that Chen Shuqi's face turned scarlet. It turned out that Li Shuaijie had gone to the bathroom. Chen Shuqi ran to her room so that she wouldn't get inappropriate images in her head, but she didn't know if it was because the soundproofing was really bad or what. She always felt like she could hear Li Shuaijia's low groans no matter which room she was in. She wondered if there was something wrong with her ears, or if she even had tinnitus. When Li Shuaijia came out of the bathroom, he was still dripping wet, with only a towel wrapped around his lower body. Chen Shuqi was sitting on the sofa waiting for Li Shuaijia, but saw him walk past her with a cold expression. Li Shuaijia's short hair was still wet, and a drop of water ran down the eyebrow above his beautiful, spinning around the cheekbone. Chen Shuqi realized that since Li Shuaijia had taken off his glasses, she really felt more and more that his eyes were indeed very good looking. But the whole face was flushed. It was not right for him to smile at Li Shuaijia, which made Chen Shuqi a little uncomfortable. She kept guessing in her heart whether it was because she had just not accepted Li Shuaijia's confession that made him unhappy, feeling that she was being too pretentious. Chen Shuqi took the initiative to go up and say, "You're out, just in time. I just asked the hotel to send the late-night snack. Have some." Li Shuaijia had taken out his contact lenses because he felt uncomfortable in the shower, so now he could only see indistinctly from 1 meter away, indistinguishably from 5 meters, unrecognizably from 10 meters, and indistinguishably from people and animals from 100 meters. After hearing Chen Shuqi's voice, he realized that she had just been right in front of him, and he was still wondering if he had just molested Chen Shuqi and made her feel disgusted with him. Damn my short-sightedness. As soon as the words fell, he heard a ding. Ding, congratulations, host, on completing a hidden task and confessing to a pregnant woman. You may choose to strengthen your physical fitness in any of the following ways. 1. Strength enhancement. 2. Increase in height by 5 centimeters. 3. Vision improved to 2.0 and no astigmatism. 4. Okay, I'll choose 3. It's decided. Okay, the system is enhancing your abilities. Please close your eyes for 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have been successfully upgraded. Li Shuaijia opened his eyes and sure enough, everything in front of him was clear. Chen Shuqi was kneeling next to him on the sofa with her legs together. Next to them were 2 steaks and a bottle of red wine, next to which there was a pair of burning heart-shaped candles and an incense burner burning. Everything was so clear, and Li Shuaijia was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. System, what was the 4th option just now? The 4th option is to select all of the above. Li Shuaijia. I can't help but curse in my heart, damn it, you stupid system. Friendly reminder, the host's thinking system can be detected. The system has the right to withdraw all rewards obtained by the host. Li Shuaijia. I'm sorry, system dad. Chen Shuqi sat by the candle, and it is said that a beauty is best seen in the light. The flickering candlelight shone on her face, making her already stunning face look even softer than usual. She looked less like a cold goddess and more like a gentle woman. In fact, Li Shuaijia had long since noticed that, perhaps because of the pregnancy, or perhaps because he had not understood before, Chen Shuqi had been very gentle since she became pregnant. It seemed that she had become more maternal. He still remembers clearly that a year ago, when he first entered Suhai University as a freshman, it was also the opening ceremony. At that time, Chen Shuqi looked cold and indifferent, and she didn't smile once during the whole dance. But she was so beautiful that people couldn't help but keep their eyes on her face. At that time, she looked aloof and danced a sexy dance with a group of other schoolmates. But he remembered that after that dance, all the other seniors were later showered with flowers and courted by various juniors, except for Chen Shuqi, who stood there alone, like a flower of high rank, to be admired from afar, but not to be trifled with. He never dreamed that such a flower of high rank would end up being plucked by him, and she would bear him children. Chen Shuqi poured 2 glasses of red wine and handed one to Li Shuaijia. Do you want a glass of red wine? Li Shuaijia saw Chen Shuqi's cheeks flushed and thought she had drunk wine. Frowning slightly, red wine? Shuqi, you've forgotten that you can't drink now. Chen Shuqi pouted, I know, I didn't drink, I'm not going to drink, I was just pouring it to see if it was any good, but it looks pretty good. Chen Shuqi took the glass and handed it over. Do you want to try some? The candle next to him was still burning, and he didn't know why, but even before the wine entered his throat, he felt inexplicably drunk. Li Shuaijia reached out unconsciously, but instead of taking the wine glass, he grabbed Chen Shuqi's soft, boneless, slender fingers like white onions. Chen Shuqi felt as if her hand had been electrocuted. Her whole body felt tingling. Something was wrong with her whole person. Even Li Shuaijia's gaze on her seemed to have added a sweet juice. The two of them became increasingly entangled in their gazes. Li Shuaijie swallowed, and took the opportunity to pull her into his arms. Shuqi, can I kiss you? Chen Shuqi was taken aback, then nodded and closed her eyes. She thought, since she had already decided to give birth to their child, maybe it would be a good choice to fall in love with Li Shuaijie now. It wasn't the kind of hot and fierce kiss she had imagined it to be like that night, but rather a series of gentle kisses that landed softly on her forehead, nose, and finally on her lips. Chen Shuqi's body suddenly trembled, and she unconsciously swallowed. Apart from the last time, this was actually the first time she had ever kissed. Relax, don't be nervous, I just want to kiss you, don't worry, you're pregnant now, I won't do anything else to you. Chapter 39, Provocation from the School Beauty's Wife, Are You Unable to Do It? Li Shuaijie noticed that Chen Shuqi seemed to be really nervous, as her whole body was trembling. He stopped the kiss from continuing downwards, and instead gently stroked her soft hair on one side while softly reassuring her. Shuqi, don't be nervous, I really just thought you were so cute and wanted to kiss you. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, just relax, okay? Perhaps because of Li Shuaijie's reassurances, Chen Shuqi's originally scared and stiff body did soften, and even her breathing became less rapid. Seeing how nervous Chen Shuqi was just from a kiss, Li Shuaijie knew that Chen Shuqi had never experienced this before. Li Shuaijie, actually what the students at school said, that I like Fu Hanyu is all fake, it was a rumor I deliberately spread to escape Jiang Tan's advances. Chen Shuqi pushed Li Shuaijie slightly and said seriously. For some reason, she really wanted to explain this matter clearly now, and she was afraid that Li Shuaijie would mind it. Li Shuaijie felt much better when he heard this, so not only was he her first man, he was also her first love. And this made Li Shuaijie feel incredibly happy and excited inside. Although he didn't have a virgin complex, which man wouldn't want his girlfriend to only have been with him from beginning to end? Be good, don't be nervous, just relax. No, I'm not nervous. Besides, I've kissed before. Chen Shuqi felt so ashamed and inferior. She was, after all, the campus beauty queen of Suhai University. Oh? Really? You're really not nervous? Of course Li Shuaijie didn't believe her. Because Chen Shuqi's performance was so green and inexperienced that she was embarrassed to even start. Chen Shuqi's heart was beating fast, so she spoke a little louder. Of course, I'm the campus beauty queen of Suhai University. Li Shuaijie laughed and said, well, I know it's just a little bit, but it's the one with the radical person. Chen Shuqi was furious. She wanted to argue back, but she didn't dare look Li Shuaijie in the eye. She had never noticed before how those eyes could make a person's soul drift away. Chen Shuqi blushed and didn't want to admit it. I'm warning you, you don't talk nonsense. What single person side, it's just one. I'm just a little bit nervous. Li Shuaijie, however, was not to be appeased. Oh? Am I talking nonsense? I don't know who it was just now, but I just kissed her forehead and started trembling all over with nervousness? Chen Shuqi quickly denied, who told you that trembling means nervous? I wasn't nervous, I was cold, because I was so cold that I was trembling. Yes, people shiver when they're cold. Have you got any common sense at all? Li Shuaijie directly poked holes in it, cold? But the temperature in the whole room has been set to the most suitable human body temperature of 27 degrees. At this temperature, are you still cold? Chen Shuqi was defiant. I just don't like the cold, okay? Li Shuaijie looked helpless. Fine. Okay, I won't kiss you, let's eat the steak, or it'll get cold. Li Shuaijie let go of Chen Shuqi and picked up the steak knife and fork. Chen Shuqi, however, snatched the knife and fork away from him, stood in front of Li Shuaijie with her arms folded, as if she really wanted to prove that she was not nervous or afraid just now. I really am not nervous. And I'm not afraid. Okay, you're not afraid, Shuqi, be careful, you're going to flash again. If you flash again this time, don't blame me for not looking. Chen Shuqi lowered her head and noticed that the straps of her robe had loosened again. She quickly tied her robe back up again. Then, as if to prove herself, she got up, stood on her tiptoes, hooked her hands around Li Shuaijie's neck in front of her, and leaned forward, offering her lips. But she really didn't know how to kiss, and all she could do was press her lips together and turn her head. She remembered watching TV dramas, and that's how it was done. Although Chen Shuqi's kissing skills were a mess, this behavior in Li Shuaijie's eyes was nothing more than fuel to the fire at the moment. He was already finding it hard to hold back, and he was afraid of scaring Chen Shuqi, and even more afraid that he couldn't hold back. What if he got carried away for a moment and ended up hurting the baby? that could make him regret it for the rest of his life. The main thing was that Chen Shuqi had just been pregnant for 2 months, which was the most dangerous time. There must be no overly intense sexual activity. Don't ask him why he knows. Because he has looked it up before, and he knows that pregnant women in the first 2 months are very dangerous, and the fetus is not stable. If they are overly nervous or stimulated, it will have an impact. After the 3rd month, it will be better, and at this time, the baby will be a bit more stable in the mother's belly, and appropriate and harmonious activities can be carried out. You can't blame him for thinking these things. Which man wouldn't be moved when he is holding a beautiful woman in his arms? Even the monk Tang San was stunned when he saw the king of the kingdom of women. He is physically and mentally healthy, and he is just in his 20s, the peak of hormonal eruption. It would be abnormal if he didn't have any thoughts. But he can't let a small annoyance ruin a grand plan. He is not an animal that only thinks with his lower body. How can he disregard the overall situation? Is it more important to enjoy the moment or to live a happy life with his wife and children in the future, holding on to the tens of millions of paternity funds? There is no need to choose between the two. But the anger that he had suppressed by taking a cold shower was reignited. Chen Shuqi saw that Li Shuijie had no response, blushing, with a look of smug satisfaction on his face. She even pretended to be very experienced. You were just criticizing me, what are you doing now? Kiss me. You're not impotent after your own thing, are you? Impotent? In Li Shuijie's eyes, such words were a provocation to his ability as a man. He could say anything about him, but he could never say that he was impotent. Li Shuijie pinched Chen Shuqi's chin, lifted it, and said in a hoarse voice, "If I'm impotent, how did the baby in your belly come about?" Chen Shuqi suddenly couldn't speak for a moment. Humph, not funny, I'm not playing anymore ah. Chen Shuqi's arm was just about to let go of Li Shuijie's neck when it was suddenly pulled back again. Li Shuijie lowered his head and kissed Chen Shuqi directly on the lips. Chen Shuqi's small cherry lips were soft and moist. This time was different from the previous time in the hospital when they had a brief, strong kiss. Li Shuijie's movements were exceptionally gentle, afraid that he might hurt her in any way. Gradually, Chen Shuqi also got into the mood. She felt like she was walking on a cloud, a little unsteady, and even unconsciously raised her feet to wrap Li Shuijie's neck even tighter so that she could stand firmly. Because she felt a little weak in the legs and couldn't stand firmly, she didn't dare to say anything, for fear of being laughed at. She had to cling to Li Shuijie's whole body and use his strength to make herself stand a little more firmly. Several times during the process, she almost couldn't breathe, but in the end, Li Shuijie let go of her slightly to let her catch her breath. In the end, until the two of them didn't know when they had already kissed on the bed, the two of them fell on the bed together, and Chen Shuqi let out a sound of ecstasy. Chapter 40, the relationship with the school beauty queen wife has been officially established. It was this sound of moaning that suddenly made Li Shuijie's consciousness become clear, and he stopped immediately. At this time, Chen Shuqi's eyes were hazy and foggy, her red and swollen lips slightly open, as if she was complaining about dissatisfaction and full of questions. Li Shuijie swallowed again. Hugged the person in his arms. Be good, wait a little longer. Not now, at least another month. Li Shuijie didn't know if he was talking to himself or Chen Shuqi. He just knew that if things continued like this, he would definitely lose control. By then, he really wouldn't be able to stop everything. Chen Shuqi buried her head. What did he mean by wait a little longer? It sounded as if she was desperate for sex. Although the feeling of floating in the air had been really good, she didn't want to admit it just yet. Chen Shuqi noticed that her robe had opened again at some point. Just now, it seemed like the rabbit was still playing with her palm. She had only experienced that feeling once before, but her mentality then was completely different from the present, and she had drunk alcohol to boost her courage, so she could not remember much of it. This time, her consciousness was clear. Chen Shuqi wanted to get up and quickly button up her clothes, but she was being held very tightly. Be a good girl, don't move, let me hold you. Chen Shuqi blushed, she knew exactly what was touching her. She had to obediently stay still and let Li Shuijie hold her. In fact, she was quite moved. She had heard that it would be very difficult to stop halfway. And they had come this far, just one step away from the finish line. But Li Shuijie had stopped for her sake. Perhaps it was really because she was pregnant, but at least she could tell that he was a responsible man, and he would definitely be a good father in the future. Chen Shuqi revealed a smile and reached out to touch her own belly. She silently said to herself, "Baby, do you know that your mother has found you a good father?" Your father is suffering a lot for you, so you must be born safe and healthy. Chen Shuqi gradually began to fantasize a little about her future family life in Li Shuaijia's arms. She felt that she was still lucky to have met Li Shuaijia in the first place. If she had met an unreliable man, she was afraid that she would not be in the same state as she was now. Perhaps she would have broken down, would have been at a loss, and would have even aborted the baby. In fact, if it weren't for Li Shuaijia's support for her and his meticulous care of her over the past few days, and the money and time he had spent on her, she might have aborted the baby long ago. After all, she was still young, and once she had the constraints of a child, she would be handicapped in doing many things. She couldn't wear makeup, couldn't wear high heels, couldn't go to hot springs, couldn't do dangerous things. So many things she couldn't do, but whenever she felt a little life inside her belly, she felt that everything was worth it. Li Shuaijia held her for a while, until she was almost asleep, and then let her go. Then he didn't say anything and went to the bathroom again. Next, Chen Shuqi blushed as she listened outside to the handicraft process, which lasted more than an hour. She felt hot all over and her mouth was dry. An hour later, Li Shuaijia came out again, and Chen Shuqi had fallen asleep on the sofa. Li Shuaijia tiptoed over to her, ready to pick her up and carry her to the bed. But as soon as he got to Chen Shuqi, she woke up. In fact, she hadn't fallen asleep at all, just being embarrassed. Chen Shuqi pretended to rub her eyes and said, "You're fine." Li Shuaijia said, "Well, you've been waiting a long time, it's getting late, go to sleep. I remember you don't have any classes tomorrow, so you can sleep well. If you need it, I'll pay for another night tomorrow." Chen Shuqi said, "No, 880,000 yuan for one night is too expensive. Even if you have money, you can't spend it like this. We're just living here, why spend so much money for nothing?" Li Shuaijia, "You're right. I think we need to hurry things up. When will our mansion be ready so that we can live in the school or at home whenever we want? It's getting late, so go to sleep." In the end, the two of them didn't even get to eat the steak that the hotel delivered. Because it had cooled and they weren't in the mood to eat. Li Shuaijia and Chen Shuqi stood in front of the 4-meter-wide bed, stunned, because they realized that there was only one bed in such a large place. Although the bed was very large, it was enough to sleep 10 people, but essentially it was still only one bed. To show his gentlemanly demeanor, Li Shuaijia said, "Shuqi, you sleep on the bed tonight." "Chen Shuqi, what about you?" "I think the sofa outside is quite big too, I'll sleep on the sofa." Chen Shuqi bit her lip and thought for a long time, finally holding back a few words. "Well, why don't you sleep on the bed too, it's quite big." They had just done it like that, and there was a baby between the two of them, but now she seemed very pretentious to let Li Shuaijia sleep on the sofa. It would be better to be more generous. But Li Shuaijia looked at the shy Chen Shuqi and suddenly wanted to tease her. "Why did she invite me so willingly? Aren't you afraid that I will lose control of myself in the middle of the night and do something to you?" Chen Shuqi turned around with a red face and an angry expression after hearing Li Shuaijia's words. Li Shuaijia laughed and quickly caught up with her, hugging her. No, honey, I prefer to sleep on the bed than on the sofa." Chen Shuqi stared at him with big, round eyes. "Who's your wife?" "Stop calling me that." Li Shuaijia laughed. "Of course it's you. What do you like to be called? Girlfriend? Baby? Honey? Sweetheart? Whatever you like." Chen Shuqi looked disgusted. I don't want to be called that, it's gross." Chen Shuqi walked over to the bed to prepare to make the bed, when Li Shuaijia suddenly embraced her from behind. "Shuqi, we're kind of in a relationship now, right?" Chen Shuqi froze for a moment, then shyly nodded,